When the mail carrier arrived with the letter and package, the Su family was having lunch. They were eating a simple porridge made from sweet potatoes, not too thick or thin, filling their stomachs. They also enjoyed some spicy and sour side dishes, eating happily. The family was still talking about meeting the Wen family when they heard someone calling outside. Su Adong and Zhang Xinlan, are you there? You have a letter. Zhang Xinlan held her bowl and froze. Is someone calling me outside? Adong, I think they also called your name?
Did they? Su Adong looked confused.
Su Qingyun excitedly put her bowl down on the table. Second uncle, second aunt, you have a letter. It must be from our second brother. Oh my goodness. Zhang Xinlan reacted for a moment and then ran outside quickly, almost dropping her bowl. The mail carrier, riding a bicycle and carrying a green military-style bag, asked, Are you Zhang Xinlan? Yes, that's me, she replied eagerly. Behind her, the rest of the family also came out. The mail carrier took out a letter from his bag. This is from the Spring City Military District, and there's also this package, which is for you. He pointed to a medium-sized package at his feet.
Thank you.
Thank you. Zhang Xinlan was overjoyed. After the mail carrier left, the family hurried inside. Wu Guixiang quickly said, Come on, Yunyun, read what your second brother wrote in his letter. Zhang Xinlan handed the letter to Su Qingyun. Here, Yunyun. She now regretted not paying more attention when she learned to read. Su Qingyun looked at the stamp on the envelope, which was from the Spring City Military District. It seemed her second brother was assigned there. Spring City has a nice climate, warm all year round. Her second brother was lucky. Su Qingyun also breathed a sigh of relief. She carefully tore open the envelope, unfolded the letter, and started reading. Grandparents, parents, uncles and aunts, little uncle and aunt, eldest brother, Kongwu, Union, greetings. Wow, that's a long list of titles. No choice, there are many family members. I am now settled in the Spring City Military District. The climate there is very good. This month, we only need to wear a thin shirt and we won't feel cold. The air is moist, unlike our dry area. I have joined the new soldier unit. My comrades come from all over the country, but everyone is very kind and caring. The food in the cafeteria is also good, and I eat well every meal. Anyway, everything here is fine. I will work hard in the army. Don't worry about me at home. When I have time, I will keep writing letters to my family. I also look forward to hearing news from home. By the way, I sent some local specialties from Spring City.
Try them.
If you like them, I will send more next time, said Su Kongwen. After finishing, Su Qingyun folded the letter. That's all? Everyone still wanted to hear more. Zhang Xinlan looked at the letter again and frowned. This kid, it's hard enough to get a letter, and he writes so little. Isn't that a waste of postage? Su Kongwu couldn't help but say, Mom, my second brother is in the army. Sending a letter doesn't cost much. Really? Zhang Xinlan was surprised, then confidently said, If it costs nothing, he should send more. Su Qingyun was already used to her second aunt. She always thought the country's benefits should be taken full advantage of. That's just her style. Su Dalin looked at her and said, Second daughter-in-law, you're now a mother of a soldier. You need to be aware. Don't think only about getting benefits just because he's in the army. If everyone did that, how would the country run? Su Dalin rarely spoke, but when he did, it was serious. Yes, Dad. I was wrong. I will be careful from now on, Zhang Xinlan said regretfully, not daring to argue. Su Adong stroked his chin, thinking about something else. He asked the person who read the most at home, Kongwu, how far is Spring City from here? His furthest trip in his life was to the county town. He only knew the name Spring City. Su Kongwu scratched his head, trying to recall the map of Huagua. He wasn't sure. It's probably over 1,000 kilometers. 2,580 kilometers, Su Qingyun suddenly said. Seeing everyone look at her, she explained, I saw it in a book. 1 kilometer equals 2 li. So over 2,000 kilometers is about 5,000 li. That's so far.
Su Aidan gasped.
It must take several days by train, right? Zhang Xinlan became anxious. How long will it take for second brother to come back?
Why worry about that?
When second brother wants to return, he will. For now, let me see what good things second brother sent back. Su Kangwoo interrupted the tense atmosphere. He couldn't wait to open the package, shaking it slightly.
Wow, it's a bit heavy.
He opened the package and saw a beautifully wrapped box. Flower cake. Su Kangwoo read the words on the box. Wu Guixiang said, flowers can be used to make cakes. That's so interesting. Qining leaned in to look. This should be a flower cake, filled with edible rose petals. It's a specialty from Spring City. I've eaten it before. That before was over 10 years ago. Qinying's tone sounded a little nostalgic. Next to her, Su Aimin gently squeezed her hand to comfort her. Let's try it together later. What is this? Su Kangwoo picked up an item wrapped in oil paper, shaped like a leg. He tore open the paper, revealing a large pig leg. Everyone was stunned. Is this a pig leg? Wu Guixiang asked. But why does it look so dry? It's still red? Isn't it cooked? Su Adong poked the leg. Spring City is so far away, and this raw meat isn't spoiled? He sniffed, saying it smells pretty good. Second uncle, this is really good stuff. Su Qingyun's eyes shone brightly. This is ham.
Famous Suandu ham nationwide.
In later years, this kind of ham was very expensive. Each leg could cost thousands. Even now, it's probably not cheap. A big pig leg like this must be worth a lot, especially considering how complex and time-consuming it is to make ham. Second brother just joined the army, so his allowance isn't much. He probably spent a lot on this. Meat is always good. Zhang Xinlan looked at the ham, unsure how to eat it. But how do we eat this? I know, Su Qingyun said excitedly. The top half of the ham can be sliced and stir-fried, especially with bamboo shoots. The aroma of the meat mixed with the fresh taste of bamboo shoots is amazing. The bottom half has more tendons and bones, so you can cut it into pieces and make soup. Add some radish or greens, delicious and good for health. It's so tasty it could make your eyebrows shine. Put some potatoes or other vegetables in, steaming them is also good. These good things taste great even if boiled in water. Slice them thinly, boil briefly, dip in a sauce. Delicious. Su Qingyun spoke animatedly, her eyes shining. The whole family was listening eagerly, almost drooling, as if her words had stirred their craving. Qining chuckled, watching her daughter. The family always encourages her to eat more. When did this child become so fond of food? Let's try making it tonight the way Yunyun suggested, Wu Guixiang said. For now, put everything away. Since one had said it was a gift for the family, everyone would share it. Wu Guixiang naturally stored the big ham in the cabinet. The flour cakes were divided among everyone, but although there seemed to be many, each person only got 2 pieces, which was hardly enough. The rest was also stored away, to be enjoyed later when craving struck. Zhang Xinlan didn't dare object. Previously, Su Qingyun and her father had shared the gift from the Xie family with everyone, so she had no reason to keep it all to herself. In the afternoon at work, the Su family was thinking about how the ham would taste, feeling a bit distracted. After work, a fellow villager greeted Su Adong. Adong, come to my house for dinner tonight? My wife is making dumplings and my brother and I will have a little drink. How about it? Su Adong looked at him. He was a fellow villager from the Lin family and they got along well, but he didn't think they were close enough to be invited for dinner and drinks. Brother Lin, just tell me what's going on, Su Adong said, still thinking about the ham at home. Old Lin smiled foolishly. Well, I saw the mailman delivering a letter to your house this afternoon. Did Wen's letter arrive? Wen has been in the army for a while now, right? I just wanted to ask. My second son also wants to join the army next year. I don't really know what to do about it. That's all? Su Adong thought for a moment. Wen decided to join the army on his own. We only found out when the notice of enlistment arrived at our house. We don't know much either. Maybe you should ask the squad leader? He can inform you when the draft happens next year, so you can prepare. All right, I'll ask the squad leader, Old Lin nodded. After exchanging a few more words, Su Adong quickly headed home. Dinner was still prepared by Chef Zhang Xinlan. Su Qingyun smelled the amazing aroma of meat coming from the kitchen and shook her head in admiration. Honestly, although Second Aunt's personality is a bit stubborn, her cooking skills are truly impressive. The family sat at the table early, hungry and stomachs growling, waiting for the food. Coming. Finally, in front of many eager eyes, the main dish for tonight was served. 2 dishes made with ham. One was stir-fried cabbage with ham, which was suitable for this late autumn weather since fresh bamboo shoots were hard to find, and the big, fresh cabbage was quite good. They also prepared a soup with ham, dried shiitake mushrooms, and fresh lotus root, topped with thin slices of ham. The bright red color looked very tempting. When served, it was bubbling. The tempting aroma filled their noses, and everyone couldn't wait to start eating and taste this delicious meal. Su Qingyun moved quickly, taking a bite of ham and cabbage. The cabbage was sweet and fresh, and the ham was tender with a smoky, salty flavor. One bite awakened all her taste buds. First, have some soup. Qingyun served her a bowl. The soup was milky white. She blew on it gently and took a small sip. Her eyes lit up instantly. The soup was fresh, flavorful, and full of taste. After drinking the warm soup, she felt completely warmed inside. It was truly a delicious dish. Su Qingyun happily closed her eyes in satisfaction. This ham stuff really tastes good. Wu Guixiang also took a small bowl of soup, tasted it carefully, and reminisced about the flavor. Definitely delicious, full of meat aroma, Su Igua agreed. No wonder it's such a good thing, Zhang Xinlan said proudly. This time, the focus of the family was finally on their second son's children. But it's not very durable. It's just one leg. It won't last many meals. Su Qingyun looked at the thin slices of meat in her bowl. The way they were cut, the skill of the knife, even professional beef-cutting chefs would need to learn from her second aunt. If every meal had slices like this, they could eat for at least a week. Wu Guixiang thought for a moment. Then, when you write to Kongwen, tell him to send back 2 more legs. It won't cost him anything. We can send him money to buy it. Zhang Xinlan was about to object, but then heard that her son wouldn't have to pay, so she quickly changed her mind. Okay, Mom. I'll tell Kongwen. Zhang Xinlan looked at Su Kongwu, who was so engrossed in eating that he couldn't lift his head, and said, Did you hear me? Remember to write it in the letter to your brother.
Got it.
Zhang Xinlan frowned as she looked at her somewhat indifferent younger son. Her older brother was now in the army, supported by the state, but her younger brother still acted carefree every day. Whenever she thought about it, she couldn't help comparing Kongwu and Kongwen, feeling more and more uncomfortable. She even forgot who had initially opposed Kongwen going to join the army. Kongwu, I ask you, do you think there's a real chance for that worker exam? She had been worried all day because she had no news about Songwoo's exam. I have a good feeling about it, Su Kongwu said casually. What do you mean you have a feeling? Zhang Xinlan asked anxiously. When is the exam? Su Kongwu took another bite of food and said lightly, The day after tomorrow. The whole family stopped eating and looked at him. Day after tomorrow? The exam is so soon? Why didn't you tell us earlier? Zhang Xinlan exclaimed. What's the point of telling? You can't help me take the exam, and you'll just worry about me, Su Kongwu said. He wanted to go take the exam quietly and only tell the family if he got good news, but he couldn't resist his mother's questions. Which factory is your brother applying to? Su Qingyun asked curiously. A textile factory. Textile factory? The family said in unison. Not quite, Kongwu, are you mistaken? Zhang Xinlan looked confused. A textile factory mainly hires women, right? Why would a grown man like you go there? Mom, I already said you don't understand, Su Kongwu said helplessly. Textile factories also need technicians. Not all of them are just making clothes. Besides, even if they're making clothes, there are men working there. Maybe they do more delicate work than many women. Zhang Xinlan pursed her lips. Wouldn't that be considered women's work?
Suin-yun smiled.
Second aunt, if third brother can become a technician, his salary will be quite high. Really? Zhang Xinlan immediately shifted her attention. How much? Su Qingyun thought for a moment. At least 20-something yuan for a junior technician. That much. Zhang Xinlan was overjoyed. Isn't that more than the salary for joining the army? She quickly scooped a piece of meat onto Su Tsungwoo's plate, smiling happily. Kongwu, eat quickly. Only if you're full can you have the strength to study. Mom believes in you. You'll definitely become a technician.
Thank you, Mom.
Su Kongwu knew his mother would react this way. It seemed he really had to pass the technician exam, or his mother would be furious with him. Zhang Xinlan's smile grew wider, as if she already saw the day when Su Kongwu received his paycheck and handed it to her. Once again, Su Qingyun was impressed by her second aunt's love of money. Since Su Kongwu was going to take the exam in the county the day after tomorrow, the Su family decided to schedule a dinner with the Wen family on the same day. The whole family would go to the county town together. But the day after tomorrow was Tuesday, and Su Qingyun had school. She thought for a moment and asked her homeroom teacher, Qin, for a day off the next day. Qin trusted her and agreed happily. Su Qingyun had almost finished the books she borrowed from the county library. She planned to return them the next day. During self-study, she thought for a moment and asked her classmate Jiyu, "Have you finished reading the books you borrowed?"
Why?
You looked puzzled. "I took a day off tomorrow to go to the county and return the books. If you finished, I can bring them back for you. I'll go myself. I still have some parts to read." "All right," Su Qingyun said casually. Jiyu paused, then said, "Uncle Wang hasn't seen you in several days. He said he's got everything ready and asked me to pass on a message to you." "Okay, thanks."
But
Su Qingyun looked at him. "Why do you go to the recycling station so often? You've been there quite a few times."
Ypsilonue hesitated.
"Just passing the time. There's not much else to do in town."
Suinyun nodded.
That made sense. With limited entertainment options and nothing fun to do, it was understandable.
You.
"Where are you from?" Su Qingyun asked hesitantly. Jiyu's Mandarin was very standard, but his accent was clearly not local. His overall demeanor also didn't seem like someone from a small-town family. Honestly, she was a bit curious. Jiyu didn't reply. Just when Su Qingyun thought he wouldn't answer, he said softly, "Beijing." His tone was as cold as ice. Su Qingyun's hand froze as she was writing, drawing a long black line. Her eyes widened in shock. Jiyu was from Beijing? Then why was he in such a small town like Luoshui? Due to the special nature of this era, Su Qingyun quickly guessed the reason. Jiyu must have experienced some family trouble. No wonder he said such things at the library last time. It turns out he was a victim involved in this era. Su Qingyun could imagine what kind of person Jiyu used to be. He was good-looking and smart. No wonder he was so different from others, often talked about, with a lonely personality and not fitting in. Growing up as the pride of Beijing, once fallen, it's easy for him to lose his balance. The gap was too big, making it hard for him to find common ground with others. Su Qingyun felt a mix of emotions. She glanced out the window. The sun was about to set. The evening glow cast a warm orange light on Jiyu's handsome side face. His eyebrows were strong, and his long eyelashes blinked slightly. She stared blankly, a bit lost in thought. "Why are you looking at me?" Jiyu turned his face to meet her gaze. "Nothing." "Nothing." Su Qingyun quickly turned her head, stammering for the first time in a while. She was surprised she was so captivated by a boy's face. She inwardly scolded herself. After calming down for 3 seconds, she continued doing her homework. Jiyu was confused. Why did she suddenly blush? After school, Su Qingyun went straight to the recycling station. Wang Zhihua had just brought back a bunch of old items, scattered on the open ground in the middle. Her eyes lit up when she saw them. "Uncle Wang, why are there so many old pieces of furniture?" The ground was covered with redwood furniture, tables, chairs, cabinets. They looked old but undamaged, not broken at all. Instead, they had a sense of history and charm. A family on the front street is moving out, and they couldn't take all their furniture. "I collected these," Wang Zhihua explained. That was it. The more Su Qingyun looked, the more she couldn't look away. What caught her attention was a redwood dressing cabinet. It had a small oval mirror on top and 2 small drawers below. The carvings were nice, and the size was just right. Su Qingyan thought it would be perfect next to her bed. It would be convenient for her to do homework without squeezing at her small desk. Her eager look was noticed by Wang Zhihua. He smiled. Do you like it? Yeah, Su Qingyan nodded honestly. If you like it, take it.
I'll only charge you 5 yuan. How about that?
Wang Zhihua casually named a price, roughly what he paid for it. Su Qingyan immediately took out money, smiling happily, and said, "Thank you, uncle." "Look at you so happy," Wang Zhihua chuckled. Su Qingyan knew she had taken advantage, but in her cooperation with Wang Zhihua, it didn't matter. This was also Wang Zhihua showing friendliness in a subtle way. She understood this. "All right, let's get to the main point," Wang Zhihua said seriously, returning to the topic. "I have all the bicycle parts ready. When will you start assembling?" "Right now," Su Qingyan nodded. She squatted in front of the pile of parts, inspecting them carefully. Wang Zhihua asked no problem. He had picked out these parts himself and didn't ask Su Qingyan much, just to remember what was needed for the parts, so he could talk to her about working together. "No problem, Uncle Wang. You have a good memory," Su Qingyan complimented. "Of course," Wang Zhihua said proudly. He watched Su Qingyan assemble her first bike. He couldn't do the assembly himself, but he could find the parts and help her get started. With her first experience, Su Qingyan worked quickly and smoothly. In no time, she assembled the frame of the bike. Wang Zhihua watched her and couldn't help but ask, "Girl, can we discuss something?" Su Qingyan paused her work on the chain and asked, "What is it?" Wang Zhihua looked at the closed recycling station door and lowered his voice. "How about we make money together?" "Make money? Tell me more," Su Qingyan said calmly, keeping her expression neutral. Just like this, Wang Zhihua pointed to the half-finished bike on the ground. "I'll provide the parts, you handle the assembly. I'll take care of sales, and you don't need to worry about anything. Just come to assemble bikes every other day. The profit we split 3 ways. What do you think?" "Are you saying I provide the skills and you handle everything else?" Su Qingyan was silent. Wang Zhihua was sincere. He explained clearly from the materials to the skills and sales. It was similar to a future technical investment, with a 70-30 split. It wasn't a bad deal for her, but... "Uncle Wang, the risk is a bit high," Su Qingyan said. She wasn't completely uninterested, but large items like bikes could attract suspicion if too many appeared. "Our place is too small," she added. "Anyone could easily find out, especially with such rare bikes." Wang Zhihua also fell silent. "Don't worry, I have a way to send it somewhere else." "What do you mean?" Su Qingyan was a bit surprised. Wang Zhihua hesitated for a moment, but then gritted his teeth and told her the truth. "The leader of the town's transport team is my brother-in-law." "Transport team?" Su Qingyan's eyes lit up instantly. No wonder Uncle Wang was so confident that he could get the stuff out. So, this sales route really was literal. Although it's just a small-town transport team, there are no trains here. Many goods in the town rely on the team to be transported. It's common to casually carry some items on the way. Transporting goods is risky and tiring, and the authorities turn a blind eye. Over time, this has made the team quite profitable. Bicycles are big items. The team probably can't handle them easily. Su Qingyan still had some concerns. It might be too noticeable. Wang Zhihua didn't think so. "That's nothing. Can a big truck not fit a bicycle? It's a small problem. Once inside, no one will notice. Besides, it's not daily. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for the risks." "You don't need to worry about anything," Wang Zhihua continued. "Didn't you say? You're just a student doing crafts." Hearing this, Su Qingyan couldn't help but laugh. That was the excuse she had casually come up with at first. "All right, Uncle Wang. I'll think about it and get back to you." She didn't agree outright, but also didn't refuse. She needed to go back and discuss with her father. "Okay then." Wang Zhihua was very agreeable and didn't push her. "Then I'll go now." Su Qingyan started packing her things. She found a rope, and Wang Zhihua helped tie the dressing cabinet onto the back of her bicycle. After securing it tightly and making sure it wouldn't fall off, she tested her balance, adjusted her weight, and pedaled home. She parked her bike at the yard gate and began untying the rope. Zhang Xinlan, who was chopping vegetables, came over. "Yunyun, Where did you get that cabinet? It's so pretty. The girl was usually in school, so why did she have a beautiful cabinet today? Where did she get such nice things? Su Qingyan smiled and honestly said, the recycling station in town has a lot of old furniture. I bought it with my own money. How much did it cost? 7 yuan. She deliberately exaggerated by 2 yuan. That's so expensive. Zhang Xinlan widened her eyes. The cabinet isn't big. How could it be worth 7 yuan? Besides, it's old furniture. Although it's pretty, especially that shiny red color, I can't take my eyes off it. Li Xiulian heard her and came over, looking at the cabinet. Xinlan, 7 yuan for this cabinet isn't expensive. It's a great deal. The wood alone isn't worth that much. This is high-quality rosewood, very valuable. You have good taste. Su Qingyun was a bit surprised. Annie, you know about these things? Honestly, I don't know if the wood is worth much. I just think it looks nice. My uncle used to be a carpenter. I liked following him around when I was little, so I know a little about it, Li Xiulian said with a smile. Zhang Xinlan reached out and touched the cabinet. Yunyun, you said there are more pieces of furniture, right? Yes, but those are big pieces. We can't carry them back easily. If you really want them, you'd need a big truck. And it wouldn't be cheap. So, forget it. Hearing about needing a truck, Zhang Xinlan immediately gave up on the idea of grabbing a bargain. Li Xiulian looked thoughtful. She pondered for a moment and asked Su Qingyun, Yunyun, does the recycling station still have this kind of rosewood furniture?
Su Yun nodded.
Yes, Auntie. Are you interested? I'm thinking, since your older brother is planning to marry that one family girl, they would need some nice furniture, right? This rosewood is beautiful, lasts a long time, and doesn't rot or get bugs. It would be perfect. Li Xiulian liked the idea more and more. She thought carefully. How about this? Tomorrow, we go to the county first. If we can arrange the marriage, then we can come back to look at those furniture pieces. Yunyun, what do you think? Sounds good, Annie. Su Qingyan agreed after some thought. It's just one day, and Uncle Wang probably won't be back so soon. I'll also talk to your grandma, Li Xiulian said as she turned to go inside. After all, the money was still controlled by her mother-in-law, so she needed to ask her first. Su Kongwu helped Su Qingyan move the dressing cabinet back to her room. Zhang Xinlan looked at the cabinet and suddenly remembered what she had forgotten to ask. Where did Yunyun get 7 yuan to buy this cabinet? She had saved up nearly 20 yuan over the years with great effort. How could this girl spend 7 yuan so easily? Where did she get the money? Did her older brothers give it to her? They weren't usually so indulgent with their children, were they? After dinner, Su Qingyun pulled her father into the room and closed the door. What's wrong? Su asked with confusion. Your mother is still outside. This is something she can't find out about, Su Qingyun replied. If she knew, she definitely wouldn't let me do it. What exactly is it? Su asked, becoming more curious. Dad, I want to ask you, if there was a chance to make money right now, would you take it?
Well.
Su stroked his chin thoughtfully. It depends on what kind of opportunity it is. Then he realized what she meant and looked serious. Be honest with me. What's really going on? It's about that bicycle, Su Qingyun said, pointing toward the yard. Remember last time I mentioned the guy from the recycling station in town? It was Uncle Wang. I asked him to help me fix a bike too. And then? Today, Uncle Wang told me we could make this into a long-term partnership. I handle the technical work on the bikes, and he takes care of the raw materials and sales. We split the profits 3 ways. What do you think about this business? When Su heard this, he thought the same as Su Qingyun. No, that's too risky. He had always been careful to stay safe. At first, he sold local farm products and poultry, things that were common and not noticeable. Later, when he brought back clothes and radios from the provincial city, he was a bit nervous. He only relaxed once he had sold most of them. Even small goods like that were risky, so a big item like a bicycle was even more dangerous. I think the same, Su Qingyun said, but Uncle Wang also mentioned the bike team. Now Su fell silent, thinking deeply. The bike team idea was good, but it involved risks. The more people knew, the higher the danger. He understood this very well. Let me think about it carefully, Su Aimin said, showing both interest and hesitation. Making money was real, but so was the risk. Okay, Dad. Forget it, I'll talk to Uncle Wang myself, Su Aimin decided, still worried. And it would be best if his brother-in-law, the team leader, is involved too. All right, I'll talk to Uncle Wang, Su Qingyan agreed. Su Aimin patted his daughter's head. Go to bed early. You have to go to the county town tomorrow. I'll read a little more, and then sleep. The next day, the whole Su family prepared to go to town. Everyone tidied up, and even Mr. and Mrs. Su wore their new New Year clothes, looking nervous. Su Qingyan deliberately said, Auntie, I told you, this fabric suits you. Look how nice you look in it. Li Xiulian was wearing the blue fabric that Su Qingyan had brought back earlier. It's just our Yunyan being sweet, Li Xiulian said happily, her nervousness gone. She looked at Su Qingyan with affection. Who wouldn't like such a sensible and obedient child? Let's go. We should get to town early and catch a bus, so no one has to wait too long, Wu Guixiang quickly urged the slow-moving family. Su Qingyan no longer rode her bicycle. The family headed to town to catch a bus. When they arrived at the county seat around 10 o'clock, they reached the gate of the steel factory staff compound. Seeing the tall buildings, everyone stared wide-eyed. Wow, how are these buildings so tall? Zhang Xinlan looked up, her neck sore. If she lived on the top floor, she thought, she might get dizzy. Su Qingyun was amused. Annie, this is just flat ground upstairs. How could you get dizzy? Li Xiulian looked around. When will Brother Songjun get here? They had arranged for Su Songjun to wait at the gate of the staff compound to pick them up. Mr. Su said to Su Qingyun, Yun, you know where they live, right? Should we go up directly?
How can we do that?
Wu Guixiang glared at her eldest son. If we go ourselves, what will happen? We don't want others to think we're rude. What should we do? Let's wait a bit longer. They waited for a while, but still didn't see Su Songjun. Everyone started to feel something was wrong.
Li Xiulian frowned.
Songjun isn't usually unreliable. Why isn't he here today, for such an important day? Su Qingyan thought for a moment. Auntie, don't worry. Maybe we should go to the steel factory and look for brother. That's a good idea, Li Xiulian agreed. Just waiting here isn't good either. The steel factory was not far from the staff compound. It only took a few minutes to walk there. Before they reached the factory gate, they saw Su Songjun from afar. They wanted to call out to him, but then saw someone lying at his feet, rolling on the ground, clutching onto Su Songjun's pant leg and refusing to let go. Is there anyone willing to judge this? This young man was engaged to my daughter, but after he moved to the city and became a worker, he looked down on our family. He thinks my daughter isn't good enough for him and has even gotten involved with a girl from the city. My poor daughter, engaged and then abandoned. How will she live in the future? If she can't go on, I might as well die too. Everyone look at him, Su Songjun from the steel factory from Luoshui town, Luoshui village. He doesn't keep his promises. The woman cried loudly, shouting and making a scene. Her voice was so loud that passers-by stopped to listen, and more people gathered to watch. The Su family heard these words and nearly fainted from anger. How dare you, Mrs. He? You still have the nerve to cause trouble here. Looks like I really didn't teach you a lesson last time. Wu Guixiang glared and rushed forward, talking non-stop like a machine gun. After all this time, you still haven't given up. Today, I won't hold back. I'll tear your mouth apart and stop your nonsense. Spouting. Patriotic. Why are you pulling me? If it weren't for Su Aigua holding his mother back, Wu Guixiang was eager to go up and confront her. Lying on the ground, throwing a tantrum and babbling nonsense to smear Su Songjun was Mrs. He. Seeing the entire Su family here, she was stunned. Why are they all in the county today? After being chased away by the Su family last time, she felt worse and worse inside. She just wanted to restore things to how they were. Was that really so wrong? After thinking carefully, she decided she should directly find the main person involved. As long as Su Songjun agreed to marry their daughter Qin, she wouldn't worry about the Su family. So, she went to the steel factory again. The security guard at the gate wasn't the same as last time. She claimed to be Soo Seong-jun's future mother-in-law, but then she heard something that almost made her collapse. Soo Seong-jun was planning to get engaged to a girl from their factory. If that happened, what would become of their daughter Chin? No, she had to think of a plan. Just when she was at her wit's end, she saw Soo Seong-jun walking out of the steel factory, looking energetic. She froze for a moment and quickly went to stop him. Soo Seong-jun was startled. Seeing the haggard, middle-aged woman in front of him, he frowned.
Who are you?
Mrs. He looked at him in disbelief, opened her mouth wide. Don't you remember me? I'm Chin's mother. You don't remember? Soo Seong-jun finally recognized that it was He-shur, whom he had only met once. His eyebrows furrowed deeper as he recalled the story at home about He-shur causing trouble there. His tone grew impatient. Do you have something to say? If not, I'll go now. Of course I do. He-shur stepped in front of him. Seeing his rude attitude made her feel upset. She was an elder after all. Is this how he should behave? Soo Seong-jun stopped and asked, say it. He-shur rubbed her hands nervously. What else could I want? Of course. It's about your marriage to our Chin. Soo Seong-jun was stunned. Marriage to Chin? That's over long ago. We never even officially got engaged. Didn't you say that yourself? That's not quite right. He sure looked a bit embarrassed. She forced a smile. There was a misunderstanding back then. I'm her mother. Of course I want my daughter to marry a good man. If you had been honest back then, we wouldn't have caused so much trouble. So you're saying it's our fault for not telling you? Soo Seong-jun almost laughed out of anger. Because I became a worker in the city, you think you can marry your daughter to me? What if a more impressive man comes along? Would you just marry her off again? Having a mother like you, Chin is really unlucky, Soo Seong-jun said firmly. Thinking that his family should arrive soon, he didn't want to argue anymore. I have other things to do. Move aside. He tried to walk past He-shur. No, you can't just leave like that. He-shur was quick. She grabbed his clothes. You have to give me an explanation. Our Chin is a pure girl. You're engaged to her, so you must marry her. He-shur suddenly lay on the ground, hugging Soo Seong-jun's leg and shouting loudly. Soo Seong-jun had never seen such shamelessness. He was honest and wouldn't say harsh words. His face turned red as he tried to pull her off. More and more people gathered around, whispering among themselves. Isn't that Xiao Su, the apprentice of Master Wen from Workshop 3? What's going on here? Don't you know? Xiao Su isn't just Master Wen's apprentice anymore. Soon he's going to be her son-in-law. Really? That's quite a story. That person was startled. Master Wen's daughter is really beautiful. She's quite the gem in our factory. Many young men like her, but I didn't expect a new apprentice to win her over. She's lucky. That's true. But it seems someone from the Xiao family has come forward. I heard this woman say that Xiao Su was engaged to her daughter. Now Xiao Su is about to become Master Wen's son-in-law. What's really going on? Xiao Su doesn't seem like the kind of person who would do that. He's friendly, always smiling, hardworking. Could it be true? Who knows? People can be different inside than they appear on the outside. As the gossip grew louder, Mrs. He became more proud. If she could prove this story, how could Soo Seong-jun marry that girl? Soo Seong-jun wouldn't do something so shameless. He blushed with anger and couldn't speak. When the Soo family arrived, they saw the scene. No one expected Mrs. He to be so bold, even daring to cause trouble at the steel factory. Li Xiulian was so angry she clutched her chest and kept panting. Su Aigua held back Wu Guixiang's anger. Mom, calm down. This isn't our village. The workers here are watching. Yes, Grandma. Su Qingyun stepped forward, holding her grandmother's hand softly. We can't be more aggressive than her. If we fight back now, we'll lose all reason. We need to think about Big Brother. Hearing her granddaughter, Wu Guixiang finally calmed a little. She stared fiercely at Mrs. He, who returned her glare without fear. What? Your Su family dares to do this and refuses to admit it? This unfair accusation made Su Qingyun so angry she couldn't speak. She whispered a few words to Su Kongwu. His eyes widened, and he quickly turned and left. Thought for a moment and went to the security room. Su Qingyan looked at Mrs. He with a cold expression, her eyes full of icy anger. The truth of what happened isn't something you can decide alone. Mrs. He felt uneasy under the girl's cold gaze. Strange, this girl was young, but her presence was so intimidating. Seeing her stunned, Su Qingyan turned around and faced the group of onlookers. Her voice was clear and confident, saying, "Dear brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts, I am Su Songjuan's sister. This is Madam He." She pointed at Madam He. Her daughter, He Qinchin, was almost engaged to my older brother. But later, because another family offered 88 pieces of bride price, Madam He unilaterally broke off the engagement. Later, my brother was fortunate enough to come to the city to work, and Madam He regretted her decision again, wanting to make amends. Everyone is reasonable. It's obvious who is right or wrong in this matter. Now she is here at the factory trying to smear my brother's reputation. Everyone knows what kind of person my brother is.
Please don't be fooled.
Compared to Madam He's stubbornness, the girl spoke clearly, logically, and sincerely. The onlookers exchanged glances and started to believe her. Seeing the strange looks from the crowd, Madam He was momentarily stunned. Su Songjun quickly pulled his foot out of her hand and moved to stand with his family, finally feeling a bit relieved. "Aren't you the woman who came to find Xiao Su last time?" Su returned, accompanied by the security guard they met when Madam He came to find Su Songjun. He looked at Madam He with surprise. "You say your daughter is engaged to Xiao Su? But last time, you said Xiao Su was your nephew." Madam He hesitated, speechless. With the security guard as a witness, everyone at the steel factory instantly believed Su Songjuan's innocence. They looked at Madam He with disgust, as if to say, "Trying to force someone to marry your daughter. That's the first time we've seen such a thing. This girl is telling the truth. This woman is really shameless. Xiao Su's family is unlucky to have such a person. But it's also a kind of luck that they didn't marry this woman." Madam He was suddenly isolated and helpless. She clenched her teeth and could only grit her teeth and shout, "Fine. Your entire Su family is in on this, conspiring against me, just one woman. You all will face retribution." A shocked female voice came from behind. Everyone turned to see that it was Wen Cece, the other party involved. She was followed by Wen Keifu and Wen Mu. The three looked flustered, clearly having rushed over. It was someone from the crowd who had secretly gone to inform the Wen family. The Wen trio had been wondering why the Su family hadn't arrived yet, and now they were anxious after hearing this. Wen Cece was stunned. How could Brother Song do such a thing? "Song wouldn't be like that," Wen Kai-fu said calmly. "I also believe in Kong. Let's go see what's happening." "Maybe something serious has occurred," Wen's mother hurriedly said. Let's go. The three of them quickly turned off the stove and rushed over. Seeing Heisher still sitting on the ground, the Wen family looked upset. When Cece stood beside Su Songjun, pursing her lips, and asked, "Brother Song, tell me, what's really going on?" Su Songjun didn't know how to explain at first. "Are you the girl from the Wen family?" When Heisher saw Wen Cece, her eyes lit up. Before anyone could react, she quickly knelt a few steps forward, grabbed Wen Cece's leg, and looked pitiful. "I'm begging you, please return Song to my family's Qinchin. You're a young lady from the city. You can find any man you want. Why do you have to compete with our Qinchin? Please, I beg you, give Song back to us." She pretended to be very pitiful, leaving everyone stunned. Wow, this woman's mood swings are so quick. When Cece was just a young girl, inexperienced in such situations. She panicked and was at a loss. "Don't pull me. I don't know any Qinchin. Let go of me. If you don't agree, I won't let go." Seeing her look weak, Heisher immediately became confident. When Kai-fu was furious. Had he ever seen someone like this in all his years? Even Su Songjun, who was usually patient and honest, was now furious. "I'll say this one last time. Will you let go? If you don't, I'll call the police." Heisher was startled for a moment, but then calmed down. Who was she afraid of? She thought she was used to being scared. If she didn't let go, what could they do to her? Why are so many people surrounding us? What's going on? A stern shout rang out. He sure instinctively looked up and saw a pair of serious eyes. When she saw the uniform the person was wearing, she shivered. Oh my goodness, it's really the police. Mr. He was startled by his gaze and quickly got up from the ground. No trouble. The onlookers were confused. Why did the police suddenly come? Su Kangwoo returned to his parents' side, quietly keeping his achievements and reputation. Are you Su Qingyun, student Su? The leader of the officers asked. He changed from a serious look to a very friendly smile, because Director Lin had specifically told him to be polite. I am Zhang Yong from the Public Security Bureau.
Hello, I am Suingun. Suinjun nodded.
When she saw Mr. He for the first time, she knew today wouldn't be easy. So she had her third brother go directly to report the case at the police station, mentioning her name. It turned out she still had some face there. Soon, these officers arrived. Zhang Yong looked sharply at Mr. He. We received a report that someone was causing trouble and spreading rumors at the steel factory gate. Was that you?
No. I didn't do anything.
Mr. He didn't understand what causing trouble meant, but he knew about spreading rumors. Could he admit to that? Definitely not. But now, the situation was not so simple. Some enthusiastic workers in the crowd spoke up. Ma'am, you seemed so confident just now. Why are you denying it now? Yeah, you even said that little Sue is your son-in-law, and you pushed Mr. Wen's daughter to give her fiancé back to your daughter. Everyone heard you. I think she just saw that Sue is honest and plain, and because she's not bold enough, she's trying to smear him. She just wants her daughter to marry him. That's really mean. Stop talking nonsense. Mrs. He was angry. She stared at everyone with wide eyes. You all don't know anything, so stop talking.
Suinjun is nodded.
Mrs. He, do you want me to tell everyone who's really lying? You little brat. Mrs. He wanted to rush forward and tear her mouth apart. Enough. All of you, shut up. Zhang Yong interrupted impatiently. Take her back to the bureau. No, it's not true. Mrs. He was completely panicked. Comrade, it's just a misunderstanding. Nothing serious. You call it a misunderstanding? Take her away, Zhang Yong said, waving his hand. Two comrades behind immediately stepped forward and restrained his hands. He had never seen such a scene before and was so frightened that his legs went weak. If he hadn't been held, he might have collapsed to the ground. Zhang Yong looked at Su Qingyun. Student Su, please come with us as well. All right, just cooperating with the investigation. It's the right thing to do, Su Qingyun nodded. She looked at the Wen family trio and hesitated for a moment. Before she could speak, the calm Su Tsongjun spoke up. He sincerely said to Wen Keifu, Master, today's matter is a complete misunderstanding. I will go to the police station to clarify everything and come back soon. I will give you an explanation then. Please trust me. Also, Cece, Su Tsongjun looked into Wen Cece's dazed eyes. I've never done anything wrong to you.
You have to believe me.
I believe you, Brother Tsongjun. Please come back soon. Wen Cece quickly nodded. Wen Keifu was silent for a moment, but then said, Come back quickly. Although he was upset that such a thing happened on his wedding day, he knew what kind of person his disciple was and wanted to give him a chance to explain. Thank you, Master, Su Tsongjun said gratefully with a smile. The Su family and the He family went to the police station. The crowd outside the steel factory entrance had dispersed. Inside the interrogation office at the police station, it was crowded with many people. Zhang Yong asked each person about the details, while a colleague took notes. This was no longer a place where he could cause trouble. Zhang Yong asked questions one by one, and she answered quietly, looking scared and stunned. After questioning everyone, Zhang Yong organized the notes and said, So, you accused Su Tsongjun and your daughter of an engagement unilaterally, and you didn't want him to marry into the Wen family, insisting he must marry your daughter, right? No, comrade. Su Tsongjun was already engaged to my daughter, he hurriedly said. Already? Wu Guixiang's temper flared again. Was there an engagement? Even if there was, you broke it off. That engagement is long gone, like old news from hundreds of years ago, and you still cling to it. Did the Su family do some wrong in a past life to owe you? How can it be gone? Weren't you the ones who sent the matchmaker to propose the marriage? He also yelled.
Stop.
Zhang Yong slapped the table. Quiet down, everyone, speak one at a time. Mrs. He clenched her teeth. Why didn't Wu Posey speak when she did? Every time she spoke, he interrupted her. I'll be honest first, those spreading rumors should be detained for at least 10 or 15 days. Think carefully before you speak. Zhang Yong warned her again. Detained for 10 or 15 days. Mrs. He was instantly shocked. All her previous words weren't as impactful as this threat. She only said a few words. Why would she be detained? Su Qingyun glanced at her. These days, not only are there many illiterate people, but even more who don't understand the law. Do they think it's just a matter of arguing and not taking responsibility? It's not that easy. In the following questions, Mrs. He behaved like a frightened quail, afraid to argue with the Su family anymore. Zhang Yong also understood the situation clearly and said to Mrs. He, all right, apologize to them first, then we'll decide what to do about you. Apologize? Mrs. He opened her mouth in disbelief. Yes, you spread rumors with your empty words. Just making you apologize is a light punishment. Seeing Zhang Yong's serious, intimidating face, Mrs. He felt nervous. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and say sorry to the Su family. The Su family members snorted coldly and didn't respond. Good, everything is clear now. You can go first. Zhang Yong closed the record with a smile. Didn't you say there was more to discuss? You should explain things properly over there. Don't let someone with bad intentions ruin a good matter. Thank you, Brother Zhang, Su Qingyun said gratefully. Really, thank you so much. Sorry for the trouble. The Su family hurriedly responded. They were anxious and left quickly after speaking. Mrs. He watched the Su family leave the room, feeling more uneasy. She was alone facing the police officers. Comrade, what about me? She asked. You. Zhang Yong looked at her. Detaining you for about 10 days should be enough. What? Mrs. He was shocked. I only said a few words. Why do I have to be detained for so long? Don't want to be detained? Zhang Yong looked at her steadily. There's another way. What way? Mrs. He hurriedly asked.
Pay a fine.
About 20 yuan should do.
No.
Mrs. He immediately refused. Paying a fine was worse than losing her life. Seeing his firm tone and no room for negotiation, Mrs. He sank into her chair, feeling too exhausted to argue further. Zhang Yong shook his head and sighed, saying, I really don't understand you. Why do you always pick trouble with their family? What do you mean? He sure didn't understand. Isn't it because you liked that Su Tsongjun had a job as a factory worker in town? Zhang Yong sneered. Have you ever wondered how he suddenly got that job? How did he get it? He sure was stunned. She had never thought about this before. I'll tell you the truth to help you remember. That job was given because the Su family saved the son of our county head. If you dare to challenge their family, you're asking for trouble. It's like an old person hanging himself. Do you want to risk your life? What? The county head. He sure's eyes widened in shock, her eyes almost bulging out. Did Su Tsongjun get that job from the county head? He sure couldn't imagine how high-ranking the county head was. With the Su family backing him, wouldn't it be easy for them to do anything to her? She finally felt scared about her actions and dared not mention any accusations of being wronged again. Meanwhile, the Su family hurried back to the steel factory staff housing. It was already past noon, and lunchtime was over. At the Wen family home, the joyful atmosphere from earlier was gone, replaced by a tense feeling. Mother Wen sighed. What is this all about? It was supposed to be a happy day, but now it turned into a joke. She was sure that, by tonight, everyone at the steel factory would know about this. Let's wait until the Su family arrives, when Keifu sighed. When Cece pouted, looking like she was about to cry. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound. Mother Wen stood up. I'll go open the door. Outside, it was indeed the Su family. Mother Wen forced a smile and said, come in. No matter what, she wanted to be polite. The Su family members looked a little nervous. After entering, They stood awkwardly. It was when Keifu who invited them to sit down. Soo Seongjun bit his lip, stood up, and bowed deeply to Wen Keifu and Mother Wen. He bent at 90 degrees and didn't straighten up. "I'm sorry, Master and Madam. I disappointed you today," he said sincerely. "Seongjun, don't be like that." Cece quickly tried to pull him back. "Get up," Wen Keifu said calmly, with no sign of anger or happiness. "Tell the whole story clearly." Soo Seongjun stood straight and explained everything clearly, from He family's broken engagement, to their visit to cause trouble, and today's visit to the factory. After hearing him, the Wen family was silent for a moment. The Soo family also didn't speak, afraid to say anything for Soo Seongjun. The atmosphere became a bit tense. "Brother Seongjun, so that Chin is the girl you almost got engaged to?" When Cece's words broke the silence. "Cece, you know?" Wen's mother looked surprised. Cece pouted her lips. "Of course I know. I even argued with Brother Seongjun about this before. But I didn't ask much because it's in the past. There's no point dwelling on it. But I didn't expect this family to be so shameless." Soo Seongjun looked at Wen Cece gratefully. He could tell she was speaking up for him. The Soo family exchanged cautious glances. This girl was sensible and pretty. They immediately liked her. But we also have some responsibility. We didn't expect the He family to be so persistent. They even came here. But don't worry, relatives. This won't happen again, Li Xiulian, Soo Seongjun's mother, said firmly. Exactly. If there weren't so many people today, I would have slapped her, Zhang Xinlan said angrily. She usually cared about family matters, but in this kind of public situation, she naturally stood on her family's side. Soo Seongjun also assured them, Master, Madam, this won't happen again. I won't let Cece suffer anymore. When Keifu and his wife looked at each other but said nothing. Seeing this, Cece stepped forward and took her parents' hands, one on each side. Hey, weren't we talking about me and Seongjun today? Let's not let outsiders ruin our mood. When Keifu looked at his daughter's playful expression, he sighed and pinched her nose. You. It's true, girls grow up so fast. They couldn't blame the Soo family. They were also victims. Forget it. There was no point dwelling on it. The important thing was the future of the two children. All right, let's just talk about the kids. When Keifu finally smiled kindly. Oh, that's great. We should discuss this properly, Wu Guixiang said happily. The Soo family also relaxed and let out a collective sigh of relief. Mother Wen also smiled and said, Maybe we should eat first? The dishes have been heated on the stove several times. Yes, let's eat first. I almost forgot about this, when Keifu said, patting his head. Hurry up, everyone, let's eat. We've been fussing for so long. I'm sure we're all hungry. Then we won't be polite, Soo Aigwa said. When Cece and Soo Seongjun went to serve the dishes. During this time, Soo Aigwa introduced everyone in his family, almost confusing when Keifu and Mother Wen. When Keifu said, Your family is really full of people. Hearing this, Wu Guixiang became proud. Having many people around isn't just her achievement. Having a big family makes things lively. When Cece gets married in the future, it will be even more lively. When Cece, who had just sat down, blushed instantly. Soo Seongjun also smiled shyly. Oh, look at the two kids, so shy, Zhang Xinlan laughed. Everyone, eat the dishes, Mother Wen said, noticing her daughter was more embarrassed. Okay. Everyone started to eat. Soo Qingyun served her parents some food. Dad, Mom, you should try this fish. My aunt's cooking is really good. I haven't stopped thinking about it since I last ate. Mother Wen was amused. Then you should eat more. When Keifu suddenly remembered something and said to Mother Wen, Bring the bottle of wine from the army last time. I'm happy today. Let's have a couple of drinks. All right. Mother Wen stood up to get it. Soo Aigwa smiled and said, Dear, I'll have a little with you. That sounds good. After a couple of drinks, the atmosphere at the table became lively. Everyone chatted in small groups, and soon the conversation turned back to the marriage of the two children. Soo Aigwa set down his cup and said, Dear, as long as our Su family can afford the bride price, we agree. Everyone at the table paused their conversations and listened carefully to the Win family's opinion. When Keifu took a sip of wine, thought for a moment, and said, "Our Win family only has Cece as a daughter. We don't have many special demands. We don't require fancy gifts or anything. Just give the bride price as you see fit." The Su family members widened their eyes. Is that all? How is that different from having no demands? Is marrying an urban girl really that simple? Glanced at the decorations of the Win family and understood in his heart. The Win parents were both working adults before, with a wealthy family background. They didn't lack the bride price money. As long as their daughter was treated well in the army, that was enough. Moreover, this way, the Su family would also appreciate their kindness and treat their daughter even better. Why not? Su Igwa thought for a moment and said, "Dear in-laws, please understand us, but our Su family also needs to show sincerity. As we discussed earlier with Fromjin's mother, we will give 66 yuan as the bride price." The 66 yuan bride price was a decision made by the whole family. This amount was the maximum the Su family could afford. With the other wedding expenses, it couldn't reach 100 yuan. Fortunately, the Su family had already saved this amount for Fromjun before the wedding. Plus, he is now working, so the family has more income. That's fine. We have no objections. Of course, we still need to hold a banquet. When Keifu continued, "Let's hold two. Since you have many relatives, one here and one on your side. Many colleagues, neighbors, and friends will be invited to celebrate. First, it's a happy event. Second, today's rumors will naturally be dispelled. You're very thoughtful, dear in-laws. Let's do it that way." Li Xiulian nodded quickly. This small request is reasonable. That's good, when Keifu nodded happily. There's one more issue, Mother Wen thought for a moment. After Cece and Fromjun get married, the housing problem. Here's what we think. Fromjun is currently living in a collective dormitory at the factory, with several people in one room. Obviously, it's not suitable to stay there after marriage. Although Fromjun is now an apprentice worker, he is diligent and eager to learn. He should be able to become a regular worker in 2 or 3 months. When that happens, he and Cece will be a dual-income couple at the factory, and they can apply for housing. They should be able to get a small one-room apartment. Although small, it will be enough. But recently, if you have no objections, let Fromjun stay at our house. During his rest time, Cece can go back with Fromjun to your place. We just want to know your opinion. Mother Wen hesitated a bit. In today's society, when a son-in-law stays at his parents-in-law's house, he is considered a son-in-law who moves in, which can be seen as a form of inviting himself in. It doesn't sound good to talk about. The Su family members looked at each other. What's wrong with that? Fromjun is a grown man. Isn't he worried about what others might say? Wu Guixiang cheerfully said, "If you are willing to let the soldiers move in, we should thank you. We feel bad for Cece." "No need to feel bad, Grandma," when Cece smiled sweetly. The Su family is so kind that it made her nervous heart settle down. That's great, Wen's mother also smiled kindly. Li Xiulian took a piece of paper from her pocket with a date written on it. She handed it to the 3 Wen family members. "This is the date I asked the teacher to check. The 15th of next month is a very good day. Dear in-laws, if you have no objections, let's set the wedding for that day." When Keifu didn't expect the Su family to prepare so carefully, he immediately smiled and said, "That's fine. We have no objections."
Li Xiulian nodded.
"Good. Then we will start preparing when we go back." Finally, the wedding date was decided, and everyone felt relieved. Su Qingyan listened to the adults talk back and forth and sighed. Her older brother's marriage really had many twists, but luckily, now everything was settled happily. After discussing the main matter, everyone started eating and drinking happily. While eating, Su Qingyan suddenly looked up at the clock on the wall and was startled. She quickly asked Su Kongwu, "Third brother, when is your exam again?" Su Kongwu was eating without looking up. "At 2 o'clock. What's wrong?" "It's already 1:30. Su Qingyan said anxiously, hitting him. Hurry, we're running out of time."
"What?"
Zhang Xinlan, standing nearby, was also startled. Seeing Su Kanwu still eating, she quickly slapped his head. "You unlucky kid. Stop eating and go take your exam." Almost ready. Almost ready. Su Kanwu quickly finished the last bite in his bowl and stood up. "Uncle, Auntie Cece, you eat slowly. I have to go now." "Wait. Third brother, I'll go with you." Su Qingyun hurriedly stopped him and told her parents, "I'm going to return some books at the library." The siblings hurriedly left. Wu Guixiong muttered, "These two kids are so anxious, like they're being chased by a dog." Zhang Xinlan, who was chasing them, said nothing. Outside the family compound, the siblings headed in different directions, one toward the textile factory, the other toward the county library. At the county library, only old Chu was there. Despite facing unfair treatment, he remained calm, showing no signs of anger, accepting his fate peacefully. His gaze swept over each book as if he was looking at his beloved children. Sun Qingyun deeply admires people who stay true to their principles. Old Chu is such a person. His heart remains unchanged, and he follows his own path. When she entered, old Chu smiled and said, "Little Su has arrived." "Grandpa Chu, I'm here to return some books," Sun Qingyun said, handing over the books she borrowed last time. Old Chu looked a bit surprised. "You finished them so quickly?" "Yes," she nodded. "Mostly I don't have much to do, so I read faster." Old Chu still looked a little surprised. Last time, when she borrowed the books, he couldn't quite believe it. Even if those were college-level math journals, most current students might not understand them. "Did you find any articles you liked?" Old Chu asked cautiously. "This one," Sun Qingyun pointed to the April issue of Mathematics Journal. "It has an interesting article about stability problems in linear systems within Hilbert spaces." "Oh." Old Chu became interested. "What do you think about it?" Sun Qingyun thought for a moment. Control theory was created by mathematicians back in the 1940s. In China, scientists mentioned it in their 1954 book Engineering Control Theory. Her speech was calm, but as she talked, Old Chu's eyes grew brighter. He looked at her with admiration, almost praising her. Her thinking and insights were as good as those of a seasoned scholar. Old Chu's eyes reddened with excitement. He hadn't expected to meet such talented children in such a remote town. When Sun Qingyun finished speaking, Old Chu sighed and said, "You have a real talent for studying mathematics." "Thank you for the compliment, Grandpa Chu. I will keep working hard," she replied modestly. She didn't feel proud. Mathematics was something she had studied seriously for over 10 years. Compared to today's standards, her skills still had a long way to go. Old Chu thought for a moment. "I have some math problems I created myself. Would you like to try them?" He took out a small booklet, neatly bound, with the words mathematics written on the cover in a graceful style. All the problems inside were made by him. He wanted to see how far this girl's talent could go. Sun Qingyun's eyes lit up. These were math problems created by a professor from Beijing? Such treasures are hard to find anywhere else. Seeing her interest, Old Chu smiled and handed her a booklet. "Take it back and try it." "Thank you, Grandpa Chu." Su Qingyun took it happily, feeling like she had received a treasure. "There's more." Old Chu found several almost new magazines. "These are the latest issues. You can take a look at them too." "So many." Su Qingyun was even happier, her face bright with joy. "Thank you so much." "No need to thank me," Old Chu said with a smile as he looked at her. Worried that her family might be waiting impatiently, Su Qingyun didn't stay long at the library and quickly left. When she arrived at the textile factory, Su Tsungwu's exam hadn't finished yet. The Su family was all waiting at the door, sitting under a tree, chatting casually. "CSI is really a good girl, smart, sensible, and thoughtful of others," Su Qingyun said as she approached and heard them talking about sister CSI. Li Xiulian looked happy. The match Su Tsongjun found was exactly what she liked. Qining hugged her daughter and made her sit beside her. Wu Guixiong said, "That's right. I think it was a good thing that the He family messed up the marriage back then. If Su Tsongjun hadn't married the He girl, he wouldn't have met such a good girl like CSI." Hearing this, Su Aigua and Li Xiulian looked relieved. They thought about how wild the He family was this morning and felt glad they weren't related to such people. Zhang Xinlan looked at them with envy. She thought that Su Songjun marrying a city girl was enough, but her family had no special demands and they didn't even mention the bride price. Such a good marriage was hard to find, like searching with a lantern. Thinking about her two troublesome sons, she felt worried. Qining saw her expression and guessed what she was thinking. She smiled and said, "Second sister-in-law, don't worry about Kongwen and Songwu's marriages. Kongwu is still young and not in a rush. Kongwen is in the army now. Maybe he'll bring back a beautiful girl someday. I heard that the women in the army's cultural troupe are very pretty, like movie stars." What is a cultural troupe in the army? Zhang Xinlan suddenly became interested. She thought the army was full of men. Qining thought for a moment and explained simply, "It's a group in the army that sings and dances." Does the army have such groups? Zhang Xinlan didn't quite understand. She was told the cultural troupe is there to entertain the soldiers. They also perform in rural areas. The army has many branches, and these are real soldiers too. Is that so? Zhang Xinlan couldn't help but imagine Su Kongwen bringing back a beautiful girl in uniform. Just thinking about it made her laugh out loud. Her expression almost made everyone else laugh too. Second sister-in-law, stop laughing. We're leaving now." Qining suddenly nudged her. "Where?" Zhang Xinlan snapped back to reality. "Over there."
Suingjun pointed.
Among the crowd of female workers spilling out of the textile factory, a few men could be seen, which looked a bit strange. Su Kongwu is tall, and everyone could spot him easily. When he came out, Zhang Xinlan eagerly asked Kongwu, "How did your exam go?" "I don't know." "What do you mean, you don't know?"
Su Kongwu looked helpless.
"Mom, it's not like we get the results right after the exam. We have to wait."
"What?
Still waiting?" Zhang Xinlan widened her eyes. "Then why is our whole family here with you? If I knew, I would have gone back. There are chores at home." Wu Guixiang turned around immediately. "Let's go," she said, as if it was a waste of time to stay. The whole family followed her.
Su Kongwu looked confused.
"Hey, are you really that concerned about me?" Su Qingyan looked at him with sympathy. "Third brother, everyone has been waiting for you this long. Do you think it's just for fun?" She didn't know about the recruitment exam and thought the results would be out immediately. Su Kongwu. After returning to the town, Su Qingyan suddenly remembered something and said to Li Xiulian, "Annie, didn't you say yesterday you wanted to see those rosewood furniture?" "Oh, right. I forgot about that." Li Xiulian suddenly remembered. "Come on, let's go quickly." Su Qingyan thought for a moment. "Then it'll be just us and Grandma going." The recycling station wasn't a proper business place, and with so many people around, it would be easy to attract attention. "By the way, Dad, you're coming too." Su Qingyan winked at her father. "What for?" Su Aimin looked confused. Bike. While everyone wasn't paying attention, Su Qingyan made frantic mouth movements, recalling what they talked about last night. Had she forgotten already? "Oh, right. I want to see too." "I'm quite interested," Su Aimin finally understood. The four of them headed back to the recycling station, while the others went ahead. "Uncle Wang," Su Qingyun greeted Wang Zhihua. Wang Zhihua looked at the people behind her.
"Who are they?"
"My family members. Do you still have the rosewood furniture from yesterday? My older brother is getting married and wants to see it," Su Qingyun explained. "It's over there in the corner." Wang Zhihua pointed to the warehouse. Su Qingyun turned around. "Auntie, Grandma, you can go see it. If you like anything, we can talk about the price." "All right, we'll go take a look." After they walked over, Su Qingyun said to Wang Zhihua, "Uncle Wang, this is my dad. The business you mentioned yesterday, he's not very sure about it, so he wants to talk to you himself." Her dad talking with him? Wang Zhihua was a bit surprised but nodded. "Okay, let's go inside and sit." Inside the house, Su Qingyun casually looked around. It was her first time inside this room. It was simple and clean, with not many things, clearly the home of a man living alone. Su Aimin had already started friendly small talk, smiling slightly. "I'm much older than you, so I call you brother." Of course, Brother Su, Wang Jihua responded politely. Yes, yes. After the greetings, they got to the main topic. Su Aimin thought for a moment and asked Brother Wang, you said before that your brother-in-law is the leader of the local transport team and they help move goods all over. Can you tell me more about that? Of course, Wang Jihua lowered his voice, even though there were only the three of them in the house. Transport teams like that, there are some tricky parts. You probably understand, Brother Su. But it's tiring work, long drives, some dangerous roads with bandits or highway robbers. The profit is there, but it's mostly hard-earned money. My brother-in-law has been driving for over 10 years, hauling countless loads. He's no longer satisfied with small earnings and wants to make a big deal. Su Qingyan felt something was off here. This sounded like a scene from a police or crime story. Wang Jihua said, seriously, Brother Su, I promise you, if you're willing to do this business, you don't have to worry about other things. You won't have to take on any risks. Just do your part. What route does the team usually take? Su Aimin asked after thinking. Our town's team is under the county, mainly running within the province. Su Aimin's eyes lit up. Does the team go to the provincial capital? Yes, but less often, since the provincial city is quite far away. Usually, we go there only when the county needs to buy supplies because our town doesn't have that level of shopping. That's true, Su Aimin frowned, clearly thinking about something. After a while, he finally spoke. When can I meet your brother-in-law? I want to talk to him. Wang Jihua hesitated. I can ask him to set a time. Would that be okay? Yes, that's fine. Let's do that for now. Su Aimin stood up. Outside, Li Xiulian and Wu Guixiang, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, were also watching. Auntie, Grandma, how is it? Do you like anything?
Su Qingyan asked.
Li Xiulian said, that big wardrobe is nice and the set of tables and chairs is pretty good too. The furniture is for everyday use, and the redwood is festive and well-made. She really liked it. The Wen family was happy to let Songjun and Cece live at home after they got married, so it's right for them to contribute some money for furniture. Wu Guixiang agreed. I think what Annie said makes sense. She liked the durability of the wood and the festive red color. Su Qingyan nodded. Okay, I'll ask Uncle Wang how much he's selling it for. Just then, Wang Jihua came out. Su Qingyan asked him about the price of the wardrobe and the set of tables and chairs. Wang Jihua thought for a moment and gave a price. The wardrobe is 15 and the set of tables and chairs together is 20. That makes 35 in total. This price. Su Qingyan looked at Wang Jihua gratefully. Li Xiulian's eyes widened. Not because she thought it was too expensive, but because she thought it was cheap. For only 35, they could buy such a good redwood wardrobe and furniture.
It was a real bargain.
Wu Guixiang, though not very knowledgeable, wasn't unaware of quality. She immediately took out money. We'll take it. All right, Wang Jihua smiled and accepted the money. But it might be hard to get this home. I'll arrange a tractor to help you transport it. No need. It will be sent to the county later, Li Xiulian said with a smile. Can we store it here for now? The kid's wedding isn't settled yet. That's no problem. You can leave it here as long as you need.
Thanks.
When the time comes, please come to the celebration, Li Xiulian invited casually. Li Xiulian knew she was taking advantage of Su Qingyan's kindness, but it was right to invite her to the wedding celebration. Definitely coming. It was almost the end of the month, and the wedding date was only a few days away on the 15th of next month. Su Songjuan's wedding preparations were in full swing. Although the wedding wasn't very grand or elaborate, there would still be some lively celebrations. Fireworks, wine, and sweets were essential, and those who could afford it would prepare a wedding quilt. The family discussed and decided to make a quilt from the cotton suit Songjun brought back last time. The next step was to host the guests with food and drinks. Since Luo Shui village had many people, everyone would come to join the celebration, share in the happiness, and enjoy the festive atmosphere. Although they couldn't prepare a feast with lots of meat, they wouldn't make it too simple either. Su Kongwu had been by the river for several days and finally caught a few fish. He tied them with grass ropes, with their tails sticking out, and they were quite big. Wu Guixiang saw this and smiled happily. She asked Zhang Xinlan to turn the fish into pickled fish.
Since the weather was cold now, the fish could be stored for a long time.
In addition, the last time Su Kanwen sent back some ham, which was a big dish. There were also homemade sausages and cured meats. They could stir-fry some vegetables, slaughter a chicken, and prepare a table of dishes, meat, vegetables, and soup. It was a pretty good feast. The adults were discussing the menu for the banquet. Su Qingyun was in her room, carefully cutting lucky characters from red paper, with the couplets she had just written hanging nearby. My daughter's handwriting is really good. Su Aimin's voice suddenly rang out. Su Qingyun trembled, and her scissors slipped, ruining another lucky character. She turned around helplessly. Dad, don't you walk quietly? Su Aimin chuckled softly, lowering his voice. I'm just rushing back to tell you good news. Good news? Su Qingyun looked puzzled. I got a job, you know. Isn't that good news? Wait. Su Qingyun was confused. You went to town today to see Uncle Wang and his brother-in-law, right?
How come you have a job now?
What kind of job? It's the driving job with the truck team. Su Aimin sat down to explain slowly. I found out today that one of their drivers is getting old. His eyesight isn't very good anymore, and he can't do long-distance driving. It's too dangerous. I thought this might be a good opportunity for me to step in. You mean you're going to drive? Su Qingyun's eyes widened.
So I mean,
I don't know how to drive, her daughter said, confused.
How did I get so silly this time?
This vehicle needs a driver and a guard. The driver quit, and the young man who used to guard the vehicle is experienced and familiar with the route. So, he became the driver. Now, we just need someone to guard the vehicle. Your father, I am that person. Su Aimin proudly pointed to himself. Guard the vehicle? Su Qingyun started to think. How did you convince them to agree to such a good deal? I didn't ask for any pay, and they agreed immediately, Su Aimin said casually. I'm not doing this for the money. I just want to be with the convoy. If they let me follow the trucks, I can bring the goods back safely. Honestly, I still think about that last big deal we made in the provincial city. If I can go there with the convoy to buy supplies, we could make a lot of money. I will personally guard the bicycle business, and I feel more at ease. Su Qingyun's eyes lit up, but she was still worried. Dad, isn't that too dangerous? It's okay. I asked around, and these procurement convoys aren't usually checked. Even if they are, as long as there are no illegal items, it's fine. Su Aimin had already looked into all of this carefully.
Suinju nodded.
No wonder. In this era, becoming a truck driver is highly competitive.
Of course, this is just a temporary job.
I can't follow long routes for too long. That's good. If you feel something's wrong, we'll stop, Su Qingyun said seriously. It's okay to earn a little less. Safety is the most important. Got it, don't worry about these things. Just focus on studying well. Su Aimin patted her head to comfort her. Oh, by the way, I have a job now, he suddenly said during dinner, even though everyone was still talking about marriage. Wu Guixiang stared wide-eyed. You just left this morning and already have a job? Where did you find it? What do you mean, found? I found it myself, he replied. Zhang Xinlan couldn't wait to ask. What kind of job? Who introduced you? Can the third brother recognize the person who helped him find work? A friend I know in town introduced me. It's just a temporary job. The town's convoy needed someone, and they couldn't find anyone. I just want to fill in. I don't know how long I'll be able to do it.
Convoy?
The whole family was stunned. What kind of vehicle can you drive? An ox cart? Or a flatbed? Wu Guixiang mocked bluntly. Su Aimin gave in. He really couldn't drive, but his mother didn't need to embarrass him like that. I can't drive, but I can ride in a car, right? Su Aimin said irritably. I just sit next to the driver, watch over the cargo, and keep an eye on the goods. How much do you think you'll earn in a month? It's not calculated monthly. I don't go out every day. When a person doesn't rest, the vehicle has to rest too. We count the wages based on the number of trips and the route length. I can earn about 10 yuan each time. Su Aimin carefully thought out his excuse. 10 yuan, neither too much nor too little, enough to show everyone it's a real job. It would make his work hours seem less, and his family wouldn't get greedy. But he underestimated his second sister-in-law's love for money. Just going out for a ride and earning 10 yuan? Zhang Xinlan mumbled. Then third brother, why don't you let him do this job? He's young and fit for going out. Mom, you're always like this, Su Kangwoo said with no temper left. My results aren't even out yet. You think I definitely won't pass? Zhang Xinlan snorted. I still think it's uncertain. When she said that, Su disagreed. He replied, what do you mean by going out for a ride? The road conditions have to be watched all the time. That's the driver's second pair of eyes. Plus, loading and unloading the goods is tiring. Then, isn't that even more reason for young people to do it? Kangwoo is strong and healthy, Zhang Xinlan responded quickly.
Su looked expressionless.
They only want someone my age, steady and reliable. Zhang Xinlan choked and couldn't think of anything to say. The whole family held back their laughter. They didn't speak because they knew Zhang Xinlan couldn't argue with Su They counted on their fingers how many days until Su Tsungwoo's wedding, but before that happy day arrived, they received a letter from Su Qingyun and her delayed bonus. The postman handed Su Qingyun 2 letters and a remittance slip. She was a bit surprised. Where did this extra letter come from? She went inside and opened the letter from the Provincial Agriculture Department, quickly scanning the praise words. It was all formal compliments, nothing special. She looked at the amount on the remittance slip and widened her eyes. 1,000 yuan? Such a big bonus? She thought it was just a token amount, but she didn't expect the Agriculture Department to be so generous. What is this thing? The family gathered around, as no one had ever seen a remittance slip before and didn't know what it was. 1,000 yuan. Su Kangwoo exclaimed loudly after seeing clearly, barely swallowing the last word. 1,000 yuan? The whole family was stunned. This is a postal remittance slip. You need it to pick up the money at the post office, Su Kangwoo explained. Still surprised, he added, Yun, where did you get so much money? 1,000 yuan. He couldn't even imagine having that much. Su Qingyun casually said, oh, it's the bonus the Provincial Agriculture Department mentioned earlier.
Bonus?
Everyone asked in unison. Aunt Su widened her eyes. I didn't know? You didn't tell me? Su Qingyun scratched her head. It was so long ago, and I forgot about it. Aunt Su was truly amazed by her daughter. Last time, she forgot about the newspaper report, and now, forgetting such a big bonus? She was really forgetful. Grandma Wu Guixiang trembled slightly. How much was it again? Was it her old age, making her deaf? She thought she heard it was 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan, Zhang Xinlan murmured. How many big groups of people could share 1,000 yuan? Li Xuelian was also excited, but managed to stay calm. She praised, Yun is really promising. A bonus of 1,000 yuan, just casually. Even a formal worker in the city would have to work 2 or 3 years without eating or drinking to earn that. Our 4 children in the Su family, maybe the first 3 combined wouldn't be as promising as Yun in the future. Once the family calmed down, they stared at the remittance slip, eyes wide. Seeing no one spoke, Zhang Xinlan gritted her teeth and tentatively asked, this money. Happy, Su Daling, with a face full of wrinkles, spoke up. This money is Yun's bonus. It will be kept by her parents. Let's not interfere or pay attention. In his mind, Su Qingyun, this granddaughter, was just like her soldier father, someone who would bring honor to the Su family. Qining and Aunt Su exchanged glances, but said nothing. Although they shared the same thoughts, it wasn't appropriate to say so in front of the whole family. Su Qingyun thought for a moment and said, although it's my bonus, I couldn't have gotten this money without the support of my family. The family initially allowed her to do as she pleased without any interference. She received a share of the military merit medal, as did other family members. Also, my older brother and second brother send part of their salaries home. I've decided to give some of my bonus to the family, too. I'll keep 300 yuan for you, Grandma, and the rest I will give to my mother. Qining and Su were a bit surprised but agreed with her decision. Since only Yun is currently studying at home, it's right for her to contribute part of her bonus. You, child, your brother's money is for their future, to marry a wife. You don't need it. Wu Guixiang still didn't want to take it. Su Qingyun quickly responded, Then you can keep it as savings for my future dowry, okay? What dowry? You really are shameless, Wu Guixiang said, pinching her nose in annoyance, but she still accepted it. 300 yuan. Zhang Xinlan tried hard not to laugh. Even though she didn't receive the money herself, it was good that it could help improve the family's life. When Su Qingyun handed the remittance slip to her father, she hesitated a little. Qining smiled and said, "What's wrong? Are you reluctant? You can keep it yourself if you want." Her daughter was clever and not someone who spent money recklessly. It was fine for her to keep it. "No, mother, I was just thinking that part of this bonus also belongs to those young men." Su Qingyun thought about this. The money wasn't just her effort, so it's not right for her to keep it all. Qining was surprised. She hadn't expected her daughter to care about those young men. After thinking for a moment, she agreed, "That's true. You can decide how much to give them. Your father and I have no objections." Su Aimin also nodded. Her daughter's money should be her own to manage. "Dad, go and help you get the money first," she said. She didn't dare let her father go to withdraw such a large sum alone. "All right, thank you, Dad." Su Aimin was very efficient. The next day, he went to the town's post office and withdrew the money. It was a bundle of 100 brand new, large Union banknotes wrapped in cowhide paper, looking very substantial. First, she took out 300 yuan for the family. With the remaining 700 yuan, she also took out 300 yuan. For the 6 young men, she placed 50 yuan in red envelopes for each. After finishing, she directly took the red envelope and went to the place where the young workers stayed. "Why are you here?" It was noon just after work. The young people had finished lunch at their respective homes and were returning to their dorms. Su Qingyun ran into Lin Jianfeng, who was coming out to rinse his mouth. He looked at her with a stern face. The girl was wearing a blue and white floral cotton coat with corduroy pants that made one leg look long and straight. A dark red scarf made her skin look as white as fine porcelain, and her eyes were as captivating as autumn waters. Lin Jianfeng was momentarily stunned. He hadn't seen her in a while, and she looked even more beautiful. This made his previously dislike for Su Qingyun turn into a strange feeling. "Is she here to find me?" he thought with a hint of flirtation. "It has nothing to do with you," Su Qingyun said coldly, not even bothering to give him a glance. She found this kind of irritating. Her dismissive attitude made Lin Jianfeng angry. He blurted out, "What? You didn't just come to see me, right? Or maybe you're interested in someone here, just like I was. But I wonder if he's as good at pretending as I am, saying sweet words to your face, but hiding something behind your back." Su Qingyun looked at Lin Jianfeng with disbelief. Was this guy really mentally off? "Your brain, which isn't much bigger than a needle's nose, is probably full of," she said coldly. Lin Jianfeng clenched his teeth. He wondered how he hadn't noticed before that Su Qingyun was so sharp-tongued. Just as he was about to say something, Song Yan came out of the house. Seeing the two glaring at each other like swords, he paused, confused. What were they doing? "Comrade Song, you arrived just in time. I came to see you," Su Qingyun said immediately when she saw Song Yan. Lin Jianfeng realized he had misunderstood earlier and felt embarrassed, his face burning. His eyes towards Song Yan changed as well.
Me?
Song Yan pointed to himself, puzzled. "This place isn't very convenient. Let's go somewhere else to talk," Su Qingyun suggested, and of course, she meant Lin Jianfeng. She turned to walk toward the front of the dorms. Song Yan was confused but followed. Lin Jianfeng watched their backs, wishing he could shoot a hole through them with his eyes. When they had gone far enough, Su Qingyun stopped. Song Yan asked, "Qingyun, what's going on?" She looked around to make sure no one was nearby. She took out a few red envelopes and handed them to him, smiling. "These are bonuses from the Provincial Agriculture Department. You each get one." Song Yan was surprised to receive a reward. It was wrapped in a red envelope, and it was Su Qingyun who brought it to him. Song Yan was smart. He quickly understood that this was a prize from above, and she had shared part of it with him. "Please help pass the rest to the others," Su Qingyun said kindly. "Okay." Song Yan paused, then said, "Thank you." "No problem. I'll go now," she replied and left. When Song Yan returned to his place, Lin Jianfeng was still standing at the door. Seeing Song Yan come back so quickly, he looked at him with curiosity and noticed a corner of the red envelope peeking out of Song Yan's pocket.
What was that?
Lin Jianfeng's heart tightened. Could it be a love letter from Su Qingyun? The thought made him furious. What is your relationship with Su Qingyun? Lin Jianfeng stopped Song Yan from entering the house. Song Yan looked at him strangely. Do I need to tell you what my relationship with Qingyun is? Qingyun? You call her so intimately. I wonder how the Su family would feel if they knew, Lin Jianfeng said, through clenched teeth. The Su family valued Qingyun very much. If they found out she was involved with a young intellectual, they might even tear Song Yan apart. I'm not as despicable as you, Song Yan sneered. Everyone in the village knew about Lin Jianfeng flirting with young girls. It was only out of respect that no one mentioned it in front of him. Since that incident, Lin Jianfeng's reputation had worsened visibly. Only those from his hometown still paid him attention. No one else did. Because of his bad behavior, the whole village looked down on them. It was strange that anyone still had a good impression of Lin Jianfeng. What do you mean? Lin Jianfeng's eyes widened. He stepped forward, ready to fight. Song Yan was not afraid. Should I make it clear? Do I need to explain what your relationship with Pan Fongfong from the neighboring villages? Do you think everyone is blind? Lin Jianfeng's face changed. The team leader said something and you forgot? Do you also forget why we young people came to the countryside? If the team leader finds out. Song Yan didn't finish his sentence, but Lin Jianfeng understood the implied threat. His face darkened immediately. Get out of the way, Song Yan said coldly. Lin Jianfeng could only hold back his anger and step aside. Song Yan found the few people who helped with the harvesters earlier and gave them red envelopes, emphasizing that they were personally sent by Su Qingyun. The others immediately felt very grateful to Su Qingyun. One person opened the red envelope, counted the money, and widened his eyes. There are 50 yuan. Really? That much? 50 yuan was 2 months' salary for city workers. Most of these young intellectuals didn't have much money, so this was a big sum. Everyone was very excited. If only we could keep working with Xiao Su, someone said longingly. Exactly, others agreed. They looked at each other and smiled. They felt content with how things were now. After finishing these tasks, Su Qingyun went home and remembered she still had a letter unopened because her family had interrupted her earlier. She took the letter from her drawer and opened it. First, she saw the sender's name, Yanjin, Provincial Research Institute.
Su Qingyun frowned in confusion.
That name seemed like Qi Heng's classmate. Why would he send her a letter? She continued reading and understood that Yanjin was interested in the data analysis method she casually mentioned last time. He hoped she could expand on it and write a detailed analysis report. Of course, she wouldn't do it for nothing. If the Research Institute used her work, they would pay her well. Su Qingyun's eyes lit up. This was something she could do. At the end of the letter, Yanjin even invited her to visit the Research Institute in person. Su Qingyun thought for a moment and picked up paper and pen to write a reply. Has the spider web over there been cleaned up? The yard is clean. What about the chicken coop? Tidy it up. Check if there's anything else that needs cleaning. Carefully inspect everything. The young lady will arrive soon. On a rare sunny morning in early winter, the sunlight was warm. Wu Guixiang stood in the yard, confidently instructing her family on chores. Tomorrow was Su Songjuan's wedding day. Since the county town was far away, to avoid missing the auspicious time, Su Songjun would bring Wen Cece back to the Su family today. Mom, is it okay now? Zhang Xinlan, holding a broom, was exhausted after sweeping the yard 3 times. Almost, Wu Guixiang replied after checking. Third brother, move a little to the left. Yes, higher. No. Tilde a bit. Su Qingyun directed Su Kongwu as he put up the wedding banners. Su Kongwu patiently followed her instructions and adjusted accordingly. That's enough. That's enough.
Perfect.
Don't move anymore. Su Qingyun finally called a stop, happily admiring the 2 matching characters of happiness. This feels like a real wedding. After the family cleaned the house thoroughly and prepared the lunch, Suit Songjun brought his partner inside. Is Cece here? Lee Xiulian smiled as she came out and immediately took Wen Cece's hand, with no trace of her usual concern for her son Suit Songjun. When Cece politely greeted everyone one by one. Come on, you must be tired after walking so much. Come inside and rest for a bit. Have some sweet water. Lee Xiulian handed her a bowl of warm, freshly prepared sweet water, just right to drink.
Thank you, Auntie.
When Cece, who had been a little nervous, relaxed instantly. After finishing the sweet water, she began to look around her future in-law's home. Everything was clean and tidy, and there were festive characters of happiness stuck on the windows. This feeling of being valued made her even happier. Cece, Yun is in her room. Go play with her for a while. Dinner will be ready soon. Wu Guixiang's face was also full of smiles. To help her feel at ease, she asked her to go find Su Qingyun. Okay, Grandma. When Cece went to Su Qingyun's room and saw her busy writing at her desk. Thinking she was doing homework, she moved closer to take a look. But upon seeing what she was writing, she fell silent. What is this? I can't understand it at all. She had at least graduated from high school, right? Su Qingyun was so immersed in her work that she only noticed when Cece's approach when she looked up. Cece Jia, you're here. Yun, what are you writing? When Cece asked curiously. Su Qingyun massaged her forehead, looking a little tired. She casually replied, some data analysis plans for math. When Cece? She couldn't understand it, but it seemed very impressive. Do high schools teach this now? When Cece asked, a bit stunned. No, this is just something I was playing around with. Su Qingyun smiled. She closed her pen cap. Let's go outside. The two left the room and went to the living area. The dishes were already on the table. Lee Xiulian smiled and said, I was just about to call you too. Sit down quickly, dinner is ready. The whole family sat around the table. Wu Guixiang was very happy. She tapped the table to get everyone's attention, signaling that she wanted to speak. Today, our Su family gained a new member, Cece. Let's give her a warm welcome. Everyone clapped politely. When Cece felt a bit shy but nodded and smiled at everyone. Cece, just treat this place like your home. Actually, it will soon be your home, Li Xiulian said with a smile. Thank you all, Cece said shyly with a smile. Wu Guixiang was happy with the friendly atmosphere. She waved her hand and said, all right, everyone, let's eat. Su Qingyun glanced at the dishes today. They looked like a trial run for tomorrow's wedding banquet, with both meat and vegetables. The food looked delicious, showing how much the family valued Cece. After all, she was the first in the third generation of the Su family to get married. The Su family is easy to get along with. As they ate, Cece relaxed and felt more comfortable. Both sides were happy. Suit Songjun was the happiest person at the table, smiling brightly and feeling like a true groom. After the meal, Li Xiulian was worried Cece might be bored, so she asked Suit Songjun and his two brothers to take Cece around the village. Tomorrow was the wedding banquet, and the villagers would come to meet her. Su Kongwu kept asking Suit Songjun to tell him about the factory. Su Qingyun held Cece's hand and led her ahead, introducing her to the village. Our Luoshui village has many people and a mix of surnames. Our team leader's surname is Qin, and he's related to our family.
Just call him Uncle from now on.
Some other families are familiar with us, and they will come to the wedding tomorrow. My older brother will introduce you to everyone. This is Aunt Zhang's house. Aunt Zhang has the best relationship with our great-aunt. She's very kind. That big tree is the Xia family. Xia Qiu from their family is in the same class as me, and we get along well. Cece hadn't been to the countryside much before. Everything seemed new and interesting. Harvested fields, narrow ridges, and wildflowers along the road. She was curious and picked a flower here and there. Listening to Su Qingyun talk about the villagers made her feel quite interested.
Oh,
the bride for tomorrow. Aunt Chen's smile deepened. She's very beautiful. Joining the army will be lucky for her. Her straightforward words made Wen Cece blush. Hello, Aunt Chen. You're really a city girl, speaking so softly and nicely. It sounds so pleasant. Seeing Wen Cece becoming more shy, Su Qingyun quickly said, Aunt Chin, we'll be on our way now. I'll take her around some more. All right, take your time. Please come early tomorrow. Definitely, definitely. As they walked, they met a few more people. Su Qingyun greeted and introduced everyone eagerly, almost talking herself dry. When Cece saw how popular Su Qingyun was in the village, no wonder her aunt asked her to show Wen Cece around. Whose house is this? Why didn't you introduce it? When Cece asked curiously when Su Qingyun skipped a house. Su Qingyun looked over. It was the Wang Dahong family. She lowered her voice. This family has a feud with ours. They even fought once. My grandma says it's because they're angry. Really? When Cece's eyes widened. Then let's hurry and go. It's okay now. They don't dare to fight anymore, Su Qingyun smiled. If the Wang family tried anything like before, they'd be the target of everyone's blame. That's good. When Cece sighed in relief. She saw a row of red brick houses not far ahead and asked curiously, what are those houses for? They look different from the others in the village. Oh, those are built by the young workers for a school. It's not finished yet. The team leader's worries weren't unfounded. That group of young workers who couldn't carry or lift much had been working on this school for almost a year without it being completed. Recently, the weather turned cold and snow was coming. The school construction stopped. As they approached, Su Qingyun casually looked at the houses and frowned. She reached out and picked up a loose brick. It felt surprisingly light. After examining it carefully, she extended her hand and gently tapped it with her index and middle fingers, making a clack sound. Her brow furrowed even more. When Cece noticed her expression and asked, What's wrong, Yunyan? Nothing much. I just think the quality of these red bricks isn't very good.
Oh.
How do you tell? When Cece became interested again. Cece Jia, look at this brick. It feels quite heavy. Usually, lighter red bricks are better because they show the soil is evenly mixed, Su Qingyun said, tossing the brick in her hand and tapping it. And listen to this sound. It should be a clear ding-ding noise. Good bricks produce a crisp sound, which means they are well-fired, strong, and of good quality. Finally, good red bricks should be a light red color. If they are too dark, it means they were overfired, making them less hard. Also, look at the white residue on the brick. That shows white ash was mixed in during firing, which indicates lower quality. There's so much to learn about red bricks. I've gained a lot today, when Cece said happily, her eyes shining with admiration as she looked at Su Qingyun. Yun, I didn't expect you to know so much at such a young age. Just from reading books, Su Qingyun replied, a little shy from the compliment. Can these poor quality bricks be used to build a school? When Cece asked worriedly, what if there are safety problems later? Su Qingyun also thought about this. Building a school meant all the children in the village would attend. If any safety issues happened, it would be terrible. I'll talk to the team leader about it when I have time, she said. That's good, when Cece said, quickly pushing the matter out of her mind because it wasn't something they could solve now.
What are you guys talking about?
Su Songjun and Su Kongwu, the two brothers, caught up with them. Nothing, Su Qingyun said lazily, not wanting to repeat herself. She then asked when Cece Jia, if we go further ahead, we'll reach Yunluo Mountain. On the other side of Yunluo Mountain is Xiaoyuan Village. Their Luoshui village is on the other side of the mountain. When Cece's eyes lit up. I've never been up the mountain. Can I go and play there?
Well.
Su Songjun hesitated, but didn't want to disappoint her. You can go, but not too far. Just around the mountain's edge. The deep forest inside is dangerous and there are many things inside.
Just a little walk is fine.
Let's go, when Cece said eagerly. She had never been into the mountain before. All right, let's go, they said, heading toward Yunluo Mountain. The road at the foot of the mountain is usually busy with villagers walking, so it's quite easy to pass. When Cece is in a very good mood, she has questions about every tree or flower she sees. Su Songjun patiently answers all her questions. Su Kongwu, watching them, feels a bit envious. It seems nice to have someone chattering around like his older brother. What's wrong? Su Qingyan nudges her third brother with a mischievous smile. Are you feeling romantic?
Su Konggue's cheerful mood instantly disappears.
He looks at her speechlessly. In winter, where would spring feelings come from? TSK, Su Qingyan's expression turns playful. Third brother, you should find someone too. Mind your own business. Su Kongwu grumbles as he pinches her cheek. It's not just me worrying, it's second aunt. I think she's getting anxious even in this cold winter. Hearing this, Su Kongwu also feels worried. As his older brother's wedding gets closer, his mother sighs more often and looks at him with less kindness. He deeply feels that if he doesn't get good news soon to calm his mother, she might start looking for a girl for him. Su Kongwu counts the days until the exam results come out. Luckily, it's not long now. Let's go faster. I can't see where Big Brother and the others went. Once they realize, they find the people behind them have disappeared. They quicken their steps and turn the corner, seeing Su Songjun and Wen Sisi standing under a tree, stretching their necks to look at the branches.
What are you looking at?
They ask, also looking up. Look at those fruits on the tree. Do you think they're edible? Wen Sisi points at the fruits and ponders. The fruits are clustered on the branches, in red and black colors. Su Kongwu, who has run all over the mountains since he was young, recognizes them. Those are black fruits. The red ones aren't tasty, but the black ones are okay. They don't have much flesh, and the seeds are big. They're sour and sweet. Good to snack on, but not much else. When Sisi's mouth waters at the description. Seeing her eager look, Su Songjun laughs.
Want to try?
Yes, but they're a bit high. When Sisi tilts her neck, trying to reach. Su Qingyun looks around. The fruits are about 4 meters up. That's not high. I've climbed taller trees, Su Songjun says proudly. Just wait. He took off his cotton coat outside, rolled up his sleeves, and started climbing. Before Wen Sisi could stop him, he was already halfway up, looking worriedly at Su Songjun as he climbed higher and higher. Su Songjun was quick and agile. In a few moments, he reached the fruit-bearing branches. He rolled up his sleeves and quickly picked the fruit. Following Su Songjun's instructions, he only picked the black ones. Soon his bag was full of them. That's enough. That's enough, Wen Sisi called from below the tree. Come down quickly. Su Songjun carefully wrapped the fruit and moved down the same way he came up. When he reached the lowest branch, he jumped down easily and landed steadily. Here you go. He spread out his coat, revealing round, shiny black fruits pressed together. Wen Sisi immediately smiled, more beautiful than mountain flowers. Su Kongwu looked up at the sky and sighed. Fine, he admitted it. Winter can also bring feelings of spring. When Sisi pinched a fruit, tasted it, and frowned slightly. It's a bit sour, but still edible. She said that, but she kept popping the fruits into her mouth, unable to stop. Su Qingyun also tasted the wild fruit. It was sweet and sour, making her tongue produce lots of saliva, but it was quite appetizing. Eat fewer of these wild fruits. Be careful not to get a stomach ache later, Su Songjun warned after eating a few. Su Kongwu looked at the lush mountain forest above and asked, should we go further up? Let's go. There's still time, and we can explore more. Su Songjun didn't want to dampen Wen Sisi's enthusiasm. They hadn't reached halfway up the mountain yet, so it was still safe. Moving forward wouldn't be a problem. The four of them continued into the deeper parts of Yunluo Mountain. Gradually, the paths became fewer and steeper, more difficult to walk. Su Songjun led the way, clearing branches, tangled weeds, and thorns. The tall, dense trees blocked out the sunlight, making it a bit cold and gloomy. But since they were climbing, they didn't feel cold. In fact, they were sweating. I'm exhausted. I can't go on, Wen Sisi panted, feeling more tired than she had in the past month of exercise. Su Qingyun was also breathing heavily, but much better than Wen Sisi. Over the past few months, she had traveled many roads, and her health was much improved since she first arrived. As for the Su brothers, they seemed as if nothing had happened, only breathing a little heavier. Suit Songjun looked around and found a smooth, large stone. Let's sit here and rest for a while.
It's about time we head down the mountain.
The four sat side by side on the stone, feeling the mountain breeze, which brought a cool feeling. Looking down from here, the village of Luoshui seemed very small. The houses looked like bricks, with some people already starting to cook early in the morning. The orange sunlight covered everything, and the yellow fields looked like neatly divided squares. Seeing this scene, Su Qingyun suddenly felt a sense of brightness and openness. She closed her eyes slightly, feeling the mountain wind gently brush her eyebrows and hair, like a soft hand caressing her. She smiled slightly, her smile pure and beautiful. This place was not her familiar life from the future, where she had lived for over 20 years. The air she breathed still belonged to the same land, and every night she saw the same moon. Different lands, same sky and moon. All right, it's about time. Let's go back, Suit Songjun said, looking at the sky. The sun had already moved west. The four stood up, turned around, and prepared to go back the way they came. Wait, don't move. Suit Songjun suddenly called out softly, holding his position, not turning away. What's wrong, big brother? Su Kongwu asked, confused. Cece Wen and Qingyun also stood still, puzzled. Suit Songjun spoke excitedly. Up there, there's a wild chicken. Did you see it? Where? Everyone got excited. They looked in the direction Suit Songjun pointed. About 10 meters away, a colorful wild chicken with long tail feathers was standing on a protruding rock. Its head was held high, proud and commanding, looking very majestic. The sunset shone through the trees onto it, making its beautiful tail feathers shimmer with colors, looking very proud. Suit Songjun lowered his voice further.
We're so lucky to see a wild chicken.
Be quiet, everyone. Don't scare it away. Wild chickens are fast. Cluck, cluck, cluck. It made a crisp sound, then lowered its head to peck at the ground, as if looking for food. Now that the weather was colder, it was harder to find food. This wild chicken must have been hungry for a while. Let's be careful and catch it. It could add another dish to our table. Su Songjun spoke in a calm voice. Kongwu, go around that way. I'll approach from the side slowly. Cece and Yunyun, stay here and don't move. If the chicken runs over, just block it. After finishing the plan, they started their action. Suit Songjun tiptoed closer to the wild chicken, careful not to step on dry branches that might make noise and scare it away. Kongwu circled around from the other side, moving even more quietly, almost silent with each step. The wild chicken, busy looking for bugs to eat, didn't notice the two humans watching it. It strutted confidently, its amber eyes darting around, shining brightly like a king inspecting its territory. The two girls watched closely, holding their breath so as not to scare the chicken with their breathing. Qingyun bent down and picked up a flat stone, tossing it gently to feel its weight. Slowly, the three of them formed a triangle around the chicken, closing in. Just as Suit Songjun was about to reach out and touch it, the chicken suddenly sensed danger. It lifted its head, saw the two people approaching, and its pupils shrank slightly. Then it let out a loud cluck and spread its wings, flying toward Qingyun and the others. Yunyun, Cece, stop it quickly.
Sugong Huns Jautith. Wen Sissy reacted fast.
Seeing the chicken flying toward her, she quickly reached out her hand to catch it. The chicken made a sharp turn, but when Cece missed, only catching two beautiful feathers. Don't run. When Cece called out and chased after it, the four of them lost their formation completely. Suit Songjun and Kongwu forgot everything else and charged after the chicken. It was a fat, strong bird, very agile, darting around quickly among the three. Its feathers flew everywhere, and it occasionally pecked at them, its beak sharp and painful if it hit. Kongwu clenched his teeth, waited for the right moment, and lunged at the chicken. He felt warmth in his hand and was excited. But suddenly, the chicken's sharp claws scratched him, making him release his grip. As he let go, the chicken flapped its wings and flew away again, leaving Kongwu with only a handful of feathers. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The chicken called out again, as if mocking Kongwu from right inside his ear. Kangwoo was annoyed. It was just a chicken. He didn't believe he couldn't catch it today. Qingyun-su stood still, her eyes fixed on the wild chicken's movements. Her body was tense and focused, holding a stone shard ready to throw at any moment. Finally, when the chicken proudly flew close to her, it stopped. Qingyun's gaze sharpened. Now was the time. She clenched the stone and threw it decisively. The flat stone shot through the air with a whooshing sound, hitting the chicken's head instantly. The chicken made a clucking sound and stopped. It tilted its body and soon fell to the ground. This quick and accurate shot stunned the three people nearby. Su Kangwoo walked over to the dying chicken, watching it twitch and struggle. He swallowed hard. After a moment, Su Kangwoo finally spoke. Yun, when did you learn to do that? You're so accurate and the strength behind it. Really fast and precise, he muttered, still holding the stone shard, unable to believe what he saw. That was so cool, Yun. When Cece looked at Qingyun with bright, excited eyes, almost like little stars. She had never seen a girl described as cool before, but Yun could do it. I just often toss stones for fun. Practice makes perfect. It was just a lucky shot, Qingyun said casually. She was not just a bookworm who stayed in labs. Her family was strict. From a young age, she learned music, chess, calligraphy, painting, etiquette, music, archery, and more. She didn't aim to be perfect but had to learn everything. She was especially good at shooting. In college, she even won a national shooting championship at the Universiade. Sadly, she stopped competing later because of her busy studies. Now, we should think about how to bring the chicken back, she frowned. It's not dark yet, and there are many villagers around. If they see us, they might gossip. Yun Luoshan belonged to the country, and the wild chicken was from the mountain, so it was public property. If we openly take it back and someone sees, they might want to share it, and we wouldn't know what to do. Su Kangwoo thought for a moment. Let's leave it for now. When we reach the foot of the mountain, I'll take off my coat, wrap the chicken, and carry it back. It's too cold for that, when Cece quickly disagreed. It's okay. I can run home in a few minutes. Forget it, big brother. Tomorrow is your and Cece's big day. You can't catch a cold now. Su Qingyun also disagreed. She looked at Su Kangwoo and said, Third brother, you're young and hot-tempered. Later, you should take off your clothes and run back. Su Kangwoo. Doesn't he risk catching a cold? Fine, I'll run by myself. He accepted his fate. Only Su Tsungwoo's injured world was settled. Soon, the four of them left the mountain. Su Kangwoo took off his outer coat and ran home with the half-dead chicken wrapped inside. The other three walked back slowly. Oh my goodness! Are you crazy, little boy? Zhang Xinlan, in the yard, saw her son rush in wearing too thin clothes and was startled. It's so cold today. Why are you taking off your clothes? Su Kangwoo ran back without feeling cold. Mom, don't call out. Just go inside. Zhang Xinlan followed him into the inner room. She saw him open his coat, revealing a beautiful wild chicken, still slightly breathing. Her eyes widened. My goodness! Where did you find such a fat wild chicken? Su Kangwoo put on his coat and proudly raised an eyebrow. We caught it on the mountain. What do you think? Now we have another dish. You're really capable, bringing back a wild chicken just by wandering around, Zhang Xinlan praised with admiration. Look at that. Su Kangwoo carried the chicken to the kitchen. Li Xiulian and Wu Guixiang were busy inside. When they saw the fat wild chicken, their eyes lit up. Did you catch this? Wu Guixiang circled the chicken 3 times, still not fully convinced.
Supongo hesitative.
We caught it together. Together? It was clearly Yun who caught it. Without Yun, the 3 of us would still be struggling. Su Tsongjun came in and said with a smile.
Supongo choked.
Why wasn't it considered a team effort? He thought he had contributed some effort too. I told you. Our good boy is capable, Wu Guixiang said confidently. Let me think, how should we cook this wild chicken? Li Xiulian quickly said, this chicken must be stewed to strengthen the body. Zhang Xinlan shook her head. Wild mountain chickens are chewy when stewed and tend to be tough. Roasting it would taste better. Su Qingyan nodded in agreement. When it came to food, her second aunt was more experienced. Then let's roast it, Wu Guixiang decided confidently. She called Su Kongwu to handle the chicken and looked at the beautiful feathers on the wild chicken. Wu Guixiang said, "These feathers are quite pretty. Good girl, do you want to keep some to make a few shuttlecocks to play with?"
Yes.
Su Qingyun quickly replied. With few ways to entertain herself, kicking shuttlecocks was a fun option. These feathers would make very nice shuttlecocks. After Su Kongwu scalded off the chicken feathers with hot water, Wu Guixiang secretly took out 2 old copper coins, wrapped them in thick cloth, and carefully stitched them together. Soon a small, beautiful shuttlecock was finished. Such handmade shuttlecocks are rare nowadays. Su Qingyun held it in her hand, loving it so much she didn't want to let go. Before dinner, she and Wen Sisi played in the yard, kicking the shuttlecock. Soon, both girls were sweating and tired. Hearing the call for dinner from inside the house, they went inside. Dinner mostly consisted of leftovers from lunch. Everyone knew the main dishes would be served at the wedding banquet the next day. Because the next day was busy, the Su family went to bed early. When Sisi and Su Tsongjun, who weren't yet married, couldn't sleep in the same room, so she slept with Su Qingyun. Li Xuelian was worried they might be cold, so she covered them with a blanket. The 2 girls lay in bed, feeling restless. Su Qingyun was simply too early, and when Sisi, realizing she was getting married tomorrow, suddenly felt nervous. "Jess Sisi, you're getting married tomorrow.
How do you feel now?"
Su Qingyun asked curiously. She had never been in love, let alone married, so these feelings were new and distant to her. When Sisi thought for a moment and said, "I'm feeling nervous, excited, and a little scared, because I think after tomorrow I will have new roles," when Sisi covered half her face with her hand. "After tomorrow, I won't just be Wen's daughter anymore. I'll be Sister Jun's wife, and also Su's granddaughter-in-law. All that makes me a little scared. If you get married someday, you'll probably feel the same way. But I know I won't regret it, because Brother Jun treats me very well, and you all are kind to me too," when Sisi said firmly. It was these good feelings that made her confident she wouldn't marry the wrong person. "That's wonderful," Su Qingyun sighed. When Sisi turned to face her and teased, "What? Yun Yun, do you also have someone you like?" "I don't," Su Qingyun replied quickly. Su Qingyun lazily replied, "I just see others happy, and I feel happy too." "Yes, Yun Yun will have that kind of happiness one day," when Sisi said confidently. The 2 girls talked and gradually fell into a light sleep. The next day, November 15th, a lucky day for marriage. Early in the morning, just after 5 o'clock, the family began to get busy. The women dressed the bride, cleaned the house, and prepared dishes for the wedding banquet at noon. The pots in the kitchen were too small to handle everything, so the men built a temporary stove in the yard using bricks and borrowed a large pot from the old collective cafeteria, washed it thoroughly, and then started cooking. Inside the house, Su Qingyun looked at Wen Sisi, who was dressed in a red new dress, looking nervous and shy. She couldn't take her eyes off her. "Now I understand why everyone says the bride is the most beautiful." When Sisi smiled, "You're just good with words." Su Qingyun examined her from head to toe, checking if anything seemed off. When Sisi's face was very fair, and she had applied makeup today, making her look even more radiant. Her delicate eyebrows curved beautifully, with no flaws, except, "Senior Sister Sisi, maybe you should put a little more red on your lips. It might make you look even healthier."
"Lips?"
When Sisi touched her lips. "Do we have red paper at home? I'll try it." "No need for that." "Just wait." Su Qingyun ran to her parents' room. She opened a small metal box from the bedside drawer and told her mother about it. Then she ran back to her older brother's room, showing Wen Sisi the metal box she held. It was a white box decorated with a traditional-style lady painting, simple and delicate. "What is this?" Wen Sisi asked curiously. "It looked a bit like a lip balm. My dad bought it for my mom." "The color is really pretty," Su Qingyun said. This was a lip balm Qining brought back from the provincial city last time. Although no one in the countryside wore makeup or used such products, he thought that if other women had it, his wife should too. After buying it, Chining tried the color at home, but never applied it outside. Su Qingyun opened the lid, revealing bright red balm. She dipped her fingers slightly into it, then gently pressed it onto Cece's lips, staining them with the red balm. Senior sister Cece, just purse your lips a little. When Cece gently pursed her lips, her cheeks flushed with a bright, lively color that made her eyes and eyebrows look even more charming. Her slightly shy face was as beautiful as a peach blossom, very captivating. Really beautiful, Su Qingyun nodded happily. All right, stop praising me. I'll be shy enough already, when Cece said with a smile. Then, Cece, just wait for your groom to come and pick you up, Su Qingyun said with a smile. As they were talking, there was a noise outside, loud and lively. It was Wen's parents arriving on the earliest train. Li Xiulian quickly went to greet them, smiling warmly. Oh, dear in-laws, you arrived so early. Please come in and sit. Dressed in new clothes, Su Songjun took the things from Wen's parents. Today, he wore a dark blue suit jacket with a white shirt underneath and black pants. He looked energetic and happy, with a bright smile on his face. When Kai Fu smiled and said, Songjun looks very spirited today. Su Songjun shyly scratched his head. Wen's mother hurriedly asked, Where is Cece? Where is she?
Li Yulian pointed to Su Kongyun's room.
She's in Songjun's room. Qingyun is with her.
You can go and see.
Master mistress, I'll take you there, Su Songjun offered eagerly. Hey, what are you doing?
Li Yulian quickly grabbed Su Kongyun.
I told you several times, you can't see the bride before the auspicious time. I forgot, Su Songjun admitted, genuinely forgetting about this. We'll go and see for ourselves. Wen's parents entered Su Songjun's room. Seeing all the red decorations, a bright red wedding robe, red characters on the wall, and red water bottles on the floor, they nodded in approval. Although the Su family was rural, they put thought into it and didn't neglect their daughter. Su Qingyun immediately greeted them, Uncle, Aunt, hello. Please come and sit. Mom and Dad, you came so early? When Cece turned around, surprised. Wen's mother saw her daughter dressed in red, shy and waiting to be married. She had not slept all night, and tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Mom, don't cry, when Cece quickly said, worried when she saw her mother tearful. Tears also filled her eyes, almost falling. Su Qingyun was anxious. Cece, you can't cry now. Your makeup will get ruined. When Kai Fu frowned. It's a happy day for our daughter. Why are you crying? I'm just happy, she replied. Mrs. Wen wiped her face and then gently touched her daughter's cheek. Don't cry. The two of us won't cry. Today is your big day and you should be happy as you get married. Her eyes showed more reluctance than happiness. Marrying off a daughter and getting married are always different feelings. Worried that she might get too emotional standing here, Mr. and Mrs. Wen left after greeting their daughter, asking the Su family if they needed any help. No need, you two just rest. We have so many people here, Li Xiulian said with a smile. Today, it's not only the Su family busy. The village also considers this a big happy event, and many friends and relatives came to help. The tables, chairs, and dishes for the wedding lunch were borrowed from several families because there weren't enough otherwise. As the sun reached its highest point, Wu Guixiang asked Su Kongwu to start setting up tables in the yard. They placed candies, melon seeds, peanuts, and other snacks on the tables for the guests to enjoy later. Soon, villagers started arriving at the Su house one after another. It's not customary to give gifts for weddings anymore. Most brought dishes, some with meat, to add to the lunch. Others brought sweets or whatever they had at home. Everyone sat in the yard, cracking sunflower seeds and chatting. Su family really has back-to-back happy events, someone said. That's true. Just look at his family from Changxiu village. They caused trouble earlier, but now their son has married a girl from the city. That girl is much better. Hey, why are you bringing up that her wedding day? Aren't you just making trouble? Oh, I shouldn't say that. But look, isn't it the girl's parents over there? It seems so. I heard her father was a military instructor, now a veteran worker at the steel factory. And the groom's family also works at the steel factory. The Su family has both parents working in the city, and they even have a relative there. They're really lucky. That's nothing. I think the Su girl is the capable one. There are so many workers in the city, but how many are like Qin, who gets recognized and praised across the province?
Exactly.
I heard Wu Guixiang say recently that Qin received a letter of praise from the provincial government. She's really impressive. The Su family has never had any troublemakers. Wu Guixiang's 3 sons are all capable. Their good fortune is still to come. All right, let's stop talking. The feast is about to begin. I wonder how the Su family's wedding is going. The villagers looked at the steaming baskets in the yard, filled with a tempting aroma that made everyone salivate. What kind of delicious food is this? It smells so good. Aunt Lee from next door sniffed eagerly. Look at how greedy you are. The dishes will be served soon, Aunt Chin chuckled. Many people were holding their stomachs, eagerly waiting. Since there was a rare happy event in the village, several had gone to bed hungry last night, hoping to enjoy a good meal today. Aunt Zhang, who is friends with Li Xiulian, was busy inside and outside, chopping and stir-frying, while also helping to serve the guests. Today's feast included 7 dishes: ham stir-fried with dried bamboo shoots, sour cabbage with shredded pork, cured meat with sausage, braised chicken, spicy shredded potatoes, stir-fried plain potatoes, and pickled fish from earlier. There were also steamed buns and bread in the baskets. Overall, meat dishes made up most of the meal. Dishes were brought to the table one after another. The colorful, tempting food almost made everyone stare in amazement. Oh my goodness, there's so much delicious food. Fish, meat, chicken. This is the best New Year feast I've ever had. The Su family is really prosperous, someone exclaimed. I'm glad I didn't eat breakfast. I came here with an empty stomach, another said. I only ate half a bowl last night, someone added. Hurry up, everyone, start eating. With so many tasty dishes, no one could resist. People grabbed their chopsticks and ate quickly, like swords clashing in a fierce battle. Though no blood was shed, it was a lively, spirited feast. Outside, everyone was eating happily, while inside, Su Songjun was getting nervous. He looked at his watch, a gift from his family, for his wedding. It was almost noon. The lucky time was 12:08. His heart was full of both nervousness and excitement as he kept glancing into the room. Zhang Xinlan smiled. Look at Songjun's eyes. They're almost popping out. He's so excited, TSK. Of course he's excited about getting married. Qining also smiled. As the clock approached 12:05, Su Songjun nodded at his father, Su Aigua, who was standing at the door.
Su Aigua understood immediately.
He stepped in front of everyone. When it looked like Su Aigua was about to speak, the villagers, who were happily eating, looked up and quieted down. Su Aigua smiled brightly and said, Today is a big day for our family, as well as for Wen Sisi, the daughter of the Wen family. Welcome everyone, and thank you for your congratulations. Today, let's eat well and enjoy ourselves. Where are the groom and bride? Someone immediately called out. Why haven't they come out to see us yet? Yes, we've been waiting for a long time. Wu Guixiang glanced at the person speaking. Are you waiting for the food? Coming soon, coming soon. Please don't worry, Su Aigua said happily. The door opened, and Su Qingyun came out with the bride. Almost instantly, Su Songjuan's eyes widened. When Sisi was dressed in red, with 2 shiny braids, red lips, white teeth, and a shy smile as she slowly walked toward him. Big brother, I leave Sisi to you, Su Qingyun said, winking, placing Wen Sisi's hand in Su Songjuan's. Wen's mother looked at her beautiful daughter and almost cried again. Wen Keifu also couldn't help but tear up. He turned his head away and wiped his eyes. Su Songjun held Wen Sisi's hand and stepped out of the house, standing beside his father. They looked like a perfect pair. His father proudly said, Today, the 2 newlyweds have arrived. Everyone's eyes widened, and they praised loudly. Wow, this girl is really pretty and lively. Songjun is lucky. This city girl is so gentle and warm. She looks great. Songjun is so spirited. These two really make a good match. Soo Kanwoo stood in a corner of the yard and lit firecrackers. The loud crackling sound spread far and wide. Soo Songjun and Wen Cece's smiles grew even bigger. At this moment, they truly felt it. They were married. Although the ceremony was simple, without the traditional rituals like bowing to heaven and earth, they still offered tea to each other's parents. Soo Aigwa, Lee Shilian, and Wen's parents sat properly. Soo Kanwoo brought over a large tray with 4 cups of tea. Soo Songjun picked up a cup first, respectfully offering it to his master, now calling him Dad. Good, Wen Keifu said briefly, took a sip of tea, and handed him a red envelope. Mom. Soo Songjun then offered tea to Wen's mother. Wen's mother, with red eyes, said something nice and handed him a red envelope in return. It's now Wen Cece's turn. She took a cup of tea with both hands, first offered it to Soo Aigwa, blushing as she softly said, Dad, please have some tea.
Hey.
Soo Aigwa responded loudly, clearly very pleased with his daughter-in-law. He happily took the tea and drank it all. He then took out a thick red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Wen Cece.
Thank you, Dad.
Mom, please have some tea. Wen Cece again offered tea with both hands to Lee Shilian. Lee Shilian smiled happily, her face practically showing her satisfaction. This daughter-in-law was beautiful, capable, and thoughtful. She was exactly what she liked. Most importantly, she had a good relationship with the military, and their children got along well, which was the most important. Good. Lee Shilian smiled so much, she almost couldn't close her mouth. She also handed a thick red envelope to Wen Cece. Thank you, Mom. Everyone watching this scene also smiled happily and started whispering. How much do you think the Soo family paid as a bride price? It looks so thick. Probably a few thousand. I heard they gave 66 yuan in bride money.
Wow.
That much. Today's banquet must have cost a lot too. The Soo family is really generous. They're marrying off a city girl and an only child. Of course they should be generous. As everyone whispered, the tea toasting and formal greeting part was over. Now, the newlyweds were supposed to go around and toast each table. Soo Songjun and Wen Cece were about to start giving toasts from the first table when the Soo family's gate was pushed open. Wow, you're already eating? Why didn't you wait for us? A sharp female voice shouted loudly. Wu Guixiang glared as Wang Dahong walked in. What are you here for? Isn't it to celebrate the wedding? Why, villagers can come, but I can't. Wang Dahong pouted and shoved a bunch of scallions to Wu Guixiang. I didn't come empty-handed. I brought a gift. Seeing the scallions still covered in dirt, probably freshly pulled from the field, Su Qingyun was speechless. Bringing scallions was one thing, but she didn't even bother to wash them. Why is Wang Dahong here? She used to say so many bad things about the Su family and even fought with us. How can she have the nerve to come? You know her shamelessness, it's normal. Wu Guixiang was also very angry but held back her temper. She can come, so why not?
Sit down.
Today was a happy day, and she didn't want to frown. She endured. Isn't it just about having a meal? How could she be left out? Just consider it feeding the dog. That's more like it. Wang Dahong smiled proudly and sat down at an empty spot without saying a word of good luck. She ignored everyone's surprised looks and happily started eating. When Cece quietly asked Su Qingyun nearby, "Who is that?" "Someone with a grudge," Su Qingyun whispered back. When Cece suddenly understood and nodded quickly. "Uncle, Auntie, I toast you," Su Songjun said, starting to toast with Wen Cece. "Good, Songjun. You're married now, so you must live well. Happy wedding. Soon have a big, chubby baby with Cece, so your parents can hold their grandson." These words made Wen Cece blush and shyly lean against Su Songjun. Look at Cece, such a shy city girl. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Remember what your aunt said.
Ha ha ha.
I think you're more eager than others to show off and be patriotic. Everyone laughed and raised their glasses. The wedding banquet ended happily. Wen's parents, worried about the late hour, left in the afternoon. Here, Wedding celebrations usually last 2 meals. The evening meal was simpler, just leftovers from lunch. No one minded. Everyone ate happily, with mouths full of food and round bellies. Everyone was very satisfied with the wedding. Adults ate well and drank happily. The children received red envelopes, which only had some small bills, but that was enough to make them happy. They also had candies in their pockets, so they went home full and happy. After seeing off the guests, the family started cleaning up. They packed away everything and returned borrowed items. Once everything was organized, the Su family was exhausted, sitting in chairs, massaging their sore hands and feet. Zhang Xinlan, the main cook today, was very tired. She looked at Su Songjun and thought for a moment before saying, "Songjun, I've thought about it. I think you shouldn't rush to get married." She really couldn't handle another wedding so soon. Su Songjun was surprised and almost laughed. He didn't expect his older brother's wedding to have this effect. Now, his mother's idea was definitely gone. Li Xiulian looked at the newlyweds. "Cece, you and Songjun should go rest early tonight. You're both tired." "Yes, big brother." Su Kongwu squinted his eyes with a mischievous smile. "There are also some important things to take care of." "What things?" Su Songjun looked confused and didn't understand immediately. Meanwhile, when Cece blushed quickly, "You're really so clueless. Why are your words so rude?" Wu Guixiang couldn't hold back anymore and slapped Su Kongwu on the head, making him cry out in pain. Su Qingyan laughed so hard she almost fell over. "Third brother is just right." Only then did Su Songjun realize what Su Kongwu was talking about, and he blushed deeply. "All right, everyone, rest now," Li Xiulian said, noticing the shy couple, and stepped in to change the subject. Su Songjun and Wen Cece went back to their room. Everywhere they looked was red. When Cece sat on the edge of the bed, lowered her head, fiddled with her fingers, and spoke softly. "Brother Songjun, are you tired?" "Yeah, a little," Su Songjun replied, looking at his pretty wife and stammering. "Then shall we rest now?" After turning off the oil lamp, the two lay on the bed. There was almost enough space between them for another person. Neither of them was sleeping. Su Songjun tried to breathe evenly and slowly moved closer to Cece until he touched her soft body. He turned to the side and carefully placed his hand on her slender waist. "Brother Songjun, what are you doing?" When Cece tensed up and asked nervously. "I suddenly feel like I'm not very tired anymore," Su Songjun said, his warm breath brushing her neck. She felt her whole body soften. That night, passion filled the quilt, and they were close together. "Oh, Cece, why did you get up so early? Why not sleep a little longer?" Zhang Xinlan got up early to prepare breakfast, but saw someone in the kitchen when Cece was lighting the fire to cook. "It's okay. I've rested well and feel energetic," when Cece said with a smile. She didn't have many days off with Su Songjun. Tomorrow, she would return to work at the factory. Their time at Su's house was only these 2 days, and future visits wouldn't be many. As a wife, she still needed to do her part, showing some filial piety. Although she was raised spoiled, she still knows how to cook simple meals. Yesterday, she ate a lot of rich food, so today she wanted a light breakfast. Early in the morning, she got up to cook porridge. She was patient and kept it simmering gently, allowing the rice aroma to fully develop. Inside the house, Su Songjun slowly woke up. He reached out to hold his wife, but missed, feeling the bed was cold. He put on his clothes and left the room. In the kitchen, he saw Wen Cece chatting happily with second aunt, which made him frown. "Why didn't you sleep a bit longer?"
You were so tired yesterday.
"I'm not tired. Breakfast will be ready soon." Zhang Xinlan tutade. "Songjun, you're so caring about your wife now." "That's good." Su Songjun wanted to say something, but when Cece shook her head at him, he paused but didn't say anything. Soon the whole family got up. When they saw the food on the table, they were a little surprised. Li Xiulian scolded gently. "Why did you make all this? You and Songjun only rested for 2 days. Why don't you stay and relax?" "It's okay, Mom. I don't often get to cook in the kitchen, so I wanted to try my skills. Su Qingyan added, Annie Cece's cooking is really good. Everyone try it. Everyone started eating. Besides the warm porridge, they had stir-fried bok choy and sliced radishes soaked in salt to remove bitterness, seasoned with some condiments, a few drops of vinegar, sesame oil, and chili oil. Mixed together, it was sour and spicy, refreshing and appetizing. With the plain porridge, it had a special taste. Cece's cooking skills are really impressive. The family praised her warmly, making Wen Cece a bit shy. After lunch, Su Songjun and Wen Cece prepared to go back to the county for work. Li Xiulian packed them with bags of things, almost too heavy to carry. Seeing this, Su Qingyan volunteered to go to the town with them and also mail a letter to Yanjun. Big brother, I'll go to the post office. Be careful. You too, Su Qingyan said as she parted from them. Su Songjun reminded her, come back early.
Got it.
Su Qingyan headed to the post office. She went inside and asked the clerk, hello, I want to send a letter. Where to? The clerk looked at her and said, to the provincial capital. You need an 8-cent stamp. A stamp? Su Qingyan thought for a moment and asked, can I see what kinds of stamps you have? The worker pointed to a glass display case. Look for yourself there. Su Qingyan moved closer, wanting to carefully examine the stamps from this era. Most of them were issued this year, including commemorative stamps for the National People's Congress, the Third National Sports Meeting, and the National Agricultural Conference. These stamps basically represent the major events of this year. Su Qingyan remembered the Red Land of Rivers and Mountains stamp issued in 1968. In later years, it sold for a high price in the 7-figure range, but unfortunately, very few copies exist, making it rare and hard to find. However, Su Qingyan suddenly thought of the first set of zodiac stamps issued in 1980. The complete set also reached a high value in later years. She still had a chance to own this set. She kept this in mind, but there was still plenty of time, about 4 or 5 years. She took note of this, randomly selected a stamp, and stuck it on an envelope. After thinking for a moment, she spoke to the staff. Please give me 1 set of each of these 3 stamp collections. Although these stamps weren't as valuable as the Red Land or the Monkey stamps, even the smallest ones are still valuable. She didn't mind. Nowadays, most people only buy stamps for mailing letters, and few buy complete sets like hers. The staff looked at her strangely as they handed over the stamps. Su Qingyan paid no attention and carefully put the stamps away. She then slowly walked back home.
Hey you.
Yes, you. Just as she reached the village entrance, a lively girl's voice stopped her. Su Qingyan turned around with a puzzled look. A petite girl with a delicate and cute face was standing in front of her. Are you looking for me? Su Qingyan was sure she didn't know this girl. Yes, you. The girl said, lifting her chin and giving her a sharp look. You're not all that special. How could Brother Jianfeng be fooled by someone like you? Who? Su Qingyan was surprised and reached to her ear. Brother Jianfeng? She hadn't heard that annoying nickname in a long time. Looking at the hostile girl, she thought for a moment and suddenly understood. Oh, you're Pan Fongfong, the girl from the neighboring village that Jianfeng just started seeing? She had heard from Xia Qiu that another girl had fallen victim to Jianfeng's bad intentions. What do you mean started seeing? Pan Fongfong glared at her angrily. You're still in high school, and your words are so rude. There's nothing I can do. Su Qingyan deliberately flicked her hair. If you look too good, you have to speak a bit harshly so some people can feel better about themselves. You. Pan Fongfong stared at her like she was looking at a monster. You're so shameless. Brother Jifeng was really blind before. Su Qingyan clasped her hands together. Then I'm thankful he has seen the light now. You. Pan Fongfong was so angry she couldn't speak. She had been dating Lin Jianfeng for almost a month, but he refused to make their relationship public. After asking him repeatedly, he finally shared his troubles. It turned out he had once liked a girl from their village, Luoshui village. Later, her family interfered and even accused him in front of everyone, saying he was trying to her. His reputation in the village was ruined, and he couldn't explain himself. After hearing Lin Jianfeng's story, Pan Fongfong was furious. Her hostility toward the girl in Lin Jianfeng's words reached its peak. She wouldn't allow such a good person like Lin Jianfeng to be falsely accused. She decided to find out who the girl was, expose her true nature, and clear Lin Jianfeng's name. It didn't take her long to find out the girl's identity, Su Qingyun from Luoshui village. To her surprise, Su Qingyun had a very good reputation in the village. Everyone praised her, and no one said anything bad about her. This made Pan Fongfong even more determined. She didn't believe anyone could be perfect. When she saw Su Qingyun for the first time, she had to admit that the girl was indeed beautiful, and her demeanor and style didn't look like a typical rural girl. Pan Fongfong concealed her jealousy. What right do you have to accuse Lin Jianfeng? What did I falsely accuse him of? Su Qingyun said with a bitter smile. Did I wrongly say he tried to get good things from me? Or that he pretended to be poor and begged me for money? Or that he acted innocent in front of everyone while secretly trying to flirt with others? Or that he was cheating on me while pretending to be innocent, spreading rumors everywhere? With each point, she raised a finger.
Suinjun smiled slightly.
Sister, wake up. Do you really think he's a good person? Don't be so naive that you don't realize he's just trying to get what he wants. You're just a fish in his pond, so don't be so naive. Pan Fongfong was stunned by these words. She didn't believe Su Qingyun, but she couldn't find a way to argue back. Talking about things, asking for money, avoiding suspicion, each issue made Pan Fongfong associate them with Lin Jianfeng. She was terrified to realize that Brother Jianfeng might really be like that.
No.
It can't be. She must be deliberately tarnishing Brother Jianfeng's reputation. Brother Jianfeng isn't that kind of person. These thoughts flashed through her mind, but she still looked like she was demanding an explanation. Su Qingyun, however, didn't want to argue anymore. She turned and walked away. Pan Fongfong stomped angrily behind her. I won't let this go easily. Just wait and see. Su Qingyun usually didn't care about such harsh threats. When she got home, she suddenly remembered something. After asking the captain about Uncle Fufu's location, she immediately went to find him. Uncle Fufu, she shouted from afar. Qin Yofu was outside the school under construction. He turned around when he heard her and replied, Qingyun, what's wrong? He was helping build the school with some workers and intellectuals. Su Qingyun ran over. Uncle Fufu, I have something to tell you. What's the matter? Qin Yofu looked puzzled. About the school, she said, pointing at the building. What about the school? Su Qingyun picked up a brick from the ground, looking serious. Uncle Fufu, these bricks are of poor quality. Poor quality bricks? Qin Yofu was stunned. And the way they're building it, she pointed at a worker hurriedly laying bricks. A big storm could destroy this shaky school. Qin Yofu hesitated as he looked at the bricks. The workers were hired from the city's brick factory. They had built many houses before, so Qin Yofu should trust them. But, looking at Su Qingyun, Qin Yofu found it hard not to lean toward her side. After all, last time, because he believed her, Luo Shui village became a place of harvest, even praised as a model by the province. Girl, what are you talking about? A voice interrupted Qin Yofu's thoughts sharply. A worker in gray glared at Su Qingyun. You don't understand anything, and yet you dare say our school isn't good?
Why do you say that?
Because these bricks are substandard. Su Qingyun was completely unafraid. She looked up at him confidently and spoke with certainty. The worker was startled by her firm tone, and his eyes flickered with uncertainty for a moment. Su Qingyun noticed the change in his expression and frowned. Could there be some hidden secret behind this? What defective product? These are good bricks made by our brick factory. Little girl, stop talking nonsense, the worker said sharply, raising his eyebrows and looking fierce. When the two started arguing, the young workers nearby stopped what they were doing and looked at each other in confusion. What was going on? Good bricks?
Suinjun chuckled softly.
You can even say that? She repeated the criteria she had told when Cece the other day about how to tell good red bricks from bad ones. As she spoke, the worker's expression changed subtly. Turns out this girl really knew her stuff. Qin Yofu frowned as he listened. He looked at the bricks in Su Qingyun's hand and examined them carefully. After a moment, he realized that all the features of defective bricks she described were present in these bricks. His face darkened. Qin Yofu looked at the worker. Zhang Meng, shouldn't you explain? Explain what? Zhang Meng snapped, dismissive. A girl with dyed hair says a few words, and you believe her? Captain, these bricks were all brought back from the brick factory by me. Our factory's bricks are like this.
Do you still doubt me?
Qin Yofu hesitated again. Su Qingyun smiled and said, You don't need to believe me, Yofu. Just see one good brick with your own eyes, and you'll understand the difference. Good bricks? Qin Yofu was stunned. Where could he find such bricks? The brick factory is right there. Let's go see for ourselves, Su Qingyun said seriously. She thought for a moment and realized that although modern science was still catching up with foreign technology and the country was rebuilding, brickmaking has a history of thousands of years. Traditional Chinese bricks are made of blue bricks, which are denser, harder, and more durable than red bricks. They resist wear, corrosion, oxidation, and weathering better. However, blue brickmaking is complex, consumes a lot of energy, produces fewer bricks, and costs more. Red bricks are more recent development. They're simpler to produce and easier to automate and mass-produce with machinery. A brick factory in a county shouldn't be producing bricks of such poor quality. That's a joke. You think you can just walk into a brick factory whenever you want? Who do you think you are? Zhang Meng sneered. Su Qingyun smiled. You can try. The tense atmosphere between them made many people start whispering. What's going on? Why are Master Zhang and Qingyun arguing? It seems to be about these bricks. Bricks? Didn't you hear? Qingyun said these bricks are poor quality and building the school might be risky. How is that possible? Didn't Master Zhang bring these bricks from the county brick factory? How could they be bad? I think the girl from the Su family just caused some trouble last time, and now she wants to do something again. She doesn't know anything about building bricks or construction. She's just messing around. Exactly. A student wasting time on nonsense all day. The team leader still believes her. Does he really think she'll get lucky again?
What are you talking about?
Song Yan scolded with a serious face. None of you understand the situation. Stop talking nonsense. Right, another young person agreed. I believe Qingyun. She wouldn't say things without knowing. I believe her too. The speakers were young people who had worked with Qingyun before. They knew her character and intelligence, so they believed she wouldn't speak without reason. Lin Jianfeng sneered at the scene. Song Yan was so eager to defend Qingyun and claimed there was nothing between them. Who would believe that? Looking at the beautiful girl standing nearby, Lin Jianfeng felt complicated. He felt a mix of resentment and something else he couldn't quite understand. Qingyun, you should go back first. We'll talk about this later, Qin Yofu said after thinking for a long time. The school will start recruiting students in March next year, and we can't stop the construction here. He looked troubled. Su Qingyun paused for a moment. Then you all go ahead. I'll leave first.
Goodbye, Uncle Fu.
Before leaving, she saw Zhang Meng's victorious smile on his face. It was already afternoon, and it was too late to go to the county. Qingyun decided to keep this matter in her heart and planned to visit the county town later. Yun, you finally came to school. Xia Qiu leaned on her desk, looking bored.
Suinjun smiled.
I only missed 3 days. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal? Summer and Autumn looked angry. You don't know, but Teacher Qin has been acting crazy these days, giving us tons of homework and all kinds of tests. Really? No way. My head feels like it's going to be bald from pulling out hair.
Suinjun looked sympathetic.
Why did Teacher Qin suddenly start using the flood of questions tactic? What she didn't know was that this was all because of her. When Teacher Qin discovered that Su Qingyun was a hidden gem, she started thinking there might be more shining gold in the class that was being hidden. She wanted to find these treasures. As a result, the amount of homework for the whole class increased a lot, and everyone was complaining. The culprit, Su Qingyun, had no idea about these behind-the-scenes details. She returned to her seat and took out the question book given to her by Old Chu and continued working. As a professor of mathematics, Old Chu's questions were challenging but interesting. Su Qingyun was very engaged and enjoyed solving them. Ji looked at the question book in her hands. His expression changed for a moment. Wasn't this the most treasured question book from old Chu? And he had given it to Su Qingyun? Ji was quite surprised. He had also tried some of the questions in it, but unfortunately, some of them he couldn't solve even after thinking for a long time. Could Su Qingyun finish this question book? Ji thought about it and was shocked to realize he actually believed she could. Why did he have such inexplicable confidence in her? It was really strange. Class started. Teacher Qin handed out yesterday's test papers, looking unhappy. I didn't expect such an easy test to turn out like this. I'm so disappointed. Teacher Qin was heartbroken and started a long lecture. I told you, even though there is no college entrance exam now and everyone will be assigned jobs after graduation, the quality of those jobs depends on our efforts. Her usual words made everyone yawn. Teacher Qin looked angrily at the students. How could they not understand her good intentions? Her gaze shifted to her proud students, Ji Yu and Su Qingyun. When she looked at them, her eyes widened. One was looking out the window, clearly not paying attention to the class, while the other was buried in her work, writing quickly. Su-ing-gyun. Stand up for me. Teacher Qin shouted loudly. Jiue withdrew his gaze, slowly stood up, and seeing Su Qingyun as if she hadn't noticed, he poked her with a finger. What's wrong? Su Qingyun looked up confused. Jiue, stand up. Su Qingyun looked confused, but stood up. Teacher Qin was even angrier. You two don't think that just because you do well and have achieved something, you can be careless about studying. It's a matter of attitude. Teacher Qin continued. Su Qingyun, what are you writing?
Come here and show me.
My class doesn't allow other things to appear. Su Qingyun opened her mouth, wanting to say something. Don't explain. Bring it here. Teacher Qin said directly. She had to slowly bring her notebook to the podium. Teacher Qin took it with a cold face. She wanted to see what was so engrossing. The students below also stretched their necks. Teacher Qin looked at the notebook, flipping through page after page. After 5 minutes of silence, she reluctantly returned the notebook to Su Qingyun. What was written on it? Teacher Qin felt a bit ashamed. She was a math teacher but couldn't understand the math problems on it at all. These should be at least college-level math. Seeing the elegant and powerful notes, Teacher Qin was shocked. Su Qingyun was able to solve it. That was an incredible mathematical talent. Teacher Qin swallowed hard, unable to speak her reprimand. She hesitated and waved her hand. You may go down. Looking at the tall, graceful young person, Teacher Qin felt a bit exhausted. You sit down too. She gave up. It wasn't that they lacked a good attitude toward learning, but they were too confident, too clear about what they wanted to do. Maybe that's the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. Su Qingyun went up confused and came down confused, completely unaware of Teacher Qin's complicated feelings. A few days later, at the Provincial Research Institute, Yan Jun was standing at the reception, looking expectantly, then disappointedly turned his head, ready to enter the institute. Hey, Yan Gong, wait a moment, the receptionist called him. You have a letter today. Really? Yan Jun turned around with a surprised look. He hurried over. Where is it? Here. The mail carrier just delivered it. The receptionist handed him a letter. Yan Jun quickly took it, looked at the sender, Su Qingyun from Lusue village. His face lit up with joy. The long-awaited reply had finally arrived. He took the letter to the office, eager to find a box cutter, and carefully opened it. The letter was several pages long, and holding it made it feel thick. He carefully unfolded the letter and started reading. The more he read, the brighter his eyes became. His hands trembled uncontrollably, and he almost wanted to laugh out loud. This Su Qingyun is really a wonderful person. He never expected that she would write a detailed and feasible data analysis report for him. And it was so well written. The logic was tight and clear. He couldn't find any mistakes or flaws. This report is very valuable. It shouldn't be seen only by him. He quickly walked out of the office. He pushed open the door of the deputy director of the Beijing Research Institute. What are you doing? Yen Cheng looked at him helplessly. I've told you many times. Knock on the door.
There's no time.
Yen Jun slapped Su Qingyun's letter onto his desk.
Take a look at this.
What is it? Yen Cheng asked suspiciously as he picked up the letter. After a minute, his eyes widened in shock.
Tabua.
Who wrote this? Yen Cheng's face turned red with excitement, almost speechless. This was no longer just a report, it was like a top-level paper on data analysis. His gaze was not like he was looking at a letter but at a priceless treasure, full of admiration that couldn't be hidden. It's the one I mentioned last time, Yen Jun said in a proud tone. I gave Chi Hung the data, and she helped analyze it. You mean her? Yen Cheng looked surprised. I thought you were joking last time. Who's joking? Yen Jun rolled his eyes. Only my mom likes to joke with you. What are you saying? Mind your attitude. Yen Cheng glared at him. We're colleagues here at the Research Institute. Got it, Deputy Director. Yen Jun said slowly. If what you say is true, then she's a rare talent. Our institute really needs someone like her right now. Yen Cheng thought for a moment and said, all right, then you should quickly send her a reply, asking if she's willing to come help us with the project. Our institute, Yen Jun interrupted, but she's in high school now. How could she have time to work on a project? High school? Yen Cheng quickly calculated the time. Isn't the winter vacation coming soon? Let's wait until then. Winter vacation? Yen Jun was a bit surprised. Just reply and ask first, Yen Cheng said. We should definitely ask before making any decisions. Yen Jun then wrote back a reply, while Yen Cheng started to think carefully. He's a second-year high school student, and he'll graduate in just over a year. If he has such talent, he might even be able to work at a research institute someday. This plan needs to be thought through carefully. Meanwhile, Su Qingyun was unaware of their plans. After school, she and Xia Qiu chatted happily as they pushed their bikes out of the school gate. There were many students at the entrance. Every day, they only started riding their bikes after reaching the next street. Come on up. Su Qingyun patted the back seat of her bike. Xia Qiu stretched out a leg, ready to hop on, but a hand grabbed the collar of her shirt from behind. Who are you? Xia Qiu turned around, brushing off the hand, and looked angry. A young man with a neat hairstyle, about 20 years old, with a mischievous smile, looked like a rebellious and carefree type. Su Qingyun also frowned, looking at him. Who is he? Why are you in such a hurry? The man's eyes flicked between the two girls, shining with a sly light. Too early for that. Want to play a little? The man raised an eyebrow and grinned mischievously. Want to go to the billiard hall with me? My treat. No thanks, I don't know you, Xia Qiu said impatiently. The man's smile grew wider. No problem. Just playing together, and you'll get to know me. Su Qingyun looked at him coldly. Did your parents forget to have more siblings for you? Running around pretending to be a big brother everywhere. Do they know? What did you say? The man was stunned, then reacted with disbelief. Say that again. If you want me to say it, I will. It's embarrassing enough, Su Qingyun said calmly. I'm not your parents. I don't have to listen to you. Little girl, you're really sharp-tongued. The man gritted his teeth, then sneered angrily. Xia Qiu looked shocked. She didn't expect Su Qingyun to be so good at insulting someone without using bad words. So you two aren't going to give me face today? The man narrowed his eyes, looking dangerous. Don't bother us, Su Qingyun said, signaling to Xia Qiu. Get on the bike. Summer and Autumn pursed her lips, then sat on the back of the bicycle. Su Qingyun placed her foot on the pedal, but couldn't get it to move. She looked back and saw the boy holding onto the bike's rack. He said, Did I say you can leave now? Summer and Autumn jumped off the bike, frustrated. Are you crazy? Let go. What if I don't? The boy still wore that teasing smile. Su Qingyun looked around. The street usually had few people, and now that it was late, there were even fewer. Stop looking. No one is here, the boy said lazily, sensing Su Qingyun's concern. Su Qingyun's mind tightened. This person didn't seem interested in looks, but appeared to have a plan. She suddenly asked, Why are you here? The boy paused, then smiled. You're pretty clever. Someone told me to teach you a lesson. It's because you annoyed the wrong person, so I have no choice. Who? Su Qingyun quickly thought of many people, finally settling on one face. Is Pan Fongfong your friend? Recently, her enemies were only Pan Fongfong and Lin Jianfeng. Lin Jianfeng wasn't capable of this, so it could only be Pan Fongfong. Summer and Autumn's eyes widened.
Pan Fongfong.
Isn't she the girl Lin Jianfeng recently started seeing? I don't know who Pan Fongfong is, the boy denied quickly, but Su Qingyan was sure. Pan Fongfong was the one who called him. She looked behind the boy. Are you alone? Of course not, he said with a smile, clapping his hands. Immediately, 3 more people appeared from the alley. 4 strong men surrounded the 2 girls. Summer and Autumn had never seen such a scene and looked visibly scared. Don't be afraid, Su Qingyan looked at the dark alley and smiled. Maybe we should talk inside. Pan Chong looked at Su Qingyan in surprise. Knowing they had bad intentions, he still deliberately led them into the alley. Was she foolish or just naive? But I want her to go first, Su Qingyan pointed at Summer and Autumn. Your target is me, not her. Let her leave, or I'll call someone. Seeing a few passers-by, Pan Chong frowned. Fine, she can go. You stay. Their real target was only Su Qingyan. No, I won't go. Summer and Autumn shook her head wildly. If I leave, what will you do?
No.
It's okay, you can ride your bike away. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Su Qingyan carefully signaled with her eyes. Xia Qiu has now learned how to ride a bike. Xia Qiu understood her meaning, clenched her teeth, and said, Okay, I'll go first. She got on her bike and quickly disappeared around the corner. Su Qingyan followed a group of people into the alley. Tell me, what exactly did that person ask you to do? Inside the alley, Su Qingyan spoke calmly, without showing any panic or fear. Pan Chong said, He's quite brave and loyal, letting your friend go first. Stop talking nonsense. Just say it, Su Qingyan said impatiently. A sinister look flashed in Pan Chong's eyes. This girl's tone was a bit too bold. Stay away from the people you shouldn't get close to. Understand? Pan Chong threatened with a dangerous tone.
Suin-Yun smiled.
Please pass on a message for me. Not everyone is interested in things like trash. This girl talks too harshly. Brother Chong, teach her a lesson. The tall, thin man next to Pan Chong looked at Su Qingyan slowly and casually.
Suin-Yun sibered, feeling disgusted.
Repeated words had also angered Pan Chong. He sneered and waved his hand. Teach her a lesson. He had no rule against hitting women. Su Qingyan stood quietly, watching the few people rushing toward her. She slowly smiled. Xia Qiu rode her bike around and returned to school. Seeing the locked school gate, she felt helpless and her eyes filled with tears. What should I do? What am I supposed to do? Why are you still here? A clear male voice came from behind. Xia Qiu, seeing her savior, quickly turned around and burst into tears upon seeing Jiyu. Why are you crying?
Yi frowned.
Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Isn't this your bike? Where is Su Qingyan? She was blocked by someone and in danger. She told me to go ahead, Xia Qiu said, feeling guilty. It's all my fault. Jiyu's face changed. He quickly asked, Where is she? Just in the alley on the next street. Let's go. Jiyu snatched the bike handlebar.
Get on.
Xia Qiu was stunned, but got on the bike. Jiyu pedaled quickly, and soon reached the alley entrance. Jiyu coldly said, Wait here, and don't move. He was so anxious that he threw the car aside and rushed in.
Suin-Yun. Yi shouted.
When he saw the scene in the alley, his words caught in his throat. For grown men were lying haphazardly in the alley, groaning in pain, clearly beaten badly.
This.
Jiyu didn't know what expression to show. Why are you here? Su Qingyan turned around, looking confused. I came to help you. Jiyu opened his mouth, but he couldn't bring himself to say it in this scene. Did she handle these people herself? Jiyu swallowed hard and looked at Su Qingyan with a new perspective. It's fine, he said reluctantly. Su Qingyan looked at his messy clothes, still panting, with an anxious expression on her face that hadn't faded. Suddenly, She had a bright idea. Did Xiaqiu call you to help?
Yes, but you see.
Ji Yu glanced at the suffering men. It seems I'm not really needed here. Pan Chong on the ground was in so much pain, he couldn't even scream. It was hard to believe that this gentle-looking girl had attacked so fiercely, with every move being extremely brutal. They hadn't even reacted before being knocked down and beaten. The scariest part was, this girl was smiling while fighting, making people feel cold all over.
Suin-Yun smiled.
Thanks anyway. She wasn't mistaken about him. Even though Ji Yu looked cold, he was actually kind-hearted. She told Xiaqiu to leave just to avoid worries, not expecting her to find any helpers.
Then,
let's go.
Wait.
Su Qingyan squatted down and looked at the men one last time. Next time, it won't be like this. Remember to pass on my words. She stood up. Let's go. Just as they turned around and took a few steps, one of the men on the ground quickly got up, pulled out a shiny knife from his pocket, and the bright blade gleamed silver. The man clenched his teeth, holding the knife as he lunged at them. Be careful. Ji Yu sensed danger, turned his head, shrank his pupils, and shouted. He reacted quickly, pulling Su Qingyan aside. In the next second, the blade cut across his arm, opening the skin and causing blood to gush out. Su Qingyan's expression changed completely. You really asked for it. She squeezed out her words from between her teeth and suddenly struck the man's wrist. The knife fell with a clatter. She stepped forward and kicked him, causing him to fall to the ground and be unable to get up again. Su Qingyan's face was completely expressionless, and her eyes were dark. She had been here for a long time, but this was the first time she truly lost her temper. She could tolerate foolishness and ignorance, but she would never accept someone with murderous intent. She crouched down, grabbed the man's collar, clenched her fist, and prepared to strike again. Stop it. Ji Yu's healthy hand caught her wrist. He pointed to his bleeding arm and said helplessly, Can you please take care of my arm first? Su Qingyan hesitated for a moment and loosened her grip. She took off her scarf, tied it tightly around Ji Yu's arm to stop the bleeding temporarily. The scarf, still warm, was wrapped around his arm. Ji Yu's eyes flickered with a strange feeling, and a faint pain in his hand seemed to fade away. Xiaqiu didn't hear any noise and became very anxious. She ran into the alley and saw this scene, her eyes widening in shock. What was happening? Did Ji Yu handle all these people? So quickly. Qiu, go report to the police, Su Qingyan said quickly. Ji Yu is hurt. I'll take him to get it treated. Xiaqiu finally noticed Ji Yu's bandaged arm. She was so surprised her mouth opened wide. I'll go right now. She turned and ran. Su Qingyan looked at Ji Yu with an apology. Let's go to the clinic to clean the wound. If it gets infected, it won't be good. No need to go to the clinic. My home isn't far, and I have a first aid kit there. It will be fine after a quick treatment, Ji Yu said casually. Then I'll go with you, Su Qingyan insisted. Since Ji Yu was hurt trying to help her, she had to take responsibility. Together? Ji Yu was a bit stunned. Did she mean to go to his house? Is it inconvenient? Su Qingyan also felt it might be a bit bold. If it is, I can just… No, Ji Yu interrupted her. It's convenient. Convenient, he repeated to reassure her, fearing she might not believe him. Now it was Su Qingyan's turn to be surprised. Then, shall we go? After about 10 minutes of walking, Ji Yu said, We've arrived. Su Qingyan looked at the residential compound of the town government and asked in surprise, You live here? Yes, Ji Yu replied softly. In the building right in front. Su Qingyan followed inside. Since it was after work hours, the family compound was busy with people coming and going. When she saw Ji Yu bring in a strange young girl, everyone's eyes looked a bit strange. After the crowd disappeared from sight, they started whispering. Isn't that the kid from the Ji family? He usually looks so quiet, but now he's bringing a girl home. Being quiet is one thing, but that Ji kid is quite good-looking. In our family compound, he's probably captivated many young girls. That's probably because he takes after his mother's looks. Not to criticize, but many men here keep staring at her all the time. It's pretty disgusting. Can someone from the capital be the same? He's got an air of elegance and pride. So, what if he's from the capital? His man is just the deputy director at our office now. He used to be a big official in the capital, but now he's just sitting in our small town, drinking tea and reading newspapers every day. He has no real power.
Exactly.
I heard my wife say that if this were ancient times, he'd be considered exiled. No, it should be called banishment. Everyone burst into laughter. Su Qingyun turned around and frowned. She felt that these people's eyes seemed a bit off. What's wrong? Jiyu asked, turning back. They went upstairs. Jiyu took out his keys to open the door. Come in, he said, pulling the door open and stepping aside. Su Qingyun pursed her lips and stepped into Ji's home. She looked around. The house wasn't big. She could see the entire living room at once. The furniture was neatly arranged, showing careful attention to detail. There was even a pot of orchids on the balcony, indicating that the owner loved life and cared about quality. The house was quiet, with no one around. Where are your parents? She asked. They probably haven't finished work yet, Ji replied.
Sit down first.
I'll get you some water. Don't trouble yourself. Where's the first aid kit? Su Qingyun was worried about his hand. They didn't have a tetanus shot available now, and if it got infected, it would be hard to treat. I'll get it, Ji said quickly.
He soon found the first aid kit.
Su Qingyun took a quick look. It had alcohol, gauze, and many common medicines. It showed that the owner was very careful. Su Qingyun's impression of Ji's family improved a bit. She took out alcohol and bandages, giving Jiyu a subtle look.
What?
Jiyu didn't understand. Why are you just standing there? Take off your clothes, Su Qingyun said helplessly.
Take off.
Take off what clothes? Jiyu's face turned red quickly, and he stammered. If you don't take off your clothes, I can't disinfect your wound. Su Qingyun looked at him with big eyes. After a minute, Jiyu gave up and slowly started to take off his clothes. She watched him remove his jacket, sweater, and shirt.
Wait.
Su Qingyun called out hurriedly. You don't need to take off your shirt. Jiyu stopped, looked at her with moist eyes that shone with light, and Su Qingyun suddenly felt he seemed a bit sad. Just roll up your sleeves. Jiyu rolled up his sleeves. His white shirt was already stained with blood, and the wound was exposed, showing bright red flesh, which looked a little frightening. Su Qingyun was unsure how to proceed for a moment. Go ahead, Jiyu said calmly. It doesn't hurt. Should I start now? Su Qingyun picked up the disinfectant alcohol, dipped a cotton ball, took a breath, and carefully applied it to his wound. She cleaned it little by little with alcohol. The white cotton ball turned red, and Jiyu didn't even grunt. Does it hurt? Su Qingyun asked. No, keep going, Jiyu replied. She looked at his side profile, calm and steady, with no visible emotion, but her jaw was clenched tightly. His effort to stay strong made Su Qingyun smile faintly, and her movements became gentler. After disinfecting, she gently applied a powder to stop bleeding and swelling, then carefully wrapped it with a bandage. In just a short time, in the middle of winter, Jiyu's forehead was covered in fine sweat. Su Qingyun's face was serious as she wrapped layer after layer. Jiyu watched the girl with her head bowed, her soft hair making his heart soften. The pain in his hand seemed to ease a little. He looked at Su Qingyun neatly tying the bandage into a pretty bow. A bow? Jiyu's pupils contracted, and he looked a bit displeased. How could such a girl's thing be tied on his hand? Not satisfied? Su Qingyun squinted. No, Jiyu didn't say anything more. He looked at the swinging bow and couldn't help but smile. There was a moment of silence as the two looked at each other. Then Su Qingyun asked, Should I go now? Ah, I'm back, a gentle female voice suddenly called out as the door opened. Before Su Qingyun could react, the woman saw her. She widened her eyes in disbelief, her gaze shifting between the two. The girl stood tall and graceful, smiling softly, looking charming and lovely. The woman's eyes brightened. Su Qingyun also looked at the woman. She must be Jiyu's mother. She was wearing a black coat, with a scarf around her neck that Su Qingyun had helped Jiyu pick last time. She had a gentle, harmless aura, warm and charming. Ji looked like he was carved from the same mold as his mother, but her features were more delicate and elegant. Ji had a bit more heroism and a cool look. Who is this? Ji-yu's mother asked carefully. Ji paused, then said, my classmate.
Classmate?
That's great, Ji-yu's mother said happily. This was the first time since coming here that Ji-yu brought a classmate home, especially a girl. Hello, Auntie. My name is Su Qingyun. I'm Ji-yu's classmate. Since they met, she politely greeted. Su Qingyun? Ji-yu's mother suddenly remembered. Isn't that the girl who helped Ji-yu pick out my birthday gift last time? Yes, that's me, Annie, Su Qingyun said a little shyly. It was just a coincidence. I just picked something randomly. I didn't know if you would like it. Of course I like it, Ji-yu's mother said warmly. It's pretty and keeps warm. I wear it every day. Thank you so much. It's nothing, just a small favor, Su Qingyun replied. But Ji-yu, today he got hurt helping me, she said sincerely, bringing up the matter. Hurt? Ji-yu's mother was happy at first, then saw the bandage on Ji-yu's hand. She immediately became worried. What happened? Is it serious? I'll take you to the hospital. It's okay, Mom. It's just a small injury. It's bandaged up already, Ji-yu said. Ji-yu's mother sat on the sofa, worried. What exactly happened? Tell me. Ji-yu explained everything clearly.
What?
Ji-yu's mother exclaimed angrily after hearing. They dare do this outside the school? That's too reckless. We must report this to the school. Sorry, Auntie, it's all my fault, Ji-yu said. Su Qingyun apologized because she was the one who caused her son's injury. How can you blame yourself? Mother Ji said kindly, gently holding her hand. You're the victim. Luckily, Yu is here today, or you, a young girl, would be in danger. You did the right thing. Even if he got hurt, it's a brave injury.
Don't worry about it.
A small wound will heal quickly. Su Qingyun was surprised and didn't expect Mother Ji to comfort her instead. Thank you, Auntie. It's okay. You must be very scared today. Mother Ji looked a little worried. A young girl going through something like this must have been very frightened. What is she so scared of? He thought about the people lying around in disarray, opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Annie, I should go now? Su Qingyun asked. No, stay and have a meal first, Mother Ji quickly stopped her. She took Su Qingyun's hand and sat her down. Sit and rest for a while. I'll cook soon, and it'll be ready quickly. Really, Auntie, I don't need to bother you. It's already late, and my family will worry if I don't go home. I see. Mother Ji hesitated. Next time, come to my house for a meal. Okay, I'll definitely not refuse then, Su Qingyun said with a smile, her face lively and bright. What's there to be polite about? Mother Ji called you over. You, see Xiao Yun off. After what just happened, the young girl was probably still feeling nervous. Goodbye, Auntie. Goodbye, goodbye, Mother Ji said with a warm smile, seeing them out. Outside the residential area, Su Qingyun thought for a moment. You go back first. I'll go to the police station to see Xiaoqiu. You hurriedly said, I'll go with you. I'm also involved in this. Su Qingyun considered and nodded. All right, let's go. The town wasn't big, and the police station was not far from the residential area. They crossed 2 streets and arrived. When they got there, Xiaoqiu was just explaining the whole story. Are you both okay? Xiaoqiu asked nervously. How is your injury? It's not serious, right?
I'm fine, Yu replied calmly.
The police officer taking their statements looked at them and asked, Are you the ones involved in the incident?
Yes, Su Yun answered.
Looking at Su Qingyun, whose voice was soft and innocent-looking, the police softened their tone and said, Come on, tell me everything clearly. They needed to check if the statements from the 3 people matched. Su Qingyun and Ji-yu's stories were similar to Xiaoqiu's. The police nodded and said, All right, now that everything is clear, there's nothing more to discuss. Okay, thank you, officer, Su Qingyun said with a sweet smile. What do you mean, officer? The police officer felt helpless. He's not that old, right? Just sign here and you can go. He handed over a notebook. The 3 signed their names one after another. When the police looked at the name they were about to sign, they paused.
Soo In-yoon?
That name. Isn't it the girl the county mentioned needing more attention to? The girl they talked about earlier? The police looked at Soo Ching-yun. Is your name Soo Ching-yun? Yes, what's wrong? Soo Ching-yun asked with some confusion. Can we go now? As the three prepared to leave, the police called them back. Thinking about the people next door who were still angry and loud, he sighed with some helplessness. Be careful with your actions in the future and take it easy. Although they were acting in self-defense, young people often get into trouble if they don't control their strength. He looked seriously at Ji-yu.
Yi-ue.
Do you believe that the tragic state of those people has nothing to do with me? The three left the police station.
Soo In-yoon va vedat Yi-e.
You can go back now, Ji-yu. Thanks for today. No need. Ji-yu's sharp eyebrows moved slightly. You all should go home quickly. It's late. Soo Ching-yun drove Xia-chio home. Xia-chio sat in the back seat, still a bit shaken. Yun-yun, why do you think Pan Fong-fong did this? Because of that troublemaker, Soo Ching-yun said softly. A few days ago, Pan Fong-fong came to see me. She kept saying I lied and falsely accused Lin Jianfeng. She came to settle the score and said she wouldn't let me go. I thought she was just threatening, but I didn't expect a young girl to be so ruthless. Her sigh made Xia-chio laugh. Talking about her being a young girl, you're the youngest, right? But Lin Jianfeng really is a troublemaker, Xia-chio said with strong dislike. I've been so unlucky. Why did I ever like him? It's like I was bewitched.
Soo In-yoon smiled.
You didn't really like him, did you? You just want to argue with me, right? Xia-chio thought for a moment and agreed. That's true. Honestly, she didn't have much real affection for Lin Jianfeng. At first, it was only because Soo Ching-yun liked him that she insisted on competing with Soo Ching-yun to take him away. After discovering Lin Jianfeng's true nature, she was just a little sad for a while and then moved on. Neither of them are good people, Xia-chio said angrily. Should we just forget about this? We still need to see if the police can get those people to talk and reveal the mastermind behind it. But most likely they won't. Pan Fong-fong definitely gave them benefits, and besides the one who drew the knife, their behavior isn't serious. They just got into a fight, and will be released in a few days. These thugs are used to this and aren't afraid. It all depends on whether the police can find a way to get information from the one who drew the knife. It's better if they all go to jail. People like that shouldn't be out causing trouble, Xia-chio said bitterly. Soo Ching-yun thought for a moment. Anyway, let's be careful during this time. We should walk to and from school together and see what the police say. Okay, Xia-chio nodded in agreement. When they arrived at Xia-chio's home, Soo Ching-yun stopped the car. You should go back now. Soo Ching-yun pedaled her bike home. Her family had been waiting anxiously and was restless. Wu Guixiang let out a big breath of relief. What's wrong with you? Why are you so late today? I was on duty at school, so I was a bit late cleaning, Soo Ching-yun said with a smile. She couldn't tell the truth and worry her family. Grandma, don't worry. I'm grown up. I won't get lost, Soo Ching-yun said on purpose. Wu Guixiang rolled her eyes. I'm really worried about you getting lost. She was afraid someone might take notice of her beautiful little granddaughter, even in her dreams. All right, let's eat, Qining called out. You've been at school all day. You must be hungry. She served Soo Ching-yun a bowl of rice. Thanks, Mom, Soo Ching-yun said, sitting next to her dad. She picked up her bowl and started eating. Soo In-yoon glanced at her casually, then stopped, his eyes darkening. Soo Ching-yun didn't notice and kept eating quietly. After dinner, Soo Ching-yun planned to take a walk in the yard to digest her food, but was pulled inside by Soo In-yoon. Tell me, what happened today? Soo In-yoon looked at her seriously, rare for him.
Soo In-yoon looked relaxed.
It's nothing, Dad. Nothing? Soo In-yoon tugged at her sleeve. You call that nothing? On the sleeve of her light yellow sweater, there was a dark red bloodstain, with a faint iron smell. It was probably from Ji's blood. Wow, Dad. You're really sharp-eyed, Soo Ching-yun admitted, surprised she hadn't noticed herself. Stop talking nonsense. What happened? Soo In-yoon looked worried. Did you get hurt anywhere? I'm not hurt. That's not my blood. Su Qingyun had to honestly tell him what happened again. Su Aimin's face turned pale with anger. So, you're saying the girl Lin Jianfeng was flirting with tried to trap you?
Probably.
Pan Fongfong had contacted me before. I didn't think much of it and didn't expect her to do something like this. Seeing the annoying bloodstain, Su Aimin felt a wave of fear. It was lucky that Yun Yun had someone to help. Otherwise, thinking about the terrible consequences, Su Aimin felt terrible. I didn't expect that guy to still be so scheming. He's still talking nonsense outside. He's really tired of living, Su Aimin said through clenched teeth. This isn't over. Dad, what are you going to do? Su Qingyun's eyes widened. She wondered if her dad was about to. Su Aimin waved his hand.
Don't worry about it.
I have my plans.
No, Dad.
I just want you to be careful and not let anyone find out. Su Qingyun blinked, pretending she understood. Mind your own business. Su Aimin said impatiently. I'm leaving now. Su Aimin stood up to go, then remembered something. Oh, and you should thank your classmate properly. I know, Su Qingyun answered obediently. Su Aimin went to Su Tsongwu's room. His older brothers weren't home. Su Kongwu was sleeping alone, still awake when his little uncle entered. Little uncle, what's wrong? Su Aimin lowered his voice. Kongwu, let's go handle something. What's the matter? Su Kongwu looked confused. Su Aimin quietly explained. The more Su Kongwu listened, the angrier he got. He suddenly sat up from the bed, furious. Come on, uncle. Let's deal with him. He dared to bother Yun Yun. Lin Jianfeng really was tired of living. As the sky darkened, it was likely that Lin Jianfeng had finished dinner at his host's house. The uncle and nephew quietly left the place. They were right. Lin Jianfeng had just finished eating and was heading to the youth accommodation. Thinking about the benefits he had gained from Pan Fongfong these days, he felt very happy. Not to mention, Pan Fongfong had secretly said she wanted to give him a surprise, which made Lin Jianfeng hum happily. These silly girls are easy to please. Just a few sweet words and they are so happy they lose their sense of direction. They are both innocent and foolish. There was a faint glow on the horizon, but he could still see the road beneath his feet. He was alone on the road. The night breeze was cold and sharp, so he tightened his clothes. Passing through a bamboo grove, the wind made the bamboo leaves rustle, and the shadows swayed on the ground like ghostly figures. Lin Jianfeng shivered inexplicably and quickened his pace. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded behind him. His heart trembled. Feeling something was wrong, he was about to turn around when everything suddenly went black. A foul-smelling bag covered his entire body. Next, a heavy kick struck him. He fell to the ground instantly, unable to move inside the bag, only able to roar in anger. Who are you? What do you want? Lin Jianfeng was terrified. He could only threaten with a trembling voice. Let me go, or you'll regret it. No one answered him. Only punches and kicks rained down like hail. Each hit his vulnerable spots, making dull thuds on his flesh. Lin Jianfeng cried out in pain, feeling as if his body was being hammered apart. Every part hurt. The foul smell enveloped him, nearly suffocating him. Gradually, he couldn't even scream anymore, only cursing silently in his mind. Don't let him find out who they are. Otherwise, he would make them wish they were dead. Seeing the person inside the bag grow weaker, the beating finally stopped. In the dim night, Su Aimin and Su Kongwu exchanged a glance, understanding each other's meaning. Before leaving, Su Kongwu kicked Lin Jianfeng once more to vent his anger. The two hurried back home under the cover of night. Lying on the road like a lump of rotten mud, Lin Jianfeng endured the sharp pain that felt like his bones were broken. He groped to find the opening of the bag, stuck his head out, and took deep breaths of fresh air. After finally resting a bit, he slowly managed to sit up, limping painfully as he hobbled back to the dormitory of the young scholars. The next day, the Su family had just served breakfast. As they were chatting, suddenly the village loudspeaker crackled to life, and the voice of Captain Qin Yofu echoed throughout the village. Last night, a serious incident occurred in our village. Our young scholar, Lin Jianfeng, was attacked while returning home around 7 or 8 o'clock. He was forced into a sack and beaten maliciously, resulting in injuries. Lin Jianfeng was beaten? The whole family widened their eyes and instinctively put down their bowls and listened carefully. Currently, we have no clues about the attacker. We hope the person will come forward and admit their mistake. The village will handle this lightly if they do. We also ask all villagers to take this as a warning, stay alert, and prevent such serious incidents from happening again. Although Qin Yofu spoke seriously, his tone was relaxed, and it didn't sound very serious. Many villagers shrugged. That Lin Jianfeng was beaten with a sack. Wasn't that normal? If they knew, they would probably cheer. Qin Yofu actually thought the same, but since Lin Jianfeng had come to complain to him, he had to act properly. As the village leader, he couldn't openly show favoritism. The broadcast played 3 times. After hearing it, the Su family sat in silence for a while. Lin Jianfeng was actually beaten? Wu Guixiang recovered and looked happy. Who did such a good deed? Exactly. What do you call that? Su Aigua laughed loudly. That's really. How do you say it? Su Zongwu added with a smile. That's great news. Su Aigua continued. Yes, that's truly wonderful news. Su Zongwu agreed quickly. I really want to know who the hero was? Zhang Xinlan pursed her lips. It's about time someone did something. What's wrong with that? Su Zongwu couldn't hide his smile. Su Aimin glanced at him, signaling him to calm down. I understand. Su Zongwu blinked. This was a secret between him and his uncle. No one else noticed, but Qin Ying observed their interaction closely. She squinted and looked at Su Aimin. Did he go out last night? Su Qingyun quietly ate his meal, pretending it had nothing to do with her. It's fine. Lin Jianfeng's actions were justified. In winter, there wasn't much work in the fields. The family gathered around the fire to keep warm, chatting quietly in small groups. Su Aimin needed to go to the convoy, as there was a new job. It was his first time going with a vehicle, so he wanted to learn from other drivers. Of course, he also had more important matters to discuss. Su Qingyun had finished assembling a bicycle for Wang Jihua. It worked well, and Wang was very happy. He took the bike and left. Su Qingyun didn't know where Wang was going, and he didn't ask. When Su Aimin was about to leave, Qin Ying stopped him. Why did you give that look to Wu just now? What look? I didn't do anything. Su Aimin pretended to be innocent. Nothing? Are you blind? Qin Ying scolded him. Honestly, did you hit Lin Jianfeng? Qin Ying asked directly. You went out last night and the timing matches. Everyone was so excited, but you didn't seem surprised at all. That's suspicious. Honey, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Your eyes are sharper than the police, Su Aimin admitted, smiling and flattering her. Stop flattering me, Qin Ying said, annoyed. What happened? What did Lin Jianfeng do? He hadn't questioned Lin Jianfeng about his recent actions before. Why did he suddenly beat him up? There must be a reason. That kid deserved a beating, Su Aimin said confidently. He thought he had gone easy on him. He repeated what Su Qingyun had told him yesterday, which made Qin Ying very angry. What? Qin Ying cursed silently. She clenched her teeth and said, he's still flirting with other girls and even dared to hit Yun Yun. Where does he get the nerve? It's so disgusting. Don't you think I was right to hit him? Right? I think you went too easy on him, Qin Ying said fiercely. Then she suddenly realized something. Wait, did you go with Songwu? Of course, Su Aimin admitted happily. I'm getting older. If I hit him too hard and hurt myself, what then? Songwu is young and full of energy. It's best to bring him along. You really are a good uncle, Qin Ying said, speechless. Only someone like Su Aimin would do something like that, taking his nephew to threaten someone. Songwu also can't stand to see his sister bullied, Su Aimin said confidently. All right, I won't do it again. Qin Ying felt tired. I understand. I'm leaving now. The car team is waiting for me. Go. Qin Ying waved his hand. Su Aimin went to the car team, and Su Qingyun went to school. The father and daughter left together. At school, Ji was already sitting at his desk. His bandaged hand caught everyone's attention. How did Ji-yu get hurt? Did he get into a fight? Maybe. My aunt works at the town government compound, and Ji-yu's reputation isn't good. Didn't they say Ji-yu fought with students from the county middle school? I heard it was pretty fierce, and he even used a knife. He's always been hard to control. If he wasn't good at school, the school wouldn't want students like him. Su Qingyan frowned after hearing this, her face cold. Ji-yu, however, remained calm, flipping a page in his book as if he hadn't heard anything.
What are you talking about?
Su Qingyan suddenly slammed her book on the desk and said loudly, "Do you know the full story before talking nonsense? Ji-yu was hurt helping me and Xiaqiu. If you don't know the facts, don't spread false accusations." Exactly. Xiaqiu also spoke up. Ji-yu did something good. Why do you think he's such a bad person? Don't judge others with prejudice. Xiaqiu no longer feared Ji-yu and felt a bit guilty about her previous attitude, which had been very harsh. The classmates looked at each other in silence. Su Qingyan now held a very important position in the class, and when she spoke, no one dared to make a sound. Ji-yu didn't say anything. He paused in flipping his book, as if a soft spot in his heart had been touched. Su Qingyan took something out of her bag and placed it in front of Ji-yu. It was a beautifully wrapped metal box with English words on it. "Here's a thank you gift for you." Chocolate? Ji-yu was surprised. Could he still find chocolate in this small town? "Yes, for you," Su Qingyan said, feeling a little pain. This was from her last trip to the provincial city. There were only 2 boxes. She ate one and the other was here. No need. Ji-yu knew the price of this brand of chocolate. It wasn't cheap. He couldn't accept it. Su Qingyan took out a piece, peeled off the sugar coating, and handed it to Ji-yu. "Try it. Eating sweets can help relieve pain and make you feel better." Ji-yu looked at her smooth, white fingers with the round chocolate. He lowered his eyes and took it, putting it into his mouth. The sweet, smooth taste filled his mouth completely. "How is it? Sweet, right?" Su Qingyan asked him eagerly. "Yes," Ji-yu replied softly. This sweetness kept going down, seeming to reach his heart. Later that evening, Su Aimin hurried back home. He went straight into Su Qingyan's room. Su Qingyan had just finished her homework. Seeing her father acting secretive and strange, she asked, "What's wrong? Dad? Your dad will go on his first trip with the truck in a few days." "Really?" Su Qingyan's eyes lit up. "Where to?" Su Aimin's eyes also shone brightly. "To the provincial city." "The provincial city? That's great." Su Qingyan had talked with her father before and agreed that the best route for the truck team was going to the provincial city. "Dad, what are your plans?" Su Qingyan knew her father must already have some ideas. "I'm planning to go to Qingbei Road in the provincial city again to contact Uncle Wang Meng. If possible, I want to develop this route long-term in the provincial city. I'll connect with Uncle Wang Meng. I've thought about it. Bicycles are too big a goal. It's unlikely to do this business often. The best products are hair accessories and clothes. They make quick money, have small goals, and lower risks." Su Qingyan nodded, agreeing with her father. "Anyway, Dad, be careful." "Don't worry, your dad is clever," Su Aimin said confidently. "Also, thank you for last night." Su Qingyan winked. "Why be polite with me?" Su Aimin tousled her hair. "If anything happens, tell me and your mom. Don't make decisions alone. If Lin Jianfeng dares to come after you again, I'll beat him up." "I know." Su Qingyan felt warm inside and couldn't help but smile sweetly. Before Su Aimin left with the truck team, Su Tsungwoo's job exam results came out. The recruitment notice was delivered directly to their home. Su Kanwoo happily took the notice and entered the house, smiling broadly as he announced to the family, "I got accepted as a technician at the textile factory." Everyone was surprised and asked questions. Zhang Xinlan suddenly stood up. "Really? You got in?" "Of course." Su Kanwoo proudly waved his notice and said, "The job notice has arrived." "How could it be fake?"
"Oh,
my good son. You're so capable." Zhang Xinlan was overjoyed and looked at the notice, as if it were a treasure. Su Kanwoo looked proud, forgetting that his mother had just called him a fool last night. "Let me see. What's this notice?" Su Weidong came over, also smiling happily. Zhang Xinlan shot him a glance. You only recognize a few characters. Can you read it? I can't read, but can I ask someone to read it to me? Su Adong said confidently. Yun, come here. Read it to second uncle. Okay.
Su Yun cheerfully agreed.
She held the notice and read aloud. This is to inform that Su Kongwu from Luoshui Village, Luoshui Town, Luoshui County, meets the requirements for the technician position at our factory. The whole family listened carefully, their smiles growing wider. Su Dalin knocked his pipe and, rarely smiling, said, Kongwu did well this time. All 4 grandchildren in the family were truly good kids. Su Kongwu was very happy to hear this. It was the first time his grandfather had praised him like this. Since you got the job, you should work hard and find a good girl to marry, just like your older brother, Wu Guixiang advised sincerely. The eldest grandson was already married and settled. The second was too far away for them to visit, so only the third was left. He was in his early 20s and should start thinking about it. Grandma, don't worry about me, Su Kongwu said casually. Maybe someday I'll marry a girl from the city and bring her home. Don't just say that. I will burn incense for the Buddha, Zhang Xinlan said with a pout.
Su Kongwu.
He was proud for only 5 minutes before his mother was about to ruin his moment. Su Kongwu was scheduled to report to the county textile factory on Saturday. Su Qingyan thought for a moment and decided to go with him. She was still thinking about the red bricks and wanted to visit the county brick factory. All right, third brother, you go ahead. I'll go back by myself later, Su Kongwu said as he saw her off at the brick factory gate. Su Qingyun waved her hand. Be careful. The brick factory was one of the largest in the county, with a very grand entrance. As soon as Su Qingyun approached, one of the 2 security guards at the gate stopped her. Hey, what do you do? Su Qingyun smiled innocently and said, I am from Luoshui Village in Luoshui Town. Our village is building a school, and we need some bricks. Our team leader asked me to come and see the brick factory. Asked you to come see? The security guard looked at her suspiciously. Does a young girl like her really come to handle such matters? Yes, recently our village has been very busy building the school. I know a little about red bricks, so the team leader asked me to come and check. Su Qingyan explained, you have a worker named Zhang Meng at your brick factory, right?
He's helping us now.
He previously brought some bricks to our village, but we need more, so I was sent to pass along the message. She spoke confidently, making it seem like Zhang Meng was a big deal. Zhang Meng? The guard hesitated. Zhang Meng is actually the brother-in-law of the factory director. He looked uncertain, but Su Qingyan continued, maybe you should ask your leaders first? I'll wait here. All right, I'll ask, the guard said, whispering to another guard before leaving. After he left, Su Qingyan casually chatted with the remaining guard. Master Zhang has been at the factory for a long time, right? He's so skilled, he must be a veteran worker. The other guard, younger and more upright-looking, couldn't hide his smile. Him?
He's not really a master.
You've probably never seen a real skilled worker. How did your village find him to help fix the school? Hearing this, Su Qingyun's eyes widened. What's wrong with Master Zhang? Is there a problem? Bah. Just a fool. A relative, the young guard said dismissively. Su Qingyan paused, surprised by his bluntness. She carefully looked at him. The fabric of his uniform looked expensive. She then tentatively asked, How do you know all this? I heard from my uncle. He's the deputy factory director, the guard casually replied. But everyone at the factory knows Zhang Meng's background. No need to ask around. Su Qingyun was silent. Deputy factory director? So he's also a relative? No wonder he talks so confidently. Seeing her expression, the young guard smiled proudly. I may be a relative, but I know my place. I'm just happy to be a security guard. Unlike Zhang Meng, who's eager to take on jobs beyond his skill level. Su Qingyun's expression suddenly became difficult to read. Does this mean there is still a hierarchy among connections these days? While they were talking, the security guard from earlier returned. He looked at Su Qingyun and said, Go in. The director has half an hour. He's in the first office on the second floor of that building over there. Thanks, brother, Su Qingyun immediately replied. She entered the brick factory. The security guard behind her asked the small guard, "What did you say to her?" "Nothing much, just some casual chat." Following the instructions of the guard, Su Qingyun found the director's office at the brick factory. She gently knocked on the door. "Come in," a deep, middle-aged male voice responded. Su Qingyun pushed the door open. Su Wenjie was surprised. The girl looked very young. He hadn't expected such a young girl. After looking her over, Su Wenjie smiled. "Are you from Luoshui village?" "Yes, Director Su," Su Qingyun replied. The security guard had already told her the director's name. Su Wenjie squinted and asked, "You say your village needs a batch of bricks to build a school? I remember last time Zhang Meng brought enough bricks to your village. How come you don't have enough now?" "It's like this, Director Su. Because our village has a large population and many children of school age, plus a few nearby villages without schools, they come here to study. So, the original plan for the school was too small, and we need to expand. That's why we need more bricks," Su Qingyun explained carefully. "I see." Su Wenjie nodded, looking a bit troubled. "But our brick factory has a set amount of bricks it can produce. If you suddenly need more, I don't know where to get them. We just need a little for building the school. It's not a lot. Director, could you please help us find a way?" "Well, Zhang Meng is my brother-in-law, and he's related to your team leader. I should help out of courtesy and obligation." Su Wenjie hesitated. "Let me think about it." Su Qingyun watched him pretend to consider carefully, but kept silent, knowing he would say something interesting. "Oh, right." Soon, Su Wenjie looked as if he just remembered something. "We still have a batch of old red bricks in the warehouse. They were left over from when the county's steel factory built dormitories. Do you want them?" "Leftover bricks from the steel factory dormitories?" Su Yingjun looked confused. "Since there are leftovers, why haven't they been sold elsewhere? Don't you understand, little girl?" Su Wenjie smiled. "Now everyone buys bricks from the same batch, fired at the same time. No one wants the leftovers from before." "I see," Su Qingyun said, looking thoughtful. "Since your village needs these bricks, I can only think of this batch. Do you want to take some?" Su Wenjie stood helper. Su Qingyun thought for a moment. "Can I take a look first? That way I can tell our team leader." "Of course," Su Wenjie agreed happily. "But I have a meeting later, so I need to hurry." "Okay, I won't take up much of your time." Su Wenjie's smile deepened. He thought to himself, little girls are easy to fool, and Luo Shui village is naive, sending such a young girl to handle this. They went to the warehouse. Su Wenjie opened the door and pointed to a pile of bricks in the corner. "Those are the ones," he said casually, not believing she could tell anything special. The warehouse was dim, but Su Qingyun still saw the color of the red bricks. They looked similar to the bricks used in their village's school, with a darker shade and white residue. She picked up a brick, weighed it, then knocked on it with her finger. It made the same clack sound. Her expression grew serious as she confirmed that the village's bricks came from this place. "How about it?" Su Wenjie came over and asked. "These are good bricks, high quality. If you don't want them, I can sell them to you at 2 cents per brick." Su Wenjie looked like he had lost a lot. He secretly chuckled, thinking she was just pretending to check. Su Qingyun turned her head. "They're good, but I want to see other bricks too." "Other bricks?" Su Wenjie was surprised. "Didn't I say there are no other bricks?" "No, Director," Su Yingjun smiled. "I just want to compare these with the newly produced bricks. What's there to compare?" Su Wenjie's smile froze for a moment. Then, he quickly recovered. "Our brick factory uses automated firing, so all the bricks are pretty much the same. There's no real difference. But I heard that good red bricks are not like this. These bricks look more like defective products," Su Qingyun said with a smile on her face, but her words made Su Wenjie change his expression. "Young girl, what do you mean by that?" Su Wenjie's face darkened. "Our brick factory's bricks are all inspected, and every brick we keep is of good quality. If you don't need any, please leave and don't waste my time. This girl is here to cause trouble." "Director Su, why are you in such a hurry?" Su Qingyun said casually. "I just wanted to look at other bricks, no need to react so strongly." Su Wenjie looked at her with a stern gaze. "The meeting time is up. I won't stay any longer." Please leave the brick factory quickly, or I'll call security. Su Qingyun said, Director Su, isn't your meeting with the county leaders? If the leaders find out that the factory is selling poor quality bricks as good ones, what do you think they will do? Su Wenjie stared at her, surprised. Was this random girl with yellow hair threatening him? He almost laughed out loud, feeling amused. Little girl, go back quickly. Stop causing trouble here. This isn't a place for kids to play. I won't bother with you anymore. Seeing that he didn't take her words seriously, Su Qingyun didn't get angry. She just smiled softly and said, Director Su, we will meet again. Go now, go now. Su Wenjie waved impatiently, feeling like she was wasting his time. Su Qingyun calmly walked out of the brick factory gate. The little security guard at the entrance called out to her. You're leaving so soon?
Yeah, Suinjun nodded.
Hey, brother, you just said the meeting today was with county leaders. Who all came? I'm not really sure. The security guard scratched his head. I think there was a vice county mayor, but I don't know the details. Okay, thanks. Su Qingyun thought for a moment. Luoshui County has 3 vice county mayors. The one she knows, Vice County Mayor Chen, oversees agriculture and public security. The brick factory belongs to the production department, so it probably isn't under Vice Mayor Chen's jurisdiction. But in official circles, everyone's connected. If Vice Mayor Chen knew about this, he might be able to do something. Still, Su Qingyun hesitated, unsure whether to bother him over this matter. She stood there hesitating. Seeing her like this, the security guard casually asked, What exactly are you doing at the brick factory? He is clever, but it's obvious. The girl keeps asking him questions in a subtle way, and she's not really here to buy bricks. Su Qingyun looks at him and suddenly has a good idea. She glances at the security guard nearby and whispers, I just want to see our brick factory's production line and the bricks they make.
What's so interesting about that?
The small security guard looks confused. It's like this. I can tell good bricks from bad ones. I feel something's wrong with the bricks used to build the school in our village. I want to compare them. Su Qingyun takes a pack of cigarettes from her pocket and gives it to the security guard. These cigarettes are specially prepared for emergencies. They're not cheap. Her father brought back imported cigarettes before. The security guard's eyes flicker, and he puts the cigarettes away, smiling more clearly. Why do you think something's wrong? Su Qingyun says, the bricks in our village were brought in by Zhang Meng. I suspect he sold us defective bricks that failed quality checks at the factory at regular prices. What? That's true? The security guard's eyes widen. That's against the factory rules.
How could he do that?
No, it's not right. Director Su is backing him, so Zhang Meng can do these things, the security guard says angrily. This can't be ignored. I need to tell my uncle. Su Qingyun's eyes brighten. Her uncle is the deputy factory manager. Finding him is more useful than looking for a county official. So, you just want to compare if the bricks are the same, right? The security guard asks after thinking. Yes, Su Qingyun lowers her voice. Director Su took me to a remote warehouse just now. Inside, there are defective bricks. The security guard frowns. So, Director Su deliberately let Zhang Meng take those bricks? I don't know for sure, Su Qingyun says carefully. She doesn't want to reveal everything. The security guard thinks for a moment and says, I'll take you to see. Okay, the security guard nods seriously. Selling defective bricks is a serious matter. We need to find out the truth. If this gets out, the factory's reputation will suffer, and the safety of buildings made with those bricks could be at risk. I'll take you to see first, then go find my uncle. You should explain everything clearly. Thank you so much, Su Qingyun says gratefully. Really, thank you. Another security guard watched the two people whispering together for a while before walking back into the brick factory. He opened his mouth to say something but ultimately stayed silent. Zhu Xing is the nephew of the deputy factory manager, so he can't afford to offend him. Zhu Xing took Su Qingyun directly to the production workshop. There were large piles of raw materials, along with coal mixers, crushers, brick-making machines, and other big equipment. This was the first time Su Qingyun saw a modern production line in this era. The process of making red bricks is shaping, air drying, loading into the kiln, firing, and unloading. The steps are complex and many workers are busy working efficiently. Everyone has red faces, red hair, and even red dust in their ears and nostrils. From afar, they look like funny clay soldiers. Zhu Xing led Su Qingyun to the last part of the kiln. Neatly stacked red bricks with smooth surfaces, even textures and light red color could be seen. There was almost no white residue. Su Qingyun knocked on one, and it made a clear metallic sound. These bricks are of good quality, different from the red bricks she saw in the warehouse and village. Su Qingyun saw workers sorting bricks at the unloading area. Bricks that looked unqualified were thrown into large baskets, some broken, some still intact. She asked Zhu Xing, what do they usually do with the unqualified bricks? Are they kept? Of course not. Those are bricks that didn't succeed in firing. They are sent to the crusher to be used as raw materials for refiring, Zhu Xing explained. Su Qingyun's expression darkened. It seemed that the unqualified bricks in the warehouse were secretly kept. Director Su was quite clever. Someone was secretly saving bricks, then someone else was responsible for selling them. This was a complete resale chain. Xiao Xing, it's working hours. What are you doing here? Just then, a curious voice spoke from behind. Su Qingyun turned around and saw a serious-looking middle-aged man in the factory uniform, holding a record book, inspecting the work. Uncle, I came to see the bricks coming out, Zhu Xing said with a smile.
What's so interesting about that?
Zhu Yonghu frowned. If you're working in the brick factory, you need to take it seriously. Don't let others talk about you.
If they do, they're also talking about me.
Do you understand? I understand now, uncle. Zhu Yong's expression improved a little, and he looked at Su Qingyun beside him.
Who are you?
Hello, Director Zhu. I am from Luoshui village, Su Qingyun quickly greeted. Before, our village bought some bricks from your brick factory to build a school. I felt something was off, so I came to see what normal bricks look like. What's off? Zhu Yong frowned. The bricks we sell are all good quality, and we've never had any quality problems.
Su Qingyun smiled.
It seems Director Zhu doesn't know what the people below have been doing. What do you mean? Zhu Yong was momentarily stunned.
Zhu
Xing interrupted. Maybe we should talk somewhere else? All the workers looked over. Zhu Yong checked the time. There was still a while before the meeting. He pondered and said, let's go to my office. They followed Zhu Yong to his office. Zhu Yong looked at Su Qingyun and asked, tell me, what's really going on? Director Zhu, do you know what is stored in the warehouse at the far east side of the brick factory? The far east? Zhu Yong thought for a moment. That's an abandoned warehouse. It's been empty, nothing stored there. But I just saw it. There are many kinds of bricks stacked inside, Su Qingyun said slowly.
Impossible.
Zhu Yong immediately denied. All the bricks are stored in the warehouse on the west side. The east warehouse has been in use for a long time, and workers rarely go there. Exactly. That's the best place to hide things, Su Qingyun said. Just now, Director Su personally took me there.
There can't be a mistake.
Director Su?
Su Wendy?
Zhu Yong thought for a moment. All the keys to the warehouse are with him, but why would there be bricks stored there?
Those are unqualified bricks.
Director Su and his brother-in-law Zhang Meng sold these defective bricks at normal prices to our village for building the school. I think there's a serious safety issue, so I came specifically to the brick factory. Tell me everything clearly. Zhu Yong's face darkened. Su Qingyun explained the whole story in detail. After listening, Zhu Yong's face turned pale and extremely grim. Such a thing actually happened. Su Wenjie is really too bold. He spoke sternly. Su Qingyun carefully said, Director Zhu, I am just a student, but I understand how serious this is. Besides our village, I don't know how many people they sold these unqualified bricks to. Making money is not the main issue. If something goes wrong, people won't just blame Director Su and Zhang Meng personally. They will hold the brick factory responsible because all these bricks come from the factory. Everyone will focus on that. After explaining the risks clearly, Zhu Yong's anger grew even more. Don't worry, we will investigate this thoroughly, Director Zhu promised. You're from Luoshui village, right?
Yes, Su Qingyun replied.
All right, here's what we'll do, Director Zhu thought for a moment. I have a meeting soon. I'll send someone with you back to Luoshui village to check. If those unqualified bricks are really there, I will handle it seriously. Thank you so much, Su Qingyun said happily. It's what we should do. It's also our factory's fault, Zhu said. By the way, Zhang Meng is also in our village. He was hired to help repair the school. Zhang Meng? Repair the school? Director Zhu sneered, clearly knowing that Zhang Meng was not very skilled or experienced. Looking at the time, Zhu quickly said, "There's no time. I have to go to the meeting. Someone will go back with you later." "Oh, what's your name?"
Suin-yun.
Zhu was suddenly stunned. Zhu Yong's eyes widened.
Suin-yun?
"You're the Su Qingyun from Luoshui village? Uncle, maybe you're getting old and forgetful." "I said it twice," Zhu Xing chuckled. "What do you know?" Zhu Yong glared at him. "You should read more books and read the news." "What's that got to do with reading books or newspapers?" Zhu Xing pouted. Zhu Yong didn't want to argue with his troublesome nephew. "The Su Qingyun from Luoshui village is the one who was praised in the provincial newspaper before. Your dad told you about her, didn't he?" Zhu Xing froze. He silently recalled, and it seemed to be true. He looked at the calm Su Qingyun, and his expression changed. Could it be that she was someone famous who had appeared in the newspaper? Zhu Yong's attitude visibly improved, and Su Qingyun sighed to herself. Sometimes, those empty titles can be very useful. Zhu Yong told Zhu Xing, Xing, send Comrade Su out later." "Okay, thank you, Director Zhu. You go ahead and busy yourself."
Suin-yun quickly replied.
The deputy director greeted them, and soon an honest-looking middle-aged man came into the office. He introduced himself. "My name is Shen Changfu. I've been a brickworker at the factory for a long time. Director Zhu asked me to go with you to check the situation." "Thank you so much," Su Qingyun said gratefully. It was still early, so they bought train tickets to Luoshui town to arrive before noon. They headed straight to the village, and their unfamiliar faces drew attention. "Who's that man following the young lady from the Su family? I've never seen him before." That person's clothes seemed to have the words Red Star Factory on them. Isn't the Red Star Factory just a local brick factory? Why are the workers following Su Qingyun? They seem to be heading toward the school. Maybe nothing bad will happen? Let's go and see. Several people followed Su Qingyun and her group toward the school under construction. It was break time after working all morning, and many people were resting. The young workers from the brick factory went to eat. Their lunch was arranged by Qin Yofu, and someone from the village brought it over. The workers from the brick factory gathered around, watching Zhang Meng smoking nearby. One worker whispered, "Hey, are we really sure this won't cause trouble?" He glanced at the pile of bricks nearby. "The quality of these bricks isn't great. If something happens, we might get into big trouble. Mengda has his brother-in-law watching over him. What should we do?" "Yeah, I'm worried too. This is for the school. If anything goes wrong, we're all finished." "That's right. These are kids coming to school. I just can't shake this feeling. Maybe we should talk to Mengda, say we want to go back to the factory and quit?" Mengda wouldn't agree. He already said before we started that we have to finish this project before leaving. Plus, if we try to leave now, Mengda might suspect us of trying to expose everything, and he wouldn't let us go easily. This situation was really frustrating. He angrily cursed. Zhang Meng is just relying on being Director Su's brother-in-law, acting powerful in the factory all day. Now he's doing such shameless things, even involving us in his bad deeds. I really don't want to do this anymore. Director Su doesn't seem to care about Zhang Meng. If this keeps up, something serious will happen sooner or later. Do you think Director Su doesn't know? Don't be naive. Maybe he's the one who ordered Zhang Meng to do these things. Otherwise, how could he have such courage? Well, let's just endure it. Our group should work carefully. As long as there's no big natural disaster like an earthquake, problems won't happen easily, one person said, holding on to hope. By the way, do you think what that girl said last time is true? Will she really go to the brick factory? I actually hope she does. It would be best if she reported everything to the authorities and got Zhang Meng in trouble. Then we could be free. I hope so. But I have to say, that girl looks young but seems quite smart. Didn't the villagers say? That girl is quite promising. Provincial leaders have praised her, and she even appeared in the newspapers. The few of them whispered, while Zhang Meng, who was farther away, just finished smoking a cigarette. He was in a good mood thinking about the money he recently earned. Besides the money from selling defective bricks, the wages from the workers weren't small either. His pocket was bulging. As he was planning how to sell the remaining bricks from the factory, he saw a large group of people approaching. He quickly stood up, looked at the person leading the group, and spat impatiently. Why is that girl here again? Su Qingyan approached without speaking. Zhang Meng's face darkened as he said, "What are you here for again?" That's strange to say, Su Qingyan chuckled softly. This is our village. The school was built with our villagers' funds. Why can't I come? I want to come whenever I want. His words were reasonable, but Zhang Meng choked and could only pale as he explained, I mean, we're busy right now. Outsiders shouldn't disturb our work. He casually glanced behind Su Qingyan. The girl came alone, but now a group of villagers was following her. Why are they here too? Su Qingyan looked at the school in front of her. It had been several days since she last visited, but only a little more of it had been built. The progress was very slow. She thought for a moment, and then understood. These workers are paid by the day, so the longer the project takes, the more money they earn. Naturally, they wouldn't rush to finish quickly. Looking at the worn-out construction plans in Zhang Meng's hand, Su Qingyan sneered inwardly. The villagers don't understand how to build such brick houses. If Zhang Meng is just making things up, picking faults here and there, and deliberately slowing down the work, the villagers wouldn't notice. All right, everyone, disperse. You're just delaying our work, Zhang Meng said impatiently, waving his hand to make the villagers leave. It's break time now. You're not working, so can we take a look? Su Qingyan asked back. And since the school is such an important building, we should pay more attention. Can't we come see our village's school? What if there are quality problems and you're fooling us? We wouldn't know. What nonsense are you talking? Zhang Meng felt a bit scared by Su Qingyan's cold gaze. Her eyes looked so strange, really weird. Yes, we want to see our village's school. We can come whenever we want. Why can't we see it? Is there something to hide? Our family's paid for it. It's our school. And he's so eager. He's just a worker. Why make such a fuss? The villagers started whispering among themselves. The school was a key concern for everyone. Zhang Meng and the others had been in Luo Shui village for a while, and many had interacted with them. Among them, Zhang Meng, who looked down on villagers with his lofty attitude, was disliked. But because Zhang Meng was the team leader invited by Qin Youfu to work on the school, they didn't dare openly criticize him. At the back of the crowd, Shun Chongfu, of average build, hid among them. Zhang Meng didn't notice him. He looked at the red brick building in front of him and frowned deeply. He had worked at the brick factory for over 10 years. He didn't need to touch the bricks to tell their quality. He could see at a glance that these bricks were of poor quality. This girl's report about Director Zhu was true. Zhang Meng from their factory really sold these defective bricks under the factory's name, even using them to build important schools. Don't they know what the consequences of doing this are? Shun Chongfu widened his eyes in disbelief. Look. Feel free to look. The villagers' chatter reached Zhang Meng's ears. Worried they might cause trouble, he impatiently said, just look. I don't believe these villagers can find any real problems. Zhang Meng stood calmly nearby, not at all worried. When he said that, the villagers started inspecting the building more seriously. These bricks used for the house look really different. Just touching them feels different. This kind of house should be pretty sturdy. I wish my family could build a house like this someday, one villager said with envy. But isn't the building going too slow? I remember the school has been under construction for over half a year. Why is only a little done? Will they finish before next year's school opening? My child is getting old and waiting to start school. Hearing this, Zhang Meng quickly replied, Our brick factory always prioritizes quality. We take our time to do careful work. Don't worry, the school will be finished before the early spring next year. How much longer it will take depends on his decision. Zhang Meng smiled confidently. Everyone except Su Qingyan didn't notice that Shun Chongfu was also looking at the half-built school with the villagers. When Shen Changfu saw the red walls up close, his face turned even darker. He was sure now that these bricks had serious problems. He turned around and looked at Zhang Meng with a stern face. This matter was very serious. On a small scale, it affected the reputation of the brick factory. On a larger scale, if the school built with these bricks had any issues, it could be a matter of life and death. Zhang Meng was really bold. Shen Changfu felt anxious. He had to hurry back and report this to Director Zhu. At that moment, a worker standing in the corner, watching the scene in shock, suddenly saw Shen Changfu. His eyes widened. That's? He stammered, pointing at Shen Changfu. What's going on? A few other workers looked in the same direction, and all froze in surprise. Why is Supervisor Shen here? A few workers trembled like leaves in the wind, almost unable to stand from shock. However, Zhang Meng didn't notice Shen Changfu's arrival at all. He took out another cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. The smoke filled his lungs, and he squinted comfortably. A group of villagers had come just to watch the fun. They thought Zhang Meng's attitude was too rude, so they spoke up for Su Qingyun. They didn't see anything unusual and soon lost interest, leaving. Only one person was still facing away, picking at the mortar between the bricks with his hand. The cement was still wet, leaving a smear. Hey, what are you doing? Just watch. Don't touch anything, Zhang Meng shouted when he saw this. Are you trying to cause trouble? No, Munga, a worker whispered nervously as he approached Zhang Meng.
What are you messing with?
Zhang Meng looked at him curiously. That person. The worker pointed at the man with his back turned. He is Shun. Hey, I told you not to listen, right? Don't touch him. Before he could finish saying Shen Changfu's name, Zhang Meng shouted again. Shen Changfu looked at the nearly finished part of the school's bathroom. He took 2 steps back, then ran up and, in front of everyone's disbelief, kicked hard. The thin wall made a dull sound, and a brick fell out. Then, with a loud crash, the wall collapsed. Everyone gasped, and the place suddenly fell silent. 2 minutes later, the crowd started to stir again. Oh my God! Who is this? What's he doing? How can this wall collapse just from a kick? It's not as sturdy as my old brick wall that's been standing for over 10 years. How can they use such poor quality buildings for students? We spent so much money just to build this? Don't these workers have anything to explain? Su Qingyun watched silently. This was more like a shoddy construction than just a bad building. Shen Changfu looked at the bricks scattered all over the ground. His anger finally exploded. His face darkened terribly. He slowly turned around and directly faced Zhang Meng rushing over. Zhang Meng, furious, froze when he saw Shen Changfu's face. His twisted expression was strange and somewhat funny.
Shen
Ge, Zhang Meng stammered, unable to speak clearly. Why is it you? Why do you look at me like that? Shen Changfu's tone was cold. Please explain to me what is going on. Zhang Meng's mind was racing, trying to find a reasonable explanation. But the facts were in front of him, and he had no idea how to explain. Can't explain? Shen Changfu's eyes looked like they were covered with ice. He pointed at a pile of bricks nearby. Tell me, where did these bricks come from? Did our brick factory ever sell these kinds of bricks? Who told you to use these bricks to build the house? This is a school. Have you thought about the consequences? Shen Changfu's tone was sharp, and he pressed closer, asking questions. In the cold winter, Zhang Meng was sweating nervously on his forehead. He was very anxious, but now he was caught red-handed. Any explanation seemed useless. Shen Changfu was known to be honest. Some would say strict, others might say rigid and stubborn. He was very high in the factory, and even his brother-in-law respected him. He wondered how he ended up in such a remote village called Luoshui. Suddenly, Zhang Meng remembered something. He turned sharply and looked into Su Qingyun's half-smiling eyes. He finally understood. Shen Changfu was the girl's employer from the brick factory. Zhang Meng never expected that this girl, whom he had ignored, actually went to the brick factory and even brought people back. He stammered, unable to speak. A few workers looked at each other nervously and approached Shen Changfu trembling. Brother Shen, We didn't want to do this. We were forced. Please listen to our explanation. No need to explain to me, Sun Changfu said coldly. Go back to the factory and explain to the director. The workers trembled even more, regretting their actions. They thought if they had known, they wouldn't have done it. Now they were caught, and the factory wouldn't be pleased. They might even lose their coveted jobs. Thinking of this, their hatred for Zhang Meng grew. They felt they had helped the wrong side. Now everything was ruined. What does this mean? Is that man also from the brick factory? Seems like he's some kind of leader. Didn't you see how Zhang Meng, who usually acts so proud, was so afraid of him? They said these bricks have problems and Zhang Meng and the others need to explain. A few days ago, the Su family girl said there was a problem with the bricks. At that time, Zhang Meng also spoke up and the team leader was present. Yes, where is the team leader? Hurry up and inform him. Something has happened here. Soon, someone from the crowd ran quickly to the team office. Qin Yofu heard about this and was stunned for several minutes before rushing to the school. He pushed through the crowd and saw a tense standoff. He looked serious and asked, "What exactly is going on? Who can tell me?" He glanced around and saw Su Qingyun standing nearby. "Qingyun, you explain." Su Qingyun smiled and told the story from start to finish, then introduced Shen Changfu's identity. Qin Yofu listened with a frown growing deeper. He looked at Zhang Meng in disbelief. This was his distant cousin, and he had betrayed him like this? He looked at Su Qingyun with regret and guilt. Qingyun had warned him before, but he chose to believe Zhang Meng. The bricks were not up to standard, and the school was poorly built. Now things had gotten out of hand. As the team leader, he couldn't avoid responsibility. Team leader, we can't just let this go. We used funds from above to build this school because the money from our families wasn't enough. Now, with this situation, we need an explanation. Yes, no one's money grows on trees. We paid for the bricks, and we even cooked and served meals for them every day. And this is the result. It's too much. Also, if the school can't be used for students, how will we handle the new school year? What about the children who are of school age? We have to find a solution. Hearing the villagers chatter, Qin Yofu felt even more guilty. Everyone, please stay calm. I believe that since the brick factory sent people here, they will definitely resolve this issue, he said, trying to control his emotions and comfort everyone. Shen Changfu took a deep breath and immediately stated, "Everyone, quiet down. I want to say a few words on behalf of Hongxing Brick Factory. First, I want to explain that the circulation of these substandard bricks is not something our factory did.
It was a personal act.
I am here to investigate this matter. I now have a clear understanding of the situation. I will report to our leaders immediately and ensure strict action is taken to give everyone an explanation." He spoke while looking at Zhang Meng and the others. The workers' faces instantly turned pale, losing all color. Zhang Meng was very nervous, but kept reassuring himself, "It's okay. Brother-in-law will protect me.
He's doing this for me."
I can't panic or lose my composure." Zhang Meng didn't realize how serious the situation was. Once the investigation started, even his brother-in-law might not be able to save himself, let alone him. We will definitely compensate everyone for all the losses. As for the construction schedule for next year's school opening, I promise you all that our factory will send people to rebuild the school, ensuring good quality and on time, so the children can go to school. After Shen Changfu finished speaking, the crowd's mood slightly eased. Someone looked at Su Qingyun and asked, "Miss Su, what do you think?" The others also looked over. No one thought it was wrong to ask Su Qingyun for her opinion. After all, she was the one who discovered the issue. Without her, they would still be in the dark. Su Qingyun thought for a moment and said, "I believe we can trust the brick factory. It's a big factory and wouldn't joke about its reputation. Even if some bad people are involved, it doesn't mean everyone is guilty." Today, Comrade Shen came to our village with a responsible attitude. "Let's let him go back and report to the factory first." "Okay, that's fine. Let's give them another chance." Everyone agreed. Qin Yofu wiped his face and gritted his teeth. "As the village team leader, this is my fault. I apologize to everyone." "Team leader, you can't be blamed.
You didn't know about this."
Yeah, you handle so many things in our village every day. How could you keep track of everything? It's not too late now that you know. I believe no one will blame you. The villagers had no complaints about Qin Yofu. He had been the team leader for many years, always working hard for the village. Everyone saw his efforts, and even the harshest people couldn't find fault with him. He was highly respected in the village. Hearing this, Qin Yofu's eyes reddened. He loudly said, "Thank you all for your understanding. I will go with Comrade Shen to the brick factory and demand an explanation for everyone." Shun Changfu nodded.
All right.
It is better for the involved parties to go together, so they can discuss solutions. The workers huddled aside, looking very worried. It seemed clear that this matter could not be easily resolved. Zhang Meng's face was very pale. He forced himself to stay upright, almost afraid to meet Shin Changfu's eyes. Zhang Meng looked very pale and struggled to stand, almost afraid to look into Shin Changfu's eyes. Shin Changfu's gaze was cold and serious. He looked at the workers and said, "All of you, come back to the factory with me." "Yes, Brother Shin," they replied, not daring to argue. Qin Yofu followed behind them, ready to go to the county to handle the matter. "Uncle Fufu, wait a moment," Su Qingyun suddenly called him. She handed him a brick and said, "Take this as evidence." "Okay." Qin Yofu was surprised but took the brick and put it in his pocket. Qingyun had thought ahead. Taking the brick means they won't deny it. Shun Changfu didn't say anything. The group quickly left, and the villagers dispersed to go home and eat. When Su Qingyun returned home, her family already knew about the incident. Wu Guixiang held her hand and couldn't help but say, "Child, why are you so brave? You went all the way to the county to find the brick factory. You're so young. What if they cause trouble for you?" Su Aigua smiled and said, "Mom, you don't know how brave Yun Yun is. She wasn't afraid to go to the provincial city before. How could she be afraid of the brick factory?" Su Qingyun touched her nose and said nothing. Luckily, her family didn't know about the recent trouble she had with being blocked. Otherwise, they would worry a lot. She was sure her grandma would be worried enough to drive her to school every day, and she didn't doubt her grandma could do such a thing. But this time, we have to thank Yun Yun. If she hadn't noticed the problem with the bricks, the school might have been built into a bad building. Who would send their children there to study? Su Aigua said, gratefully. "Yes, now we just wait to see how the brick factory handles this," Su Aigua said. "If they don't do anything, we'll go straight to the county. Someone will take care of it." When they built the school, the Su family contributed 5 yuan. Their contribution was relatively small compared to others in the village because they didn't have children of school age. If they had children, they would have contributed more. This was decided by the whole village, so no one was taking advantage or losing out. The people of Luoshui village didn't wait long. Qin Yofu returned with news. The director of Hongxing Brick Factory personally promised to send workers again, working overtime to finish building the school. The completed part wouldn't need to be torn down, just some reinforcement. They were sure to finish building the school before spring next year. The factory even promised not to charge Luoshui village any fees, covering all costs themselves. The issue of Zhang Meng and Su Wenjie secretly selling defective bricks was reported to the authorities. They took it seriously and formed a special investigation team. After a thorough investigation, both were punished. The workers threatened by Zhang Meng to do bad work kept their jobs but were demoted and paid less. Luckily, they didn't complain. Once the villagers heard about these results, they were very happy. The problem was solved, and they didn't have to spend any money. It was a perfect solution. After this, Su Qingyun's reputation in the village improved again. No one saw her as just a child anymore. Her status, along with her family's, seemed to rise quietly in the village. This almost caused a big problem. Qin Yofu felt very scared and decided never to ignore what Su Qingyun said again. "Do you want some water?" After class, Su Qingyun's eyes shone as she looked at Ji Yu and asked. Ji Yu's injury wasn't very serious, but the wound was still deep, and he was used to doing things with his right hand. He still had a bandage on his hand. Su Qingyun felt guilty and had been helping Ji Yu with small tasks these days. Ji Yu paused for a moment and softly replied, "Yes." He watched as Su Qingyun went to the water room to get hot water for him. Then he lowered his head and continued reading. Quiet whispers from around him reached his ears. Did you see that? Even though Jiyu got hurt helping Su Qingyun and Xiaoqiu, isn't she being too nice to Jiyu? Yeah, she brings water and food every day, does this and that for him, and even helps Xiaoqiu. Why didn't Xiaoqiu go help? TSK, she's impressive. Did you just realize that? When Su Qingyun helped Jiyu speak up for him during the exam a long time ago, I noticed it. The two of them, TSK. Before, Su Qingyun clearly also liked Jiyu, but he found her annoying and was fed up. Now, why has his attitude changed? Maybe Jiyu likes someone who scores better than him, haha. There is more. I always feel that Su Qingyun looks even better than before, but her face is still the same.
How can I say it?
Her temperament has changed. Yes, that's it. Her temperament. Let me tell you. But what Jiyu was saying afterward was already too quiet to hear clearly. He sat lost in thought for a long time, flipping no pages in his book. When did he start getting so close to Su Qingyun? And why did he no longer feel any dislike toward her in his heart? He glanced at his injured hand and lowered his eyes. The scene from that day flashed in his mind. Jiyu couldn't explain why he instinctively blocked her then. All he knew was that in that moment, his heart felt tight, and his body reacted faster than his mind. By the time he realized he was already hurt, Jiyu frowned, feeling surprised himself.
What are you thinking about?
Su Qingyun returned and saw Jiyu looking away, feeling strange. She handed him a water cup. It's hot, drink slowly. She looked at his right hand, which was not very convenient for writing, and hesitated before asking, Next math class, do you want me to help you take notes? Jiyu silently looked at her. Forget I said anything. Su Qingyun quickly understood. She had forgotten. When had this older brother ever needed someone to take notes? Jiyu's eyes showed a smile. Suddenly, he remembered something. My mom asked when you'll come over for dinner? The classmates around, who had been listening carefully, suddenly widened their eyes. Is it already to the point of meeting her family?
Huh?
Su Qingyun was surprised. Why was her mother still thinking about this? Weren't they just being polite last time? She's been mentioning it for days. Do you want to go as a courtesy? Jiyu looked a bit helpless. Just tell her to stop talking. It's only a simple meal.
Well.
Su Qingyun hesitated but agreed. Okay. She actually liked Jiyu's mom. Gentle and intelligent. Tomorrow night okay? Su Qingyun said casually, I'm fine with either. Then it settled. Jiyu's tone carried a faint excitement. When Su Qingyun got home, she mentioned she was going to her classmate's house for dinner tomorrow night. Her family thought she was visiting a female classmate and didn't say much, just told her to come back early and be careful. The next afternoon, after school, Su Qingyun thought for a moment. I'll go buy a few things first. It's not polite to visit someone's home empty-handed. Jiyu didn't think much and nodded. At the town's department store, Jiyu waited at the door for her. Su Qingyun casually picked some fruit, then thought for a moment and bought a bag of candies. Although it wasn't a very expensive gift, it was still a decent choice. Let's go, Su Qingyun said as she left the store. Seeing the large and small bags in her hands, Jiyu offered, Let me carry these. No need, you're still sick. I can manage myself, Su Qingyun immediately refused. Jiyu didn't argue, and the two headed toward the town government staff housing. At the Ji family home, Ji's mother was cooking in the kitchen. She tasted the soup simmering in a clay pot. The saltiness was just right. She nodded with satisfaction. Everything was good. Clearly, she was in a very good mood today. While steaming fish, she even hummed a song. Ji's father just came home from work and, seeing her cheerful state, was puzzled. What's so good today? Why are you so happy? He glanced at the dishes in the kitchen. Wow, it looked quite abundant. He hadn't felt like cooking so many dishes in a long time. Of course, because guests are coming, she replied. Guests at our house. Ji's father was even more curious. Where did they come from? Their family of 3 had come from Beijing. He could almost say they had been sent to the frontier. Colleagues and neighbors avoided trouble and kept their distance from them. Not to mention anyone visiting, They hadn't had a visitor since moving here. Who could these guests be? Ji's mother didn't keep it a secret. It's a Yu's classmate coming over.
Yi Ypsilon's classmate?
Ji's father was surprised. Finally, he made a friend. His son was proud and aloof. Growing up in Beijing, he always felt out of place here. After the family experienced some hardships, Ji Yu's personality changed. He became withdrawn and cold, unwilling to socialize. His parents worried about his attitude. Knowing his son well, any classmate who could come home as a guest must be quite special. Do you know who it is? I have no idea, she replied. She pointed to a scarf hanging on a coat rack. The girl who helped Ji pick out a gift for my birthday last time. A girl? Ji's father was even more surprised. Ji had disliked girls since he was young. He found them noisy and annoying. Now he was actually bringing a girl home? Wait, could it be that young man? From your expression, I can tell what you're thinking. Mother Ji glanced at him. That young girl is just a classmate of IU's, completely innocent. Don't say anything inappropriate later, or it will make her uncomfortable. However, Mother Ji changed the subject. I don't know what IU thinks about her. The last time they met, she clearly saw her son's attitude and gazed toward the girl. It was obvious he didn't see her as just a classmate. But that silly boy, whether he knows it himself or not, she wasn't sure. Father Ji's eyes lit up. I'm really looking forward to it now. I saw her last time. She's a very nice girl, looks charming, and has a sweet personality, Mother Ji said with a smile. If my son really developed something with her, I would be happy. Just as they were talking, there was a noise at the door. Ji arrived with someone.
Uri, come in.
Qingyun, I'm talking with Yu's dad, Mother Ji greeted with a big smile. When she saw the things Qingyun was carrying, she frowned. Child, why did you bring something? You should stop her. Ji remained silent. He hadn't realized that Qingyun bringing something was related to his family. Since the child has made the effort and brought something, just accept it, Father Ji said kindly, taking the items from Qingyun.
Qingyun, right?
Come in and sit. Thank you, uncle and aunt, Qingyun said with a smile as she entered the Ji family home. Sit for a while, have some fruit. Dinner will be ready soon, Mother Ji said warmly. Old Ji, you, and you can sit with Qingyun and chat. Qingyun quickly replied, Auntie, you're busy, don't worry about me. Mother Ji turned to go into the kitchen. Father Ji then looked at Qingyun carefully. She seemed like an ordinary student, just a bit more attractive. He wondered if Ji liked her, because she was pretty. Father Ji casually asked about her family. When she said she had 3 older brothers, he smiled. Looks like your family is quite lively. Having many brothers is good, they can protect their sister. Yes, uncle. My 3 brothers are very kind to me, Qingyun said with a smile. Having brothers like that was truly a blessing. Awa's mother still felt regretful. If she hadn't been in poor health, she would have had another child. Awa was a bit lonely. Her father spoke with some regret, saying that in those times, people valued having many children. Dad, why are you saying this? Awa frowned. Do you really think having a brother is a good thing? His tone carried a slight sarcasm. His father wasn't an only child, he had a younger brother. But Awa secretly sneered, because that so-called uncle had betrayed them when their family was in trouble. Suddenly, Awa's father fell silent. After a long pause, he sighed and looked a little sad. All right, I won't say more. Su Qingyun looked at the father and son. She sensed they might be hiding something important. She quickly changed the subject. Uncle, I heard your family used to live in Beijing. Can you tell me what Beijing was like? She looked at her father with curiosity. Beijing, her father said with a nostalgic look. He thought for a moment and said, Beijing is very big, very large. The roads are wide, full of famous sights and old buildings. It's very impressive, with tall buildings around 90 meters high. There are many fresh foods, new ideas, and fashionable clothes. Her father's words were full of admiration. Anyone could tell he missed that place. As he talked, Awa pressed his lips together and remembered past scenes. Su Qingyun also felt a bit sad. The limits of the times really affected many people's lives. Although her father spoke kindly, his commanding presence was hard to hide. The aura of someone who had been in high positions was obvious. Even now, after falling to this point, he remained calm. When he talked about the past, he was only nostalgic or peaceful. Su Qingyan couldn't help asking, "Uncle, do you hold any resentment in your heart?" Her question made her father pause for a long time. He looked at her with surprise. Awa's expression also changed. After a while, her father smiled calmly. He said slowly, "I have no resentment. I know that what I experienced wasn't due to anyone's fault. It was just a small mistake on our country's path to the future. Eventually, we will find our way back. So, how could I hold resentment? Many years ago, our ancestors took many wrong turns before finding the right way to save the country. Today, these are just obstacles in the flow of history. They are very important for the nation but seem insignificant for individuals. We are already lucky enough and do not ask for more. I believe that after storms, there will be rainbows. After darkness, there will be dawn. All we need to do is wait patiently." Su Qingyan listened quietly to these words, feeling a tight, aching sensation in her chest. An indescribable emotion rose inside her, and her eyes grew dry, almost ready to fill with tears. When her father-in-law spoke, he looked relaxed, calm from experience, with a steady strength like a mountain that withstands storms. But Su Qingyan was deeply moved. She is a visitor from another time, aware of future developments. Yet, now, everyone working for the country's future doesn't know what the future holds, but they still believe tomorrow will be better. A tiny grain of sand in this era can become a mountain for each person. Still, many keep going forward like the legend of the old man who moved mountains. These people are worth respecting and remembering. Seeing the admiration in her eyes, her father-in-law laughed loudly. "Let's not talk about these heavy topics.
We are old now.
The future of the era belongs to you. You need to work hard.
Keep going.
As long as you have ability and ambition, you should strive to reach further and higher," he encouraged. "This place is still too small. Don't get stuck here." "I will, Uncle," Su Qingyan said seriously, with firm determination. She will definitely go higher and farther to complete her unfinished dreams. Su Qingyan smiled and said, "In the future, I will go to the capital to see the places you mentioned and meet people I haven't seen in a long time." The capital is Qin Ying's long-lost hometown. Since the chaos, she has lost contact with it completely. She hasn't heard from her parents either. She has thought about it for over 10 years, missed them for over 10 years, and all of this has been clear to Su Qingyan. Passing the college entrance exam and getting into university is her chance to go to the capital. Hearing her words, her father-in-law looked a bit puzzled. He asked, "Do you know anyone in the capital?" "It's not me, it's my mother," Su Qingyan explained openly. "My mother is from the capital. She was among the first group of educated youth to go to the countryside. She hasn't been back in over 10 years. Your mother is from the capital?" The stepfather was surprised. Ji Yu also looked shocked. He had never heard Su Qingyan mention this before.
Jis, Suinjun Said.
"After the chaos started, my mother lost contact with the family. I've been worried about her all these years. I know she really wants to go back and see everyone. But now, with the current situation..." Her words trailed off, but both father and son understood her meaning.
"What are you two talking about?"
"Why do you look so serious?" Mother Ji came out with the dishes. Su Qingyan quickly stood up to help. "Qingyan, sit down." "It's okay," Mother Ji said to her husband. "Come help me serve the soup." Ji's father got up and went to the kitchen to bring the soup to the table. Once all the dishes were served and everyone sat down, Mother Ji started serving Su Qingyan some food. "Qingyan, I heard you say you like fish. I bought some this morning. Try it and see if it suits your taste." Hearing this, Su Qingyan looked at Ji Yu in surprise. How did he know she loved eating fish? "Every time the school cafeteria serves fried fish, you always order this dish," Ji Yu explained calmly. "Oh, I see. That's why you knew." Su Qingyan suddenly understood and didn't think much about it. Ji's father shot a teasing look at his son. He didn't know his son had a habit of watching people eat.
How is it?
Mother Ji asked with a smile after Su Qingyun took a bite. It's delicious. Auntie is a great cook.
Suin-yun pra sincerely.
Mother Ji's smile grew wider. She served Su Qingyun a bowl of soup. Drink some more soup. I simmered this for several hours. It's very fresh. Thank you, Auntie, Su Qingyun said politely. The atmosphere at the table was nice. The Ji family didn't have the habit of staying silent during meals. As they talked, Mother Ji asked about what they had just been discussing. Ji's father casually mentioned it. Is that so? Mother Ji was shocked when she heard about Su Qingyun's mother's situation. Your mother has really had a tough time all these years. She had left home as a young girl to support rural development. Later, she experienced chaos and lost contact with her family. She hadn't heard from her for years, which must have been very hard for her. Fortunately, she found a family here and had children. Without that, she wasn't sure how she could have managed to keep going alone. My mother rarely talks about the past, but even though she doesn't say much, we all know she feels upset inside. Su Qingyun's tone was a bit heavy, mainly because my grandparents are getting old and my mom is worried about them. During turbulent times, communication was not easy. The only way was to write letters. If you couldn't contact someone, you might never see them again in your life. That's true. Who doesn't hope for a reunion? Mother Ji thought about her own aging parents and sighed. She then asked, "Where did your mother live in Beijing?" Maybe I can ask someone to find out. Although the Ji family moved from Beijing to this small place, they still kept some contact. With Ji family's connections in Beijing, if needed, they could find someone to help. When Su Qingyun heard this, she looked surprised. Really? Thank you so much. Mother Ji smiled kindly. No problem.
Tell me the address.
Do you know which part of Beijing it is? Su Qingyun thought for a moment. It should be in the Dongqing district. Dongqing district? Mother Ji frowned. That's a big area. Do you know the specific street? Or your grandparents' full names? It would be better to be precise. Su Qingyun recalled and said uncertainly, it seems to be in Hepingli Street in Dongqing. My grandmother's name was Wang Biyun, and my grandfather was Qin Weigua. She remembered these clearly. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, Mother Ji's bowl shattered on the ground, breaking into pieces. She didn't care about that at all. She stared at Su Qingyun in disbelief. Ji's father also widened his eyes suddenly. What was going on? Su Qingyun and Ji looked at each other, confused. Did you just say your grandmother's name was what? Mother Ji asked, trembling. Wang Biyun. Su Qingyun looked at her shocked face and suddenly realized something. She hurriedly asked, Auntie, do you know my grandmother? Su Qingyun looked hopeful and cautious. Tears filled Mother Ji's eyes as she looked at Su Qingyun with joy and pity. Her voice trembled uncontrollably. Do I just know your grandmother? She was my mentor. Hearing those words, Su Qingyun was deeply shocked. She couldn't believe it and asked, Auntie, are you sure? Is she really my grandma, Wang Bian? She remembered her mother mentioning that her grandma was a teacher, but she never said she was a university teacher. Being a university teacher in this era was very valuable and well-respected. Of course, I'm sure. She's the teacher who treats me like her own daughter. Her name is Wang Biyun, and her husband is Qin Weigua, said Ji's mother, tears falling like beads. She looked sad and said, Is your mother's name Qining? Yes, my mother's name is Qining, Su Qingyun said excitedly. She hadn't expected the Ji family to have such a connection with her family. Ji was stunned, not expecting their family to have this relationship with Su Qingyun's mother. He knew about his mother's teacher, the kind-hearted Granny Wang, and the serious Grandpa Qin. When they were in Beijing, he often went to Granny Wang's house with his parents for meals. He knew they had a daughter they hadn't seen in many years. He never thought that this daughter was actually Su Qingyun's mother. Ji's father looked at her with a nostalgic gaze and sighed. I never thought Granny Wang's granddaughter would be so grown-up. He and Ji's mother fell in love during college. Granny Wang was Ji's mother's teacher, and they treated her like family. It was amazing that so many years later, their son and Granny Wang's granddaughter became classmates. Such a fate was truly wonderful. The last time I saw your mother, she was just about your age. I never thought so many years would pass, and now we're both parents. Ji's mother finally calmed down and said with emotion. She remembered the beautiful girl with 2 braids. Back then, many boys at school secretly admired Granny Wang's daughter. Ying was also very close to her, almost like a sister. Because of this connection, her gaze towards Su Qingyun became even warmer. How is your mother now? She's doing well, but she's been waiting to hear news from her grandparents. She's been thinking about them. Su Qingyun asked eagerly. Andy, do you have any news about my grandparents? My mother lost contact with them a long time ago. Granny Wang. When she mentioned this, Ji's mother hesitated. Ji's father looked at her and patted her hand. Tell her. They have the right to know. Su Qingyun felt a sudden unease and had a bad premonition. Auntie, just tell me the truth. I can handle it. Su Qingyun had many guesses flashing through her mind. Seeing her nervous look, Mrs. Ji comforted her with a smile. Don't worry. The teacher and the master are now living a hard life, but they are safe. They are at a farm in the new province. A few days ago, I contacted them and sent winter clothes. A farm? Su Qingyun immediately relaxed. As long as they are safe, that's good. The teacher, and they also talk about Ying. If it hadn't been for the accident, their family wouldn't have been separated for so many years. Hearing this, Mrs. Ji looked a little sad again. Su Qingyun was stunned. Ying? It was the first time she heard someone call her mother in such a childish way. The most she had heard was daughter-in-law, little sister-in-law, wife, third son's wife, but she had forgotten her purest self. Between these very different names, there is a long span of years. Su Qingyun's eyes felt a bit sore. She asked Mrs. Ji, Andy, could you please give me the exact address of my grandma and them? I want to tell my mother. She will be very happy. Okay, I will write it for you in a moment. Mrs. Ji quickly agreed. Tell your mother to rest assured. Your grandma and grandpa are living there, not wealthy, but being able to stay away from trouble and live quietly is not a bad thing.
Swingyun frowned.
Staying away from trouble? She pursed her lips, feeling a little heavy-hearted. It was obvious that her grandma and they left in a hurry. The reason they went to the farm is not worth thinking about. In that chaotic era, anything could happen. The only regret is that the accident was too sudden. No one expected it, and we didn't have time to inform your mother. We also looked for them for a long time. We only recently contacted the teacher and them. When your mother left Beijing to go to the countryside, she was still young. When the teacher and they had the accident, they left too quickly. I didn't know your mother's exact address. After I contacted them recently, they gave me an address to ask about, but it wasn't called Luoshui Village. Mrs. Ji looked a little confused. Su Qingyun thought for a moment and remembered, our village used to be called Yinshui Village. Later, after the commune was established, because our village was in the middle of several villages, it kept the name Luoshui Town and was renamed Luoshui Village.
I see.
Grandmother suddenly realized, I asked someone earlier why there was no news, but I didn't expect it to be so close all along. It proves the saying, fate will bring people together. From the capital city to here, thousands of miles apart, across many years, they have met again. This is good news. No more crying, said father. Come on, eat quickly. We've been talking for so long, the food is cooled. Thank you, uncle, Su Qingyun replied politely. Yes, I can't stop talking about these things, mother wiped her eyes. Qingyun, when you go back, tell your mother and grandmother that they are safe. Make her feel at ease. In a few days, Uncle Ji and I will take a break, and we will visit them together. Okay, nodded Qingyun. Later, to lighten the heavy mood, father and mother stopped talking about these matters and asked about funny things at school. The atmosphere became relaxed again. After dinner, it was dark outside. Su Qingyun was about to go home. She carried the address her mother gave her and left the Ji family house, with Ji still accompanying her. Ji looked at her and softly said, Don't worry. Grandma Wang and the others are doing well. I'm not worried. Qingyun smiled happily. I was worried when I didn't have news, but now that I know they are safe, I feel lucky. That's good, Ji nodded. Go back quickly. It's getting late. Okay, Qingyun said goodbye to him and eagerly rode her bike, quickly disappearing from sight. On the way home, Qingyun pedaled her bike so fast she wished she could stand up and pedal. She couldn't wait to tell her mother the good news.
Mom.
Qingyun ran into the yard, shouting before her bike even stopped. The Su family had finished eating some time ago, but it was still early. Everyone was waiting for Qingyun and hadn't gone to bed yet. Child, what are you rushing around for? Wu Guixiang sat by the fire, puzzled. Mom, where is my mother? Qingyun looked around anxiously, catching her breath after riding hard. It's cold in winter, and you're sweating so much. Be careful not to catch a cold. Wu Guixiang wiped her sweat. Your father came back today, right? Your mother went to the village entrance to see him. Why hasn't he arrived yet? My father? Su Qingyun paused for a moment. Her father had been gone for several days, and since the convoy went to the provincial city, he should have returned by now. She almost forgot about it. Did you see your mother when you just got back? Wu Guixiang asked. No. Su Qingyun drank a big glass of water. She had been riding her bike so fast just now that she didn't notice anyone around. He should be back soon. Sit down and rest, Wu Guixiang said. Just then, sounds came from the gate of the yard. Su Qingyun listened and recognized her father's voice. Father, mother, Yun, I'm back, shouted Su Aimin excitedly and proudly. Su Aimin and Qining approached the house. He carried a big bag, which Su Qingyun immediately guessed was something her father brought back from the provincial city. Su Aimin looked mysterious and said, Mother, guess what I brought back?
What?
Wu Guixiang said dismissively. What good stuff can you bring back with a car? There are many good things. Su Aimin opened his bag. I have clothes, jewelry, all the latest styles from the city. I thought of the family and brought back some nice things. Hearing this, Zhang Xinlan ran out of her room. She was wearing a coat, her eyes shining as she looked at the bag. Third brother, you're really capable. You've only made one trip, and you brought back so much. Looks like this job is pretty good. Second sister-in-law, you can pick for yourself, Su Aimin said generously, rarely arguing. Most of the things in the bag were chosen from what he brought back. The really good stuff he hadn't brought. Really? Then I won't be polite. Zhang Xinlan's eyes lit up. She immediately crouched down to start choosing. Wu Guixiang looked at her cheap-looking clothes and got annoyed. That's enough. There are so many people in this family. I know, mother. I have a sense of proportion, Zhang Xinlan said without raising her head. Wu Guixiang rolled her eyes. She had no sense of proportion at all. Su Qingyun looked at her smiling mother and couldn't hold back. She tugged at her mother's sleeve and said, Mother, come into the room with me. I have something to tell you. Su Aimin was surprised. Hey, Yun, why don't you first see what good things your father brought back? Later, Su Qingyun said, pulling her mother into the house. What's going on with this child today? Su Aimin muttered curiously, watching Li Xuelian and her husband come out of the house. He smiled and said, Big brother, big sister-in-law, why don't you come and choose something too? Inside, Qining and her daughter sat on the bed. Why are you so anxious today? Qining asked, puzzled. She reached out and brushed her daughter's damp forehead. Why are you sweating so much? Mom, I need to tell you something, Su Qingyun said seriously, looking at her mother. Please don't get too excited. What is it? Qining asked, more confused. She wondered what Yunyan was trying to say so mysteriously. Today, I went to my classmate's house for dinner. Yes, and then? Su Qingyun paused before speaking carefully. My classmate's parents know Grandma and Grandpa. They also know you. Her mother is a former student of Grandma's. Her name is Hichio, and her father is Jiyu. Mom, do you remember? Qining didn't say anything. Her face remained calm, but her eyes looked blank and confused. Yunyan, what are you talking about? Su Qingyun understood that her mother hadn't reacted yet. Hichio's aunt and Jiyu's uncle live in town. They said they would come to see you in a few days. They also have news about Grandma and Grandpa. Qinying's expression was blank, her face full of confusion. Su Qingyun patiently waited for her mother to process the information. After a while, Qining suddenly seemed to realize something. She grabbed Su Qingyun's wrist with trembling hands, her voice trembling and difficult to understand, filled with disbelief. Yunyun, what did you just say? There is news about Grandma and Grandpa? How is that possible? How could it be? It's normal for people to deny shocking good news immediately after hearing it. Su Qingyun held her mother's hand and said carefully, Grandma and Grandpa are now at a farm in the new province. Life is a bit hard, but they are safe. She took a note with the address from her pocket and handed it to Qining. This is the exact address of Grandma and Grandpa. Mom, we can finally contact them. Qining looked at the note and suddenly burst into tears. She tremblingly took it, almost unable to hold the delicate paper. Tears blurred her vision. She quickly wiped her eyes, staring wide-eyed as if she wanted to memorize every word on the note. Qiuqiu's sister and brother Yu, it's them. It's really them. Qining covered her mouth, her voice hoarse. This short address took her so many years to find. During countless midnight dreams, Qining felt very anxious. Since losing contact with her parents, she could only keep telling herself not to think about scary guesses and to brainwash herself into believing they would be fine. But deep down, her worries never truly went away. Finally, after many years, her heart that had been heavy for so long was finally at ease. All her suppressed emotions burst out. Qining almost couldn't stand and sank to the ground, crying loudly. Her sobs sounded almost heartbreaking. Su Qingyun stayed silent and crouched down, patting her mother's back to comfort her. She knew the holding in too long could make someone sick, so crying was okay. Qining cried so sadly that even Su Qingyun couldn't hold back her tears and started crying too. What's wrong, wife? Just as Su Aimin entered the door, he heard Qinying's heartbreaking crying. He hurriedly pushed the door open. As soon as he stepped inside, Qining calmed down a little. Since they were at home, she was worried about what the family might think or say if they saw her like this. Close the door, Qining choked out, trying to steady her emotions. Su Aimin casually closed the door and looked at the mother and daughter with tear-streaked faces. He was nervous and asked what happened. Is it because I've been gone for a few days and you two miss me so much that you're so happy to see me back?
Su Aimin joked. Get lost.
Qining still had tears on her face, but glared at him with a smile. It's good to see her smile. Su Aimin felt relieved. After so many years of marriage, he had never seen his wife cry like this before. Yun, tell me, what exactly happened? He asked Su Qingyun. Su Qingyun smiled happily and announced good news to her father. Mom is really too happy. We finally got news about Grandma and Grandpa. Really? Su Aimin was surprised. Then a happy smile appeared on his face. That's great. Where are they? He was just as happy as Qining. As her husband, who had shared a bed with her for over 10 years, Su Aimin knew her feelings very well. Although he hadn't yet had the chance to meet her parents-in-law, he was happy for Qining. Now, her worries could finally be put to rest. Qining handed him a note. Here. Su Aimin looked at it and paused. In Xian province? That's so far away. What's far about it? Tears welled up in Qinying's eyes. Just knowing that they are safe is enough for me. I dare not ask for more. That's true, Su Aimin sighed. Gently, he wiped the tears from Qinying's face and spoke softly. Stop crying. Your parents have been thinking of you all these years. We should contact them as soon as possible. Yes, I'll write a letter right away. Qining finally calmed down and thought about what needed to be done. I also need to send some things, money and tickets. It's cold over there, so I'll send some warm clothes too. Take your time. Don't rush, Su Aimin said kindly. Okay, I know, Qining replied. I'm just so happy. Suddenly, Su Aimin realized something. Hey, wait. Where did you get this address? Su Qingyun quietly raised her hand. I got it from here. I was at my classmate's house for dinner today. They moved here from the capital, and during the meal, they mentioned. Su Qingyun started to explain slowly. After hearing the story, Su Aimin was so surprised his mouth opened wide. What a coincidence. Yeah, Qining sighed. I didn't expect that Sister Qiuqiu and Brother Yu are so close to me. Their child even became classmates with Yun. Classmates? Su frowned when he heard this. He asked Su Qingyun, is this the classmate you mentioned last time who helped you?
Yes, Su-in-yun nodded.
Only then did Qining realize what was happening. Did you go to your male classmate's house for dinner? Seeing her parents exchange looks, implying they were thinking the same thing, Su Qingyun smiled helplessly. I just couldn't refuse the invitation. I went to eat. After all, he was hurt because of me, so I couldn't refuse his mother. And if I hadn't gone today, I wouldn't know about this connection for a long time, or when I'd hear news about Grandma and Grandpa, she added. That's true, Qining nodded. After thinking for a moment, she said, I need to go to town and see Sister Chiu and the others. I want to ask about my parents' situation in detail. She couldn't just wait for Sister Chiu and the others to visit her. That would be rude, and she couldn't wait any longer. I'll go with you, Su offered. Su Qingyun thought for a moment. Then I'll ask Ji when his parents are available. All right, let's not talk about that anymore. Su changed the subject. Quick, look at what I brought back for you. He gave Qining a beige coat that looked stylish and warm. Such items are rare and probably expensive. Yun, guess what Dad brought you? Su pretended to be mysterious.
What?
Su Qingyun looked at her dad's pocket and acted curious. This. Su proudly pulled out something. A Plum Blossom brand watch, just as I promised you. Su Qingyun stared at the delicate watch in her hand, stunned for a long time. Spending so much again, Qining complained with her words, but smiled on her face. If I didn't spend money, I couldn't make money, you know?
Su nodded proudly.
Qining and Su Qingyun couldn't help but laugh. The room filled with warmth. The next day, during break after class, Su Qingyun told Jiyu about her parents' thoughts.
Yi nodded.
It's okay. Uncle and Aunt can come anytime. My mom will be so happy she might come over. Not only was Su's family happy, but Jiyu hadn't seen his mom this happy in a long time. Last night, she kept talking about old times. That's good. They agreed on a time. Yun, do you want to go get water? Xiaqiu asked as she ran over. Yes, Su Qingyun stood up with her cup, grabbing Jiyu's cup as well. They headed to the hot water room. On the way, Xiaqiu looked at Su Qingyun's cup and asked casually, Yun, I see you're getting closer to Ji lately. Really?
Su-in replied casually.
Of course. Xiaqiu said firmly. Don't you remember how much you argued before? Now you're even bringing him water every day. She had heard the recent gossip about Su Qingyun and Jiyu at school. She saw it herself and felt that they were becoming closer. It's just because I got hurt and I was the one who fetched water. It's no big deal, Su Qingyun said without thinking much. Xiaqiu secretly rolled her eyes. She always felt something was off between Su Qingyun and Jiyu, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. Never mind, she thought, forget it. Yun, can you go shopping with me after school tomorrow? I forgot to bring money today, Xiaqiu asked. Tomorrow?
Su-in frowned.
Tomorrow doesn't work. I have something to do. What is it? I'm going to Jiyu's house tomorrow. She had an appointment with Ji's family then. To Jiyu's house? Xiaqiu widened her eyes, surprised. You said you two weren't close? And now you're going to his house? Su-in. It's not what you think, Su Qingyun said helplessly. She had no choice but to briefly explain everything. After hearing this, Xiaqiu was silent for a long time and then slowly said, So you visited Ji's house once before? I didn't even know, is that the main point? The more she said, the more trouble she might cause, so Su Qingyun kept quiet and refused to say more no matter how Xiaqiu asked. Humph. Xiaqiu looked at her with curiosity and snorted softly. Let's go. Get the water. Su Qingyun pulled her toward the water room. Today, I'll go with you to buy the materials. I'll lend you the money first. Don't change the subject. Came a loud shout from the water room. In the evening, at the town government staff housing, the door of the Ji family was knocked again. Someone had come to visit. Just after closing the door, the neighbor next door, hearing the noise, frowned in confusion. Why are there so many visitors at the Ji family these days? They usually don't get visitors. At the Ji family, Mother Ji looked at Qining standing in front of her, her heart swelling with emotion and tears choking her voice. Qining was equally excited. She trembled as she called out the nickname from her youth, Qiu Jia. Hearing this trembling voice, Mother Ji's heart almost broke. She couldn't help but hold Qining tightly, closing her eyes and silently crying. The last time she saw her, she was just a young girl. Now she was married with children, and her face was marked by the passage of time. But just one look at her was enough to bring her back to those old memories. Ying, Ying, Mother Ji kept calling her name as the two old friends cried together. All right, don't cry. This is a happy occasion, Father Ji said, patting Mother Ji on the shoulder to comfort her. Tears also shimmered in his eyes. Darling, don't cry anymore. Your eyes are going to get swollen, Su Aimin said worriedly. Since she heard about this, Qin Ying's tears hadn't stopped. Her eyes were swollen like walnuts. After a long while, the two women finally calmed down and sat to talk slowly. Ji Yu and Su Qingyan sat quietly a little farther away, giving them space. Are you Ai Min? My uncle first greeted Su Ai Min. You've taken good care of Ying all these years. If the teachers knew, they would be happy to see Ying so happy now. My mother smiled kindly. Yes, we are very grateful to you. She knew well that, in those days, it was not easy for a teenage girl to find stability. Ying being separated from her family for so many years was unfortunate, but with a caring husband and a smart, lovely daughter, she was still lucky. Big brother Ji, sister Qiu, I am Qin Ying's partner. It's natural that I take care of her, Su Ai Min said sincerely. Last night, he had already heard many stories from Qin Ying about their past. He knew how well the Ji family and Qin family knew each other, so he was very respectful. Sister Qiu, please tell me about my parents, Qin Ying asked eagerly. She hadn't slept all night, worried about her parents' situation, and her heart was still heavy. Don't worry, my mother said gently. The teachers and the village elders are doing okay in the new province. It's very different from the days in Beijing, but they are managing. Because of some issues, they were sent to a farm for labor reform. Since the teacher was a university professor before, the locals respect intellectuals, so she was assigned to teach at a small village school there. As for the village elder, she sighed, making Qin Ying's heart tighten. She hurriedly asked, Sister Qiu, how is my dad? The village elder is fine. You know his temper, stubborn as ever. After a lifetime in the army, ending up in such a place to lead militia members, he wasn't happy. He didn't even go to lead the militia, but worked with others doing farm labor. The teacher couldn't persuade him. But life is okay for them. The locals respect them because one is a teacher and the other a war hero. We only found out about them because a friend of ours visited and saw them. My mother shared all the details. Hearing that they were doing well, Qin Ying finally relaxed visibly. That's a relief. That's a relief, she repeated happily, with a look of gratitude. Last time, the teacher's letter mentioned that we should keep an eye on your news. Mother Ji smiled and said, It's surprising that we've met so soon. We have to thank the two children for that. Suddenly, Ji Yu and Su Qingyun, who were mentioned, both looked down at the same time. They glanced at the injury on Ji Yu's hand. Sometimes, misfortune can turn into good luck. Big sister Qiu, Qin Ying hesitated but asked, Do you know why my parents were sent to the new province? The new province is on the edge of China, with a harsher climate and environment than inland areas. Why were they sent there?
Well,
Mother Ji looked a bit uncomfortable. She glanced at her husband. Father Ji nodded and said, Just tell her. There's nothing we can't say. Ying will find out sooner or later. Qin Ying looked at their expressions and frowned. Big sister Qiu, brother Yu, what exactly is going on? Sigh. Mother Ji sighed before speaking. You know that our teacher and master are good people. They would never do anything wrong. They were betrayed because they trusted someone too much. Even with constant vigilance, family betrayal is hard to prevent. What do you mean, Sister Qiu? Qin Ying's face changed when she heard family betrayal. Mother Ji looked at her expression and said a name. Ying, do you remember Lu Chim? Lu Chim? Of course I remember. Qin Ying's eyes widened. Big sister Qiu, you can't mean Lu Cheng? He's my dad's most trusted subordinate. No, that can't be. Lu Cheng was promoted by her father, Qin Weigua, and was like his right-hand man. Her father trusted him deeply, even treating him like a son. Sometimes he was so kind to him that she felt jealous. Lu Cheng was talented and hardworking, even with her father's support. He was careful in everything he did, and no one could find fault with him. How much did her father value Lu Cheng? There was even a time when her father considered marrying her to him, making them a proper family. With such a close relationship, how could Qin Ying believe Lu Cheng would betray her father? She shook her head, refusing to believe it. Mother Ji looked pained. She knew about Lu Cheng's connection to the Qin family. When the trouble happened, if her son Ji Yu hadn't investigated, no one would have guessed that Lu Cheng was behind it all. What exactly did he do? Qin Ying suddenly asked. My parents are careful. Even if Lu Cheng wanted to do something, he would need a good reason, right? He certainly had a reason, Mother Ji sneered. Do you remember the neighbor, Grandma Huang? Of course I remember. Qin Ying looked confused. What does Grandma Huang have to do with this? Grandma Huang has always had a good relationship with us. She lives alone. Her son sacrificed himself, and her husband has passed away. My parents have always taken care of her. How is this related to Grandma Huang? This story is also a misfortune, Mother Ji sighed again. Actually, Grandma Huang has a daughter who went abroad many years ago and married a foreign officer. She hasn't returned for a long time. Grandma Huang thought her daughter was gone. But suddenly, her daughter contacted her. When others found out, they spread the news. You know, during that sensitive time, anything involving foreign connections could lead to serious trouble. Grandma Huang is old and can't handle such stress. Your parents felt sorry for her and tried to help her. But not long after, they received a letter accusing your father of abusing his power. The worst part was that it claimed your father was involved with foreign forces. Such a serious charge is hard to bear. It was only because your father's old friend intervened that he was sent to a farm in the new province to lead militia, or else. Mother Ji didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood how serious and dangerous the situation could be. Such accusations and consequences were already a small mercy in this difficult time. The person who reported this was Lu Cheng, Mother Ji said through clenched teeth, clearly despising him. Why did he do such a thing? Qin Ying asked tremblingly, still unable to believe it. Grandmother Ji remained silent, while Father Ji simply smiled gently, with a hint of mockery. Power can really sway people's hearts. Back then, Lu Qingxing advanced too quickly. Your father wanted to prevent others from thinking he relied on connections, so he encouraged him to take steady, careful steps. Before this happened, higher-ups asked your father to recommend a candidate for the Minister of Organization. He thought about it for a long time but ultimately recommended someone else, without bias. Lu Cheng probably held a grudge from that time. He saw your father as an obstacle on his path and naturally wanted to eliminate him. Su Qingyun's eyes widened in surprise. My grandfather recommended the Minister of Organization? What was his rank before? How could it be like this? How could it happen? Qin Ying murmured in a daze. Su Aimin gently embraced her shoulders, silently comforting her. People's hearts are always hard to read, said Father Ji with a complex tone, clearly recalling some unpleasant memories. Ji Yu sneered inwardly. No wonder their family and the Qin family are destined to be connected. Grandpa Qin was reported by his subordinates, and her father was betrayed by his own brother. They were all stabbed in the back by those closest to them. Enough of this. Seeing the atmosphere grow too heavy, Mother Ji changed the subject. The most urgent thing now is to contact the teachers. Yes, Qin Ying tried to gather her spirits and forced a smile. I plan to write letters to my parents and send some things over. That's good. I believe the teachers will be very happy, Mother Ji said, gently touching her face, still treating her like a little girl. After saying these words, the Ji family finished their meal and left. A few days later, Qin Ying sent the completed letter, along with the packed items, to the address Mother Ji provided. Besides money, daily necessities, and other supplies, there was also a photo. It was Su Qingyun who reminded her. Since her grandparents hadn't seen them in a long time, sending a photo so they could see their family would surely make them even happier. In a remote rural elementary school in the new province, the school bell just rang, and students filed out one after another. Teachers holding books also left the classrooms, chatting happily. An elderly man with white hair was inside the office grading exams. Seeing the teachers enter the office, he greeted them with a smile. "Teacher Wang, you haven't left yet?" asked the math teacher, who was in the same class as the old man, smiling. The elderly person pointed to the homework book in front of him and said, "I'll finish this homework and then go back. You come in early every day and leave late. You are really responsible for the students. As a teacher, of course, I worry more. These students are still young and need a good foundation," Wang Bian said, adjusting her reading glasses. Seeing that her eyes seemed a bit uncomfortable, the math teacher advised, "If your eyes don't feel well, you should go home early today. If you strain them too much, it won't be good." Wang Bian blinked her tired eyes and looked at the writing in her notebook. The words seemed to blur slightly. She thought for a moment and said, "All right, I'll go home now. I'll come earlier tomorrow to finish the rest of the homework." "That's right," the math teacher said with a satisfied smile. As Wang Bian left the office, another teacher said to the math teacher, "Why is such a good teacher like her teaching here? If Teacher Wang were still at the university, she could help train many talented people for the country."
Exactly.
Not just Teacher Wang, her husband is also a retired hero from the battlefield. Now they're working on farming in this remote countryside. It's really fate playing tricks on us. The two teachers looked at each other and sighed. It seemed that misfortune and hardship had befallen Teacher Wang and her husband. Wang Bian slowly walked back home. She and her husband Qin Weigua lived in a house assigned to them by the farm. Because of their age and status, the house wasn't very big, but it was enough for the two of them. In the evening, the sunset cast an orange glow over the land. Smoke rose from every household's chimneys. She didn't walk quickly, quietly enjoying this rare moment of peace. When Wang Bian reached home, the mail carrier waiting at the door sighed in relief. "Teacher Wang, you're finally back. There's a letter and a package for you today. Please take a look." "A letter?" Wang Bian's eyes widened. "Where's it from?" "From the eastern province," the mail carrier said, glancing at it. "Oh, and there's also a remittance slip." "Eastern province?" Wang Bian frowned in confusion. Didn't Xiao Qiu and the others just send something over? Why is there more now? And why is there a remittance slip? Wang Bian took the letter and the remittance slip, but before she could look at them, two large packages were placed in front of her. She tried to lift them, but they felt a bit heavy. The mail carrier said, "Let me help you carry them inside." "Thank you very much," Wang Bian replied gratefully. "No problem," the mail carrier said, placing the packages inside her house before leaving. Wang Bian looked at the two big packages. She set the letter aside on the table, untied the straps, and looked inside. As soon as she saw what was inside, she froze. Why were there so many things? Cotton clothes, shoes, malt extract, various daily necessities. Everything was there. It was like a whole department store had been brought over. How could Xiao Qiu and the others send so many things? Was she overthinking? Wang Bian wondered as she looked through the items. Then she touched a thin, upside-down photo. Curious, she flipped it over. In an instant, Wang Bian's pupils shrank and her body stiffened. She even trembled as she took off her reading glasses and put them back on, unable to believe what she saw. She covered her mouth and looked at the black and white photo of three people, a kind-looking, honest man, a beautiful, gentle woman who didn't seem young but still looked graceful, and a stunning young girl standing between them. All three were smiling brightly, their smiles so real they seemed to reach out and stare back at her through the photo. Wang Bian almost couldn't stand. She supported herself on the table and sat down slowly, trembling as her fingers touched the woman's face in the photo. In that moment, tears poured down her face. It was her Yingying, her daughter Yingying, and her son-in-law and her granddaughter Yunyun. How could this be? How could these be their photos? Suddenly, Wang Bian remembered something. She grabbed the letter on the table and looked at the sender's name. Her tears flowed even more fiercely. Ying, Ying. Wang Bian called her daughter's name, her emotions uncontrollable. She clutched her chest and gasped for breath. After a long while, she finally calmed down a little. Carefully, she tore open the envelope and took out the letter inside. It was long, 3 pages of paper. The handwriting was a bit messy, with tears blurring the ink. It was clear the writer was very emotional. Wang Bian was so overwhelmed she couldn't make a sound. These were her Ying's words. She recognized them. Mom and Dad, hello. Please forgive me for being a disobedient daughter. It has taken me so many years to hear news about you. But after reading the first line, Wang Bian's heart almost broke. She wiped her face and kept reading. She read 3 pages of the letter for more than half an hour. When she finished, her tears almost dried up. She gently touched the paper, carefully folded it, and put it back into the envelope. Thinking about her husband still working nearby, she suddenly stood up, took the letter, and hurried out of the house. Her pace was very different from the slow walk she had when she came home earlier. She almost ran in 3 steps to the place where Qin Weiguo was working. Teacher Wang, where are you rushing to? Someone greeted her on the way, but she didn't pay attention. I have something to do. After quickly replying, she walked even faster. The person standing there looked confused and wondered, what's wrong with her? Qin Weiguo was planting seeds in the field with local farmers. It was December now, and the weather was cold. Most crops couldn't survive, so they planted easy-to-grow vegetables. This area mainly grew spinach. Spinach is cold-resistant, so they just scatter the seeds and cover them with a thin layer of soil. Although Qin Weiguo was old, he worked just as quickly as young people. His movements were fast and precise, like fighting in a new army, very efficient. Behind him, some young men whispered, Old Qin is really strong for his age. He's working harder than us. You're joking. Old Qin is a veteran from the battlefield. If nothing had happened, he would still be leading soldiers. He wouldn't be here planting spinach with us. I think it's good that he can lead militia, but he's too stubborn. No one can persuade him. He'd rather do rough work with us than rest. If it were me, I wouldn't want to do this either. The gap is too big. All right, let's get to work. We're not better than Old Qin. If the team leader sees us now, we'll get scolded. The whispers and chatter seemed to go unnoticed by Qin Weiguo. He kept working tirelessly until a voice called him. Old Qin. Wang Bian was standing on the ridge, shouting loudly. Qin Weiguo looked up, frowning at his worried wife. What is it? Wang Bian shook the letter in her hand and said excitedly, There's a letter. Our letter. Qin Weiguo muttered to himself, not wanting to pay attention. Ying. Wang Bian continued shouting. Ying's letter has arrived. With a loud snap, Qin Weiguo dropped the spinach seedling he was holding. He looked up in surprise. Old lady, who are you talking about? Who sent a letter? Ying. It's Ying. Wang Bian cried and laughed at the same time. The name echoed in Qin Weiguo's ears, and he trembled all over. Once he reacted, he quickly took a few steps toward the field ridge, his voice trembling. Ying? Are you talking about Ying? Show me. Let me see it. Wang Bian handed him the letter. His hands were still dirty, so he hurriedly wiped them on his clothes before eagerly taking the letter. He almost tore the paper in his haste. He read the letter quickly, saying over and over, It's Ying. Yes, it's Ying. Qin Weiguo, who had fought in many battles and suffered countless injuries, had never shed a tear. But at this moment, his eyes welled up. This was his daughter, his precious daughter. Ying also sent something back. It's at home, Wang Bian said. And a photo of their family of 3. Yun has grown up and looks so beautiful, just like Ying when she was young. The last time they heard about Yun, she was still a little girl. Now, she was a young lady. Where's the photo? Qin Weiguo asked eagerly. Let me see it. It's at home. Why didn't you bring it here? I'm in such a hurry to find you. Come on, let's go back, quickly. Qin Weiguo couldn't wait any longer. He grabbed his wife and hurried home. People working in the fields watched the couple rush home in a hurry, exchanging puzzled looks. What was going on? Why so urgent?
Soon they saw the photo.
Chin Weigwa was so excited, he didn't know what to do. He kept nodding. Yunyan really looks like her mother when she was young. Those eyes and eyebrows, it's like they were carved from the same mold. Wang Biyun smiled and nodded. After her excitement, she realized that judging by the clothes and style of the family in the photo and the many things they had sent, Yingying and her family were doing well. Earlier, Yingying had said she wanted to stay there and marry someone she loved. They had opposed it, even wanting to find someone to bring Yingying back to the capital. But now, the truth proved that Yingying's choice was right. She was living happily and well over there. If she had returned to the capital, who knows what her life would be like now. Not only was Qining worried about them, but over the years, they never stopped thinking about Qining. Now, despite being far apart across the country, their daughter finally had news, and the couple both smiled happily. After the couple's great joy, they took a long time to write a letter to their daughter's family. Every word was full of happiness and deep longing. Wang Biyun and Qin Weigua also sent some local specialties from their province. Their heartfelt letter traveled over mountains and rivers to the eastern province. At Luo Shui village, Zhang Xinlan came out of the house, planning to gather some firewood for cooking. She saw Qining standing at the gate looking around and asked, "Third sister-in-law, what are you looking at?" Qining turned around, looking a bit distracted. "Nothing much. Second sister-in-law, you go inside first. I'll come help you soon." Zhang Xinlan frowned in confusion and went back into the house. She wondered why the third sister-in-law seemed a little off these days. Soon, New Year's Day would arrive. Su Kongwu and Wen Sisi would take 2 days off to go home for the celebration. Tonight was the day they would arrive. Su Kongwu had already gotten to their house early. This was their first lunar calendar New Year, so the family wanted to make it special. The Su family's life was getting better and better. Wu Guixiang was generous with food and supplies, and she didn't hold back. She even gave money to Li Xiulian to handle everything. Since it was New Year's, they naturally wanted some festive decorations. They bought window flowers and couplets, and new clothes were a must. In the kitchen, Zhang Xinlan was in charge. Her mother-in-law gave her money, and she bought plenty of fish and meat. Qining went into the house to help cook, but kept thinking about the letter and gifts she was sending to her parents. She couldn't shake the feeling of worry. Su Qingyun quietly comforted her mother. "It's okay, Mom. The eastern province is about 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers away. It's a long journey, so delivery is slow. Don't worry." "Yeah," Qining smiled. "But I just can't help feeling anxious." "Just wait a little longer," Su Qingyun winked at her. "Got it." Qining patted her daughter's hand. "Go on now. Have you finished the couplets for third brother?" "Yes." Su Qingyun happily ran out of the kitchen. Su Kongwu was standing on a stool, putting up a Fu character. Su Qingyun was nearby, guiding him. "Hey, don't peel off that character. Just stick the Fu next to it."
Okay.
Su Kongwu shifted his position. "Is this okay? Move a little more to the left." Yes, that's good. "Just stick it there," Su Qingyun decided. "There's still the couplet to put up." Su Kongwu got off the stool, looked at the couplet from side to side, searching for the best spot. He pasted it on the door frame, then asked Su Qingyun, "How about this? Is it good enough?" Su Qingyun nodded. "Almost there." Wu Guixiang stood nearby and took a glance. Some characters she didn't recognize. "Baby, what does it say on there?" Su Qingyun read the couplet aloud in a clear voice. The first line is dragons soaring through the sky, opening new luck. The second line is magpies on the branch, bringing good news. And the horizontal inscription is farewell to the old, welcome the new. "That's really well written," Wu Guixiang said, rubbing her chin. Though she didn't fully understand the meaning, it sounded festive. Su Kongwu smiled and said, "I think this year's couplet seems better than previous years. Where did you buy it?" "Buy it?" Wu Guixiang looked at him speechlessly. "No, your sister wrote it herself."
"Oh."
Su Kongwu was surprised. "Yunyan is quite talented. How can you, as her older brother, not recognize your sister's handwriting?" Wu Guixiang found it hard to believe.
Sukonggu.
He really couldn't tell. Wow, the couplets are all up? A voice came. Su Songjun and Wen Sisi entered the yard carrying things. Big brother, Su Kongwu stepped forward. Why are you bringing so many things home? He said this, but he naturally took the items from his brother. You're such a kid, Su Songjun said with a bit of annoyance.
When Sisi smiled.
These are the festival gifts my parents prepared for the family. Thank you, sister-in-law. Su Kongwu sweet-talked, taking the things inside. Su Kongwu and Wen Sisi politely called out to each other. Wu Guixiang smiled happily, watching them. Go inside and sit for a while. Dinner will be ready soon. As the sky darkened and the night wind grew cold, everyone had returned home, so there was no need to wait outside anymore. Wu Guixiang called to Su Qingyan, Baby, let's go inside too. Light a fire to keep warm. Okay, Grandma. Su Qingyan was very sensitive to the cold. If it weren't for wanting to wait a bit longer at the door to see if the mailman delivered any letters, she wouldn't be standing in the cold wind. As the grandfather and granddaughter stepped into the house one after the other, outside in the yard, a voice loudly called out, The Su family, your letter and package have arrived. Su Qingyan quickly turned around and ran out a few steps. The mail carrier at the gate looked freezing, with a red nose. Su Qingyan asked, It's so late to deliver mail? No way, it's the holiday season now. There are many letters and packages being sent. After delivering to your house, I can finish my work. That's good. The mail carrier handed her the letter and package.
They're all for your family. Thank you.
Su Qingyan looked at the 2 letters and 2 packages in her hands, surprised. 2? She first looked at the letters. One was from her second brother, Su Kongwen, sent from Chun City, and the other. Su Qingyun's eyes lit up with joy. It was from her grandparents in Xian province. They had indeed received their news. She thought for a moment, put the letter from her grandparents in her pocket, and carried the items inside. She announced the good news to everyone. Come quickly, everyone. Both my second brother and my grandparents sent us things. Kongwen sent something back? Zhang Xinlan put down her spatula, about to go over. Qining, who was cooking, suddenly stood up excitedly. Let me see. In a flash, Qining reached Su Qingyun. Su Qingyun pointed at one of the packages and winked at her mother. Mom, this one is from Grandma and Grandpa. This one is from my second brother. Qining crouched down, trembling as she opened the package. She ignored the contents inside and kept searching with her hand, but found nothing. No, that couldn't be right. How could it be missing? Qining looked at her daughter with questioning eyes. Su Qingyun subtly pointed to her pocket. The address on the letter was from Xian province. The family didn't know the details, and they thought she and her grandparents had already contacted each other. If they saw the address, they might cause unnecessary trouble. Qining understood Su Qingyun's meaning, sighed in relief, and tried to calm her emotions. The family looked at her excited expression, feeling a bit strange. It was just a package, after all. Why was she so excited? Weren't her parents often sending things over? But this was the first time they saw it with their own eyes. Before, Su Aimin used to go to town himself to pick things up. Su Aimin noticed everyone's strange expressions and quickly interrupted, saying, Let me see what my father-in-law and mother-in-law sent us. He opened the package, revealing dried beef with a bright color, covered in chili seeds. It looked spicy and flavorful. There were also packets of dates and raisins, which suggested they were expensive gifts. Even Su Aimin was surprised. Being assigned to the new province, even though the Ji family said someone would take care of them, life was probably just okay. But seeing this big bag of goodies, Su Aimin felt a little emotional. His father-in-law and mother-in-law must have gone to great effort to send such nice things. These are good things, Li Xiulian said with a smile. Zhang Xinlan came back to her senses and impatiently opened the package sent by Su Kongwen. Inside, she saw 2 large hams. She smiled and complained, This kid, we said these things are good, and he really only sends this. This is a sign of his respect, Su Aiden said with a frown. You should be happy. Happy? I was just saying. Zhang Xinlan rolled her eyes at him. then happily asked Su Qingyun for the letter. Yun, let me see the letter. The gifts were not the main point. She mainly wanted to know how the child was doing. What are you going to do? You can't read many characters anyway, Su Aiden said bluntly, tearing her down. Just ask Yun to read it. Zhang Xinlan was speechless. Su Qingyun handed the letter to her older brother Su Kongwu. Third brother, you read it. Seeing his mother so anxious, Su Qingyun said, Mom, come into the room with me. Okay. Qin quickly stood up. Mother and daughter went into the room. Zhang Xinlan muttered, Why can't we just talk here? Why do we have to go into the room? Yun, you should let everyone read the letter. Mom, are you listening? Su Kongwu said helplessly. It's just a letter. Who reads it doesn't matter.
Suai mean Smail.
I'll go see how they are. He also entered the room. The whole family looked at each other, wondering what the third family was doing. Mom, here's your letter. Su Qingyun took the letter out of his pocket. Qin didn't bother with anything else. She quickly tore open the letter and looked at the paper. Her handwriting was neat and strong, just like her mother's. Like her mother, Qin only read the beginning of a letter and immediately started to cry. My daughter Ying, I haven't heard from you in many years. Are you doing well? Now your father and I are far away in the new province. Everything is fine. Don't worry about us. Please stay in touch with Xiaoqiu. After reading the letter, Qin was already crying uncontrollably. She collapsed into Su Aimin's arms, unable to speak clearly. My parents are going through so much hardship, yet they still worry about me. I am such an unfilial daughter. I haven't been able to be with them to show my respect, and now I've made them worry about me. Su Aimin felt very sad. Wife, how can you think like that? Worrying about children is natural for parents. No matter how talented or successful she becomes, no matter how old she is or where she goes, I will always worry about her. Su Qingyun was stunned by this. Parents love their children deeply and think carefully about their future, but this is how it is. All right, stop crying. The family is waiting. If they see your eyes swollen later, they will ask, Su Aimin said as he wiped her tears. Today is New Year's Day. Be happy. After a while, Qin finally stopped crying. Okay, let's go out. What's wrong? Li Xiulian asked with a smile as the three of them came out. We're waiting for you to eat. Are you going to say something secretly inside?
Suai mean Smail.
The two of them just chatted casually. Come on, is it time to eat? Almost ready, Zhang Xinlan lifted the wooden lid of the pot. A wonderful aroma burst out. The chicken soup will be ready soon. Today, the family was all together. They specially slaughtered a chicken to cook. Nowadays, rural families are only allowed to keep up to 5 chickens. The Su family only had 4. They had already slaughtered a chicken for illness and a wedding before, so only the old laying hen was left. Wu Guixiang couldn't bear to kill the chicken, so she asked Zhang Xinlan to buy one from the town. Everyone loved the fish Qin liked, the meat everyone enjoyed, and the ham sent by Su Kongwen. Zhang Xinlan quickly cut some ham to stir-fry with cabbage. The table was full of delicious dishes. Even in the city, few families could eat so well. Not to mention in the countryside, the aroma from the Su family's house spread far and wide. Many neighbors were sniffing and swallowing their saliva eagerly. The chicken soup was ready, with a fresh and fragrant aroma. Each family member took a small bowl, blew on it gently, and drank it. Now, there weren't many feed chickens left. Zhang Xinlan's eyes were sharp, and she chose a free-range local chicken. After taking a sip, she felt the rich flavor and was so comfortable that her pores opened wide. Second Aunt's cooking skills are really good, when Cece said with bright eyes and admiration. They're almost as good as the chefs at the state-run restaurant in the county. How can it compare to restaurant chefs? Zhang Xinlan said this, but a proud smile appeared on her face. Yes, it feels so good, Wu Guixiang sighed happily. Although her second daughter-in-law had many flaws, her cooking was truly excellent. On such a cold winter night, being able to drink a hot bowl of chicken soup was something they never dared to imagine before. Now, life was getting better and better. Thinking of this, Wu Guixiang smiled as she looked at her many children and grandchildren, feeling very satisfied. The Su family wasn't very wealthy, but they had enough to eat and wear, and everyone was harmonious. That was enough for her. After drinking a bowl of soup, Zhang Xinlan suddenly sighed, her cheerful face falling. It would be so nice if Wenwen was here with us. Her words made everyone fall into silence. Missing someone during family reunions always left a strange feeling. How do you think Wenwen is spending New Year's in the army? Zhang Xinlan looked down and sighed. Su Qingyan comforted her, saying, Aunt, don't worry. Second brother is having a livelier time in the army. I saw in the newspaper that they celebrate New Year together, eat dumplings, and sing military songs. It's lively all day. Really? Zhang Xinlan found it hard to believe. Could life in the army be more comfortable than at home? Of course, it's true. When second brother comes back, you can ask him yourself, Su Qingyun said confidently. And even though he hasn't returned, he sent blessings and greetings. It's just right, not late at all. Look at this. Su Qingyun pointed to the fried ham and cabbage on the table. This ham is almost like second brother is here with us. You little girl, Zhang Xinlan said, amused by her words. Everyone at the table was amused by Su Qingyun's playful talk. Come, Yunyun, have this piece, Su Aimin said, giving his daughter a chopstick with a fish tail on it. Su Qingyun likes to eat fish, but she prefers a different part than most people. While others like the fish belly with fewer bones, she prefers the tail part, which has more bones and less meat. Su Songjun also gave his wife a piece of ham, quietly saying, This was sent back by my second brother. The food in Spring City is so delicious. When Cece took a bite and nodded quickly, saying, It's really tasty. Su Kongwu looked at his family. His father was serving his mother, his eldest uncle was serving his aunt, his younger uncle was serving his wife, and he was even taking care of Yunyun. The older brother and sister-in-law looked so loving, and even his usually quiet grandfather was serving food to his wife. Everyone at the table was busy, except for him. No one paid attention to him. Su Kongwu clenched his teeth and took a big piece of food, chewing it angrily. Since no one was serving him, he served himself and ate more than others. They finished eating quickly, chatting and laughing. Today, no one was in a hurry to rest. They planned to sit around the stove for a while longer. Qin Ing remembered the things sent by her parents. She hurried to get them and divided some dried beef and raisins among everyone, saying, Try these as snacks. Why is this meat so dry? Zhang Xinlan muttered, putting some in her mouth. Oh my, it's so hard. She covered her cheeks and cried out, feeling like her teeth might break. Zhang Xinlan's exaggerated reaction made everyone hesitate to eat the dried beef. Could it really be that hard? Wu Guixiang wanted to try, but stopped herself. Her teeth weren't good either, so she thought maybe she shouldn't. Losing her teeth would be a problem. Su Qingyun laughed out loud. Her second aunt-in-law was so expressive, so dramatic. She held up some dried beef to show everyone, saying this kind of dried meat is air-dried, so it can be a bit hard. She tore off a small, thin, and explained, Usually it's torn into thin strips to eat. The more you chew, the tastier it gets.
Try it.
If her second aunt-in-law took a big bite like that, she definitely wouldn't be able to chew it. Everyone followed her method, tearing small pieces and putting them in their mouths. Surprisingly, even though it was hard to chew, it became more delicious the longer they chewed. The rich meat flavor mixed with the unique taste of air-drying, spicy and fragrant, as if they were on a vast green plain, with gentle winds blowing and the sound of cows mooing in the distance. Su Qingyun slowly chewed the food, looking satisfied. It had been a long time since she tasted this flavor. Many beef jerky products nowadays are fake. They lack the original taste, like biting into real beef. This stuff is tasty, but it's a bit the teeth, Li Xiulian said, holding her cheek. The flavor was real, but it was indeed tough to chew. Qining smiled, everyone try a bit. If it's hard to chew, just eat less. Su Dalin was chewing the jerky and said to his wife, This kind of jerky is best with some alcohol.
Go pour me a drink.
Isn't it too late to be drinking? Wu Guixiang scolded but still got up and poured some wine. Su Dallin has always loved smoking and drinking. He couldn't change that, and now that he was older, Wu Guixiang worried about his health. She tried to limit his smoking and drinking, but today was New Year's, and everyone was happy, so she let him drink a little more. Just this small cup, no more, Wu Guixiang said, handing a small cup to Su Dallin. Su Dallin took a bite of jerky and sipped the wine. The taste was wonderful. Outside, the cold wind howled. Inside, the family sat around the stove, feeling warm and peaceful. The world seemed quiet, only the crackling of dry branches burning in the stove breaking the silence. Su Dallin happily finished the last sip of wine, looked at his grandchildren gathered around, and said slowly, "This year, our old Su family went through many changes. First, the eldest got married after joining the army. Our family has a new member, which is a big happy event for us. It also fulfilled the wishes of the eldest couple. Second, our second child, Wen and Wu, are no longer with us. Wen joined the army, and we don't know when he'll return. Wu got a technician job at a textile factory and rarely comes back. I know Wu's wife worries about the kids, but they're grown up now and have their own dreams. We, as family members, can only support them. As long as they are here, they will come back. Third, I never expected this. Yun Yun has become more mature and smarter than before. She's been praised by leaders from the province. It's not just her, our whole Su family has benefited. We don't know what path she will take or what she will do in the future. Maybe we don't understand, but just like her 3 older brothers, we have to support her. It's a new year again. I hope our Su family stays safe, and everyone is well. That is my biggest wish." Su Dallin usually doesn't talk much. Today is one of the few times he has spoken this year, mainly because it's the new year. He tends to say a few words because he is the head of the family. After hearing him, everyone in the Su family looked a bit moved. His words are simple, but every sentence shows his care and love. "Got it, Dad. Don't worry, we will all be fine," said Su Aigua, the eldest son. "Yes, Dad. This year, you and Mom shouldn't work in the fields anymore," added Su Adong, and others nodded in agreement. "Life at home is getting better each day. They don't need to work so hard in the fields anymore. Taking good care of their health is the most important thing now." "What are you talking about?" Before Su Dallin could speak, Wu Guixiang disagreed. "We are old, but our bodies are still okay. You might not be able to do better than us." Everyone looked at each other, showing their helplessness. Why are these 2 elders so stubborn? All right, let's not talk about this." Wu Guixiang took out some red envelopes from her pocket. "Even though today isn't the spring festival, it's still like celebrating the new year. We need to give out lucky money. These are for the children. From Wu, yours. Yun Yun, yours. Second daughter-in-law, this is for you. Since Wen is not home this year, you can hold on to his. And these last 2 are from June and Cece."
Su Yunes asweitend.
"Grandma, why are there money for me and Cece? These are for children, and he's already married. Why should he take it?" Wu Guixiang looked at him. "You and Cece just got married, and you don't have children yet. You can take it. But next year, if you have kids, then no more." When Cece, feeling shy, blushed when talking about children. The whole family also smiled secretly. Su Jun also blushed deeply, moving his lips but unable to speak. "Look at these 2 kids, so shy." Zhang Xinlan covered her mouth and laughed. The whole family looked on and smiled. Su Jun and Wen Cece exchanged glances, feeling even more embarrassed. Everyone took their turn to receive the lucky money. Everyone took turns opening the red envelopes from Wu Guixiang. Zhang Xinlan picked the one belonging to Su Kongwen. She was very happy because the money was for her son, so it was also for her. "What's the time now?" Wu Guixiang asked. Su Tsongjun looked at the clock. "Almost 9 o'clock. Such a late hour?" Wu Guixiang stood up. "It's about time to rest. Everyone should go to bed early. Since this isn't a formal New Year celebration, there's no need to stay up all night. Go to sleep, Su Kongwu yawned. He had just come back from work and was very tired. Everyone went to their rooms to rest. Zhang Xinlan sat on her bed and eagerly opened her red envelope. She had been wanting to see how much money was inside. Look at you. This New Year's gift is just a token.
How much could it be?
Su Adong said casually. Any amount is money, Zhang Xinlan said with a smile. This was a rare chance for her to confidently accept money, so the amount didn't matter. What mattered was the gesture. She opened the red envelope and saw the bills inside. Her eyes widened instantly. Adong, guess how much there is? How much? 50 cents? Su Adong, already undressed and lying down, said. Usually it was about that much. 50 cents? No, 5 yuan. Zhang Xinlan excitedly waved the 5 yuan bill. Su Adong sat up suddenly, a bit surprised. Mom was so generous this year? Think about our income this year, Zhang Xinlan said thoughtfully. All our kids are working now, so we have a good income each month. Yun Yun is still in school, but she contributes the most to our family's income this year. And the third son, he even went to help at the truck team. He brought back a lot of good things this time. Zhang Xinlan looked at the bonus Su Qingyun received earlier and felt envious. But no matter how much she wished, she couldn't get it. Still, she was content with 5 yuan. Getting 5 yuan just on New Year's Day was nice. If it was during the Spring Festival, they would probably give more. With this happy thought, the couple went to sleep. Over in the third household, Su Aimin was giving a plump red envelope to Su Qingyun. Girl, here's your New Year's red envelope, Su Aimin said generously, waving his hand.
Keep it for now.
There will be more during the Spring Festival. When that time comes, I'll give you a bigger one. Su Qingyun was a bit stunned. So much? Qining looked at her daughter and smiled gently. This is a gift for your father and me. If your grandparents were here, it would be even more. Su Qingyun looked at the red envelope in her hand, feeling a bit stunned. Giving money as New Year's gift was very unfamiliar to her. In her past life, her family was well off, but everyone always kept polite distance, even with family members, respectful but lacking warmth. She hardly felt any genuine hope or expectation in such gifts.
Thank you, Dad.
Thank you, Mom, she said softly. You're welcome. Qining patted her head. Go to bed now. Good night, Mom and Dad. Perhaps because she had eaten well and felt content, everyone slept very soundly that New Year's Eve. The next day was New Year's Day, the first day of the new year. The calendar was replaced with a new one. Su Qingyun woke early and stood at the door of the yard, breathing in the fresh morning air. She felt very happy. Today was the first day of this brand new year, and also her first new year here. Counting carefully, she had been here for over 4 months. Time flew so fast, she hardly noticed. Qingyun, why are you up so early? Qin Yofu passed by the Su family and greeted her. It's not that early, Su Qingyun smiled. Uncle Yofu, where are you headed? To check on the construction at the school, Qin Yofu looked a bit anxious. After the new year, the start of the new semester is getting closer.
I'm worried.
He had already delayed the construction because of his oversight. If they couldn't finish on time, he didn't know how to explain to the villagers. Uncle Yofu, don't worry, Su Qingyun comforted him. The brick factory dared to promise, so they must be able to do it. They're a big company. They wouldn't risk their reputation. Maybe I should go with you? She suggested. I have nothing else to do. That's a good idea. Let's go, Qin Yofu agreed happily. He remembered the lessons from before and trusted Su Qingyun completely now. Maybe she'd spot something wrong again. They walked and talked about the school. Today was New Year's Day, and the workers had a holiday. Su Qingyun looked around. Most of the school had already been built. At this rate, they could finish in time for the new school year. She examined the layout of the school and paused in surprise. Previously, she only noticed the quality issues and hadn't paid attention to the overall design. What's wrong, Qingyun? Qin Yofu asked nervously when he heard her tone. Is there a problem? Oh, nothing. Su Qingyun smiled to reassure him. I'm just curious about what these row of single-story buildings are for. The school's layout was shaped like a triangle. There was a large playground facing a 3-story teaching building. On either side were 2 rows of single-story buildings, One was probably a restroom, and the other likely served as teachers' offices and security rooms. But are there too many offices? No wonder they used so many bricks before. These are for the teachers' offices, Chin Yofu said, matching Su Qingyun's thoughts. Do they need so many teachers?
Su Qingyun wondered.
Even their town middle school didn't have many teachers for each grade. Their village was just building an elementary school. Do they really need so many teachers? Of course. Chin Yofu pointed to the 3-story teaching building. We expect this building to hold over 300 students. That many? Su Qingyun was surprised. Where are all these students coming from? The nearby villages combined probably don't have that many children of school age. Well, Chin Yofu explained slowly, the reason we got funding for this school is because we planned for more than just the children of the current grade levels. We included older students too. Going to the town school is still too far for the younger kids. We thought that once this school was built, many students from 2nd to 5th grade could come here. That way, the number of students would naturally increase. I was worried this building might not be enough. As the number of students grows, so will the number of teachers. We plan to have 1 main and 1 assistant teacher for each grade, which means 10 teachers in total. Chin Yofu kept explaining the school's plan. Su Qingyun was surprised. No wonder the villagers valued this school so much. It seemed that the future of children from several nearby villages depended on it. She couldn't help but sigh. It is already very difficult to get an education these days. They even considered both head and deputy teachers, which shows they thought carefully and planned ahead. But only about 10 teachers? Uncle Fu, will the higher authorities send people to be teachers? Su Qingyun asked. Since funds were allocated to build the school, surely they would be responsible for it. They might, but probably only 2 or 3, Chin Yofu said with some worry. After all, there are more than 1 school in this area, and even if the higher-ups help, they can't cover everything. We still need to find teachers ourselves. In this village, not only are there few teachers, but many people are illiterate. Many of the early literacy classes were just a way for people to pass time. There are very few truly educated people, and even those are often no longer in the village. They've moved away to find better opportunities. Who would stay here to be a teacher? Where could he find so many teachers? Chin Yofu had been worried about this for a long time. Can't the educated youth in our village become teachers? Su Qingyun asked with some confusion. In terms of knowledge and education, those young people are the most educated. Wouldn't they be the best choice for teachers? Qingyun, it's not that simple. Chin Yofu smiled with a meaningful look. Even though those young people came here to help us build, choosing teachers is not just about who is capable. If we pick someone, what will others think? That made sense. Su Qingyun was silent for a moment. Many educated young people came here, and everyone is proud and ambitious. Who would want to do rough manual work? At first, it might be okay, but over time, their minds might wander. Who can say they won't feel resentful or secretly compete with each other? Moreover, even if we decide to select teachers from among them, who will do the choosing? What are the standards for evaluation? These questions all need to be considered by the higher authorities. Su Qingyun frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly brightened her eyes. Uncle Fu, I have an idea. What idea? Chin Yofu was surprised. Since we can't find enough teachers, why not train some ourselves?
Su Qingyun suggested.
First, find 1 or 2 educated people in the village to be teachers. Then, select some smart, perceptive, and capable young people to train. After some time, they will not only learn knowledge, but also learn how to teach others. This way, we kill 2 birds with 1 stone and get twice the result with half the effort. When Su Qingyun said this, Chin Yofu thought for a moment, and his eyes gradually brightened. Yes, although there are no top students in the village, there are still many people with elementary school education. Finding a couple of high school graduates to teach them would make them new teachers. This idea is good. Educated people?
Let me think.
Chin Yofu frowned and carefully considered. This needs to be thought over carefully. All right, Uncle Fu, you think about it. I'll go back now. Su Qingyun casually mentioned it. She didn't really care how they would do it. Okay. Chin Yofu watched her walk away and continued to think. Who in the village could be considered educated? Su Qingyan strolled around and returned home. Breakfast was already prepared. After eating quickly, she saw her mother packing things. She took out a package sent by her grandparents and packed some rare items brought back by her father all at once. Mom, are these for Uncle G's family? Su Qingyan thought for a moment and understood. Of course. We didn't know before, but now that our two families are close and have a good relationship, we should visit more during festivals, Qingning said while tidying up. Your father is going to the county, so he'll take these to Uncle G's family in town. Father is going to the county? Su Qingyan thought. During festivals, the family always buys things. Her father is earning extra money for the holidays. I'll go with him. I still haven't returned the books borrowed from the county library. Chu Lao's books had been with her for a long time. She should return them now. Sure, go ahead. Qingning casually agreed. When you get to the county, stick close to your father. Don't lose him.
Don't worry. Suingyun smiled.
Her mother still treated her like a child. Su Qingyan followed her father to town, carrying the things. When they arrived at the Ji family's door, Ji's mother opened it, looked surprised for a moment, then scolded gently. What are you two doing? Coming here so early with things. Our families don't need these formalities. Come in quickly and sit. As for these things, take them back later. Su Qingyan blinked and stretched out her voice. Annie, my father, and I barely managed to bring these here. It's tiring to carry them back. She deliberately frowned and rubbed her wrists. That's understandable. Mother Ji thought for a moment and said, Later, I will help you bring it back. He's strong and full of energy. Newly arrived Jiyu. Su Qingyan held back a laugh. He really was just a helper. Su Aimin said, Sister Chiao, please don't trouble yourself. It's just a small gift, our token of kindness. Some of it is from Yingying's parents, and one piece is for you. We're just helping to pass it along, so please accept it. All right, Mother Ji said helplessly. Anyway, you always have a reason to make me refuse. Su Qingyan looked inside and asked, Where's Uncle Ji? He went out for a walk. He'll be back soon. You can sit for now, Mother Ji said casually. Su Aimin smiled and said, Since that's the case, Sister Chiao, we won't sit long. When Brother Yu comes back later, please pass on our message. We'll leave now. Why leave after just sitting for a while? Mother Ji protested. No, I'm about to go buy groceries. We'll leave after lunch. Sister Chiao, Yun and I need to go to the county office for some errands. We won't eat today. Maybe next time, Su Aimin explained. I see. Mother Ji hesitated. Since they had things to do, she couldn't insist. All right, next time then.
Ye glanced at Suingyun.
Are you going to the county library?
Yes, Suingyun nodded.
I still haven't returned old Chu's notebook from last time. Then I'll go with you. I want to borrow a few books too. Sure, Su Qingyan agreed. Before leaving, Mother Ji quietly slipped some money to Jiyu and warned, if you eat lunch, remember to pay. If Qingyan buys anything, you're a boy, so you should pay too. Don't be stingy, understand? I understand, Jiyu replied casually. He slung his bag and left with Su Aimin and her daughter. When they reached the county around noon, it was time to eat. Su Aimin wasn't in a rush to work and took the two kids to the state-run restaurant. Yun, Ayu, whatever you want to eat, just order freely, Su Aimin said generously. Su Qingyan casually ordered 2 dishes, minced pork with green beans and sweet and sour carp. Jiyu only added a candied yam. The portions were enough for 3 people, so 3 dishes were plenty. Su Aimin waved his hand and added 2 more dishes. Dad, 3 of us can't eat so much, Su Qingyan said helplessly. The waiter at the state-run restaurant looked at her dad as if he were a wealthy outsider. Who said there are only 3 of us? Su Aimin asked back. Uncle, Nan will be here soon too. Oh, that's more like it, Su Qingyan said, not surprised that Yuan Nan would come. He and her dad were like the best partners. As soon as the dishes were served, Yuan Nan arrived. Wow, looks like I came just in time. Hello, Uncle Nan. Qingyan, you look even prettier after some time apart, Yuan Nan said happily. But Su Aimin frowned as he looked behind Yuan Nan. Standing behind him was a young man with an ordinary appearance, and his eyes looked a bit nervous, as if he wasn't comfortable with the situation. Su Aimin asked, "Who is this?" Yuan Nan chuckled and explained, "Brother Aimin, this is my cousin from my second aunt's family. His name is Song Wanglei. He's got nothing to do, so he's hanging out with me. Don't look down on him. He's only a junior high school graduate." Su Aimin's brow remained tight. What did he mean by hanging out? Did he mean his cousin would join them in their business? He didn't doubt Yuan Nan, but adding someone new made things more complicated. He trusted his longtime friend Yuan Nan, but bringing in another person wasn't simple. "Hello, brother Aimin," Wang Lei said, smiling in a somewhat eager way. Su Aimin stayed silent for a moment.
"Let's eat first," he said.
Some things couldn't be said in front of the kids. Su Qingyun also noticed the tension among the three. In this kind of business, the fewer people involved, the better. One more person means more risk, and they couldn't afford to take chances. Ji watched quietly, not saying anything. The meal was a bit dull. Everyone mostly kept to themselves. Yuan Nan wanted to say something but saw Su Aimin's serious face and held back. After eating, knowing they had other important matters, Su Qingyun wisely said, "Dad, Ji you and I will leave first." "All right, watch the time and head to the station," Su Aimin replied.
"Got it."
Ji Yu stood up. "Uncle Su, we're leaving now." He went to the counter to prepare for payment. Su Aimin noticed immediately and asked, "Hey, kid, what are you doing?" Ji Yu turned around, looking serious. "Uncle Su, this meal was supposed to be our treat." "Stop talking nonsense," Su Aimin said sternly. "You came out with me and I didn't ask you to pay. Go ahead, Yun Yun, take him away. It wasn't proper for a child to pay when adults are eating together." "Yes, sir." Su Qingyun reached out and grabbed Ji Yu's wrist, pulling him out of the restaurant. As the two children walked away, Yuan Nan couldn't help but speak eagerly. "Brother, I didn't mean it that way. I was just thinking, is this a place to talk?" Su Aimin cut him off sharply. There was a waiter nearby, and his loud voice seemed like he was worried others might overhear. When did Yuan Nan become so reckless? Yuan Nan paused, suddenly realizing they were still outside, in a public place at a state-run restaurant with many people watching. He quickly shut his mouth. Wang Lei looked a bit confused too. Su Aimin finished his last bite quietly, paid the bill, and said, "Let's go." The two brothers followed him out and into a quiet alley. Su Aimin looked at Yuan Nan.
"Come with me for a moment."
Wang Lei hesitated at the alley entrance, watching the two go inside. "Tell me, what do you really mean?" Su Aimin asked with a frown. Yuan Nan swallowed nervously. "Brother, my cousin is having a hard time. His father left when he was young. Now he lives with his mother, my second aunt. She's not feeling well and needs medicine often. She can't do farm work, so he asked me to help him earn some money. I didn't mean for him to get involved in our business. It's just us investing and making money. I only asked him to run errands and do small jobs, like hiring him to help us. He's honest and will do what we ask, and he won't ask many questions. Don't worry, I'll pay him for his work." "Is that about the wages?" Su Aimin said impatiently. "I've told you many times, this is a risky business and the fewer people involved, the better. Now you want him to help just for wages. But what if, in the future, he sees how much we're making and gets greedy? What should I do if I want to join in? Should we let him join and share the benefits, accepting more risk, or refuse him? If he holds a grudge, he might report us. Have you thought about these questions?" Yuan Nan was stunned and couldn't speak clearly. He thought he was just helping his cousin earn some money and didn't consider the risks. After what Su Aimin said, he started to feel worried. "No, it can't be. He's my close cousin after all." Yuan Nan said uncertainly. "Close cousin?"
Su Aimin is netted.
These days, brothers betray each other, and fathers and sons turn against each other all the time. Especially among cousins, Nan, human nature is very complicated and hard to trust. Su Aimin sighed, thinking about his wife Qin Ying's family. Even such powerful people as his father-in-law were betrayed by trusted subordinates. What can you really trust in this world? In this world, Interests can always influence people's hearts. What should we do now, brother, I mean? Yuan Nan was a bit nervous. He had good intentions. He saw Wang Lei as pitiful and wanted to help him. He didn't think much beyond that. It was only after Su Aimin spoke that he realized he was being too simple. Su Aimin sighed and asked, "How much did you tell him? How much does he know about us?" No, I didn't say anything about our business," Yuan Nan quickly denied. "I only told him I'd find him a job, nothing else." "That's good." Su Aimin relaxed a little and didn't say more. "But we need to find a solution. It's Yuan Nan's cousin, and we can't do anything too extreme." When he first started this business, Yuan Nan trusted him completely and went along without hesitation. Now, he can't let Yuan Nan down. After thinking for a moment, Su Aimin decided that the best way was to find Wang Lei a job. "I'll find a way to get him some work," he said seriously. Yuan Nan nodded gratefully. "Thank you, brother, I mean. I'll leave this to you." They walked out of the alley. Wang Lei looked at his cousin, asking with his eyes. Yuan Nan gave him a reassuring look, telling him to stay calm. "Brother, I mean, I want to talk to him for a moment," Yuan Nan said, pulling Wang Lei aside. "Brother Nan, what's going on? What exactly am I supposed to do?" Wang Lei asked anxiously. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Yuan Nan said impatiently. "Didn't I just tell brother I mean? He agreed to help you find a job." "Really?" Wang Lei was happy, then hesitated and looked at him. "Brother Nan, can I work with you?" "Why would you work with me?" Yuan Nan was surprised and replied, "I haven't had any proper work today." "There's no need for your help." "What are you thinking?" "I just saw brother I mean working at the truck team, so I thought maybe he could find you a job." Wang Lei remained silent. He glanced at Yuan Nan's wrist, where a brand new watch was visible. It didn't look cheap. As a farmer working in the fields, how could brother Nan afford such a nice watch? Wang Lei didn't believe he had no other work or income outside. But now, Yuan Nan clearly didn't want to tell him the truth. He seemed to be guarding against him, and Wang Lei saw that very clearly. "All right then," Wang Lei finally said, "I'll leave it to brother I mean." "No problem," Yuan Nan said, ruffling his hair. "You go back and wait for news. It shouldn't take long." "Okay. Thank you, brother Nan." Wang Lei pursed his lips and then left. Yuan Nan tried to ignore the guilt in his heart. He turned to Su Aimin and said, "Let's go, brother I mean." They were no longer hiding and carrying things as they used to. Instead, they quietly bought a small, remote warehouse to store their goods. It wasn't big, but it was safe and reduced their risks. As they walked to the warehouse, neither of them spoke for a while. Suddenly, Su Aimin said, "Ainin, don't blame me for being harsh. We can't take any risks. You have a family, I have a family. If something happens to us, it's one thing, but if it affects others?" "Don't worry," Yuan Nan replied. "I'll find him a job first. We can keep in touch. If we get to know each other better over time, there's a chance we can work together." "Of course, only if he's honest and reliable." Yuan Nan nodded. "I understand, brother I mean. I'm not very clever and you always think things through better than I do. I'll listen to you." He has been working with Su Aimin for over a year and has earned quite a lot of money. Not because he is smart, but because he always obeys Su Aimin completely. He never questions why and never acts against orders, making decisions on his own. Yuan Nan often feels grateful that Su Aimin chose to trust him and work together. Without that trust, he would just be an ordinary farmer in the countryside, earning a little from farm work. He wouldn't be where he is today. Although he is not very clever, he is quite quick-witted. He doesn't want to cause any trouble with Su Aimin over small matters. "That's good. Let's go," Su Aimin nodded. "We still have some goods left from last time. I'll be traveling with a convoy again in a few days, so we need to hurry." At the county library, Su Qingyun and Jiyu entered. Today might be a holiday for New Year's Day, so the library was busier than usual. People were gathered around bookshelves, looking for their favorite books. Old Chu was smiling happily, enjoying seeing everyone reading. "Qingyun and Ayu are here?" Seeing them, Old Chu's face lit up with a smile. "Grandpa Chu, this is the notebook you lent me last time. I'm returning it now," Su Qingyun said, pulling out the notebook from her bag. Old Chu was surprised. You finished it?
Yes, Suinjun replied shyly.
I finished it a while ago, but I haven't had time to return it until now. You finished it so early? Old Chu's eyes widened. He asked again uncertainly, did you really complete all of it?
Yes, Suinjun nodded.
Some of the questions are quite difficult. Difficult? Old Chu opened his mouth in surprise, unable to speak for a moment. His eyes showed shock. All the questions in that notebook were created by him over the years. Not to boast, but even a fellow math teacher would find them challenging. For Su Qingyun to say they were only somewhat difficult was hard for Old Chu to believe. Jiyu heard this and felt a complicated mix of emotions. Looking at Su Qingyun's expression, he knew she wasn't bragging. She truly believed it. Old Master Chu paused for a long time before carefully opening the exam booklet. The handwriting on it was elegant yet strong, with a style that seemed to breathe life through the paper. However, his mind was not on the beautiful writing, but on the step-by-step solution process. Each logical connection was flawless, and every problem was solved in the most perfect way. He couldn't find any fault at all. His breathing grew heavy, and his hand holding the booklet trembled slightly. His eyes changed completely as he looked at Su Qingyun. Qingyun, you. Old Master Chu hesitated. Su Qingyun looked at him confused. What is it, Grandpa Chu? Would you like to learn math with me? I can teach you many things if you're willing. After a long pause, unable to resist his love for teaching, Old Master Chu finally spoke. As soon as he said this, Jiyu's eyes widened in surprise. Old Master Chu wanted to teach Su Qingyun math? Was he going to take her as a student? Su Qingyun blinked, feeling a bit excited. You mean you want to take me as your student? I would be honored to have you as my teacher. Since Old Master Chu was a professor at Beijing University, it was a great honor for her. Of course, she was willing. There's no need to formally become a disciple. Old Master Chu's expression dimmed for a moment. I just want you to learn with me. I don't want to waste your talent in math. We don't need any formal master-disciple titles. That won't do, Su Qingyun said with a disapproving look. I can't just follow you without reason. In this era, more than in later times, the master-student relationship was highly valued. She couldn't just follow Old Master Chu without proper reasons. Old Master Chu was silent. Deep down, he didn't want to take such a clever girl as his student.
But
he was currently trapped himself, with nothing but his knowledge to rely on. If he accepted her as a student and something unexpected happened someday, wouldn't that cause trouble for her? Thinking this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Su Qingyun was quick-witted. She soon understood his worries. She thought for a moment and then smiled gently to reassure him. Grandpa Chu, I understand what you're worried about. You want to teach me math, I understand. You don't want to get involved with me to avoid trouble, and I get that too. But relationships aren't defined just by titles. Even if we don't call each other teacher and student, people who pay attention will see us as close and connected in some way. Old Chu was surprised and opened his mouth, realizing he had been too simple. He thought that relationships and titles didn't matter, but clever people find ways to see through that. Then he hesitated, unsure of what to say. Su Qingyun turned her face with a relaxed smile. So you don't need to think so much. To some people, everything has hidden motives. I believe that honest people will be clear about their intentions. If you truly want to teach me, I would be very honored and willing. Would you consider accepting me as your student? Old Chu was silent for a long time, then finally sighed and smiled with relief. All right, I will be your teacher. I will do my best to share all my knowledge with you. We will work together as teacher and student. He realized he had been narrow-minded. He was old and had seen many things, but still hadn't seen clearly. It didn't matter. He accepted this student. They would grow and learn together, and he would do everything he could to protect her. With that, Su Qingyun smiled brightly and cheerfully called out, "Hello, teacher." "Hello." Old Chu laughed loudly, attracting the attention of many people. He never expected that after a lifetime of hardships and struggles, he would find a student who truly suited him so well at this point. Indeed, a blessing in disguise can come from misfortune. Ji watched as these two quickly became teacher and student and couldn't help but smile. This is wonderful, so wonderful. Old Chu repeated happily, unable to hide his excitement. Su Qingyun hesitated and asked, Teacher, do we need to hold a formal apprentice ceremony? She knew many people valued formalities and rituals for such occasions. No need, Old Chu shook his head. At this time, keeping it simple is best. There's no need for elaborate ceremonies now. However, the master-apprentice ceremony was no longer necessary, but giving a gift to show respect was still important. Old Chu thought about what he could give to Su Qingyun as a gift, and said, I have some math handwritten notes I've kept over the years. Next time, I'll bring them to you as your gift from me. Math handwritten notes. Not only Su Qingyun, but even Ji felt a bit jealous. That's wonderful. Thank you, teacher. Su Qingyun immediately felt very happy when she heard about the notes. The word teacher also sounded more natural and comfortable to her. She wondered in her mind if she should prepare a gift for the teacher too. In ancient times, when someone became a master, they would give a gift called shu shu to their master. After feeling excited, Old Chu started to think seriously about how to teach Su Qingyun. This girl was very talented, and he needed to create a suitable learning plan for her so her talent wouldn't be wasted. Qingyun, I remember you live in Luoshui village, right? Old Chu asked thoughtfully. Yes, teacher. Then can you come to the library every weekend? Once a week when you're studying, and twice during holidays. Old Chu considered that the distance from Luoshui village to the county was quite far, so he didn't want to teach her every day, but he wished he could. Yes, I can, teacher. Su Qingyun nodded obediently and agreed happily. Good, then it's settled. Old Chu smiled. Later, Old Chu personally found some books for Su Qingyun to take home and read. She took the books, and Old Chu suddenly produced a brand new exercise book, as if by magic. Take this home and do some exercises. Bring it back next time, Old Chu said with a smile. He spent his days in this quiet library, doing his own things like thinking and creating problems. Su Qingyun felt that her hands suddenly felt heavy, not just because of the weight of the books, but also because of her teacher's high expectations. Wait here for me a moment. I'll go out, said Old Chu. Just as they left the library, Ji suddenly remembered something and said to Su Qingyun, What? Su Qingyun was about to respond, but Ji had already rushed into a nearby department store. Not long after, he came back carrying many shopping bags. What is this? Su Qingyun looked at him with wide eyes. I brought these for you and Uncle, Ji said. His mother had specifically asked him to do so before he left. Seeing Su Qingyun about to refuse, Ji added, They're just small gifts. Don't refuse. You can't refuse to take me back. I need to report to my superiors. Seeing his serious face, Su Qingyun felt a bit amused. It was the first time she saw someone give a gift so forcefully. All right, I'll accept it, Su Qingyun said with a smile. Please thank Annie for me when you go back. Ji didn't give her the gift. He kept it himself. When Su Qingyun and Ji arrived at the county station to catch the bus home, Su Aimin had been waiting for a while. Where's Uncle Nan? Su Qingyun asked, noticing only her father was there. He went back, he replied. Why is he so late? Su Aimin let out a sigh of relief. If his daughter didn't come back soon, he was thinking of going to the library to find her. Something came up and delayed me, Su Qingyun explained. What kind of thing? Su Aimin asked curiously. Let's talk about it at home, Su Qingyun said, glancing at the sky, which was getting late. If we don't leave now, we'll miss the last bus. Okay, let's go. Since it's winter, it gets dark early. When the last bus finally arrived back in town, it was almost completely dark. When Ji handed the bag to Su Aimin, he was surprised. He thought Ji was going to buy something for his family, but it turned out to be a gift. What is this? No, you keep it yourself, Su Aimin refused repeatedly. Ji insisted, pushing the bag into Su Aimin's hands. Uncle Su, just accept it. Su Qingyun watched both of them politely refuse, and then finally give in after some back and forth. She sighed and looked up at the sky. Wow, the moon was already out. Walking home, Father and daughter moved at a relaxed pace, not in a rush. Under the bright, frost-like moonlight, they chatted casually. Dad, I need to go to the county town every week from now on. If you're selling goods, I can go with you. Going once a week?
Why?
Sue asked, puzzled. Is it fun to ride the bus? What are you talking about, Dad? Su Qingyun said helplessly. I apprenticed with a teacher today. I have to go to the county town for classes every week. An apprentice?
What?
You have a teacher? Su stopped walking, looking suspicious. Where did this teacher come from? There are so many teachers at the town school, and my daughter still hasn't had enough classes? He only knows how to learn a craft, like a carpenter or blacksmith who would apprentice with a master. Does learning knowledge also require apprenticeship? Isn't that all done in school? A very talented teacher, Su Qingyun said mysteriously. Tell me clearly what's going on, Su frowned. He was worried Su Qingyun might be tricked by someone. Su Qingyun explained everything in detail. Su slowly widened his eyes. Teacher Chu is a math professor from the capital city. He's very impressive, Su Qingyun said proudly, as if proud of an achievement. A professor from the capital? Su was surprised. Like Uncle Chi, that kind of professor? Yes, but they teach different subjects. One teaches agriculture, the other teaches math. They're world apart, Su Qingyun explained.
Su looked confused.
Isn't math just basic counting? I don't understand that kind of math. I just need to be able to do the accounts, Su said.
Su Yun smiled.
That's not enough, Dad. Think about it, you're just doing small business now with small amounts. You can keep track easily. But if your business grows bigger, can you still do the math? Would you trust someone else to do your accounts? Of course I wouldn't trust anyone else, Su replied immediately.
Exactly.
That's why you need to learn more, keep up with the times. Otherwise, you'll fall behind and be surpassed by others, Su Qingyun teased. Although Su didn't have big ambitions, her words made him feel a bit worried. He thought for a moment and said, Daughter, does the county library have any books on how to do business? Next time, borrow a few for me. Those aren't called business books, they're called economics books, Su Qingyun corrected. Who would publish books teaching people how to run a business? No one wants to risk their life. Whatever they're called, just borrow them for me, Su said. His daughter was right. He needed to see how others did it, understand society, and learn about the country's policies. For the first time, Su seriously thought about what he really wanted to achieve in the future. After thinking for a while, he suddenly realized he was going off topic. No, about your teacher. He's a professor who's taken you on as a student. Shouldn't we show some respect? From what his daughter said, that professor lived alone in the county town. He probably didn't have an easy life either. No need to say anything. I just need to think about preparing a gift to thank my teacher, Su Qingyun said, patting her bag. Inside, I have the treasure my teacher gave me today. What treasure? My teacher's math notes. Su was speechless. Does she treat her notebook as a treasure? He suddenly worried that if his daughter kept studying like this, she might become a bookworm. As the father and daughter talked, time passed quickly. Soon, they arrived home. The others had already eaten. Only Qining was waiting for them to come back and eat together. Seeing the things Su was holding, she frowned. Why did you bring so much when you went out? And why are you still holding so much now? Because I thought about others and they would think of us too. I really couldn't refuse, Su replied. He didn't expect Ji Yu, who usually spoke little, to be so stubborn today. Qining smiled. Qiu Jie is just like that. She used to treat her like a younger sister and still cares for her as before. Everyone else went to rest. Only their family of 3 sat together for dinner. Su casually talked about his daughter's teacher acceptance. His tone was relaxed, not thinking it was a big deal. But Qining reacted strongly. She understood better than Su how important and rare it was for Su Qingyun to be accepted as a student by a former university professor. In her heart, this was even more joyful than receiving an award. That's wonderful, Yun. You must study hard. Not everyone gets such an opportunity, Qining earnestly advised. Qining thought back to when she received her university admission letter but chose to go to the countryside instead. Although her life is now happy and fulfilling, she still felt a bit regretful about that decision. Maybe her daughter can do what she couldn't. Policies change every day, and perhaps one day she can go back to university. I know, Mom, Su Qingyan nodded. She also knew this opportunity was rare. By the way, which university does your teacher come from? Qining asked curiously. Jingcheng University, Professor Chu Xianming, Su Qingyun replied. Professor Chu Xianming? Qin Ying's eyes widened. Are you talking about the head of the math department at Jingcheng University? Mom, do you know my teacher? I don't know him. Qining smiled and said, my mother's old classmates studied mathematics at Beijing University. I've heard of Professor Chu. He's a very impressive person, not only a math professor but also accomplished in physics. Qining couldn't help but feel grateful. Her daughter was really lucky to have such a talented teacher as her first mentor. Professor Chu has fallen so far, working in a small-town library. Sigh. Qining sighed. Both Professor Chu and her parents had been affected by the hardships of this era. Mom, I want to give my teacher a gift to show my respect. Can you help me think of what to give? Su Qingyan saw her mother's expression and guessed she was thinking about her grandparents again. She quickly changed the subject. Qining thought carefully. You said Professor Chu likes writing, right? How about giving him a nice pen? That sounds good. I like the idea, Su Qingyan said happily. Then, let Dad handle the pen. I happen to be going on a trip with the convoy in a couple of days, Su promised confidently.
Su Yun nodded.
Okay, Dad, please help me look at it. I'll pay you later.
Pay?
I'm your dad, isn't that enough?
Su joked.
No, this is a gift for the teacher. Of course, I should pay myself, Su Qingyun said firmly. I still have plenty of my bonus. Seeing her daughter like this, Su felt a bit jealous. He, as a father, was not as important in his daughter's heart as a newly appointed teacher. She hadn't bought him a gift yet. Qining saw Su subtle expression and understood what he was thinking. She felt helpless.
Even at his age, he was still so petty.
She signaled to her daughter, and Su Qingyun understood immediately. Yunyun, what about the birthday gift for your dad? Qining asked on purpose. A birthday gift? Su suddenly looked up, eyes bright. What gift? Su Qingyun hurried back to her room, took something out, and came back. Dad, this is your birthday gift. You're about to go on a trip with the convoy, so I gave it to you early. She unfolded the thick, warm cotton-padded coat in her hands. It was filled with lots of cotton, and the fabric was top quality. This coat cost Su Qingyun a lot of money. Dad, the weather is cold now. If you go out with the car, you'll be even colder. So I bought you this coat. You can wear it in the car, and it will keep you warm. You kid, why buy a birthday gift? It looks so fancy. Su playfully scolded, but he was already smiling happily, unable to hide his joy. In the countryside, only the new year is really important. Birthdays are just ordinary days. At most, you have a bowl of noodles on your birthday, and if you're lucky, you might add an egg. Even if the birthday passes, it means you're a year older. Su quickly stood up, took off his coat, put on the new one, adjusted it, and then looked serious with a hopeful face. He asked his mother and daughter, "How do I look?" Very spirited. Su Qingyun gave a thumbs up, showing respect for her dad. I think it looks good too. Su face lit up with a big smile. He took a few steps inside the house. Next time I go out, I'll wear this. He looked proud and confident, like he was about to go to battle, not just to work with a car. The mother and daughter couldn't help but laugh together. As the new year approached, the village also started to feel festive. Every household put up lucky characters and couplets. Everyone looked happy and smiling. People believed that no matter how the year went, you should be happy during the new year. Otherwise, the whole year would be unlucky. However, Qin Yofu couldn't feel happy at all. He kept thinking about school matters. It made him lose his appetite and sleep poorly. He was worried all day. Why did you get up so early? Qin Yofu's wife, Guifan, saw him sitting quietly at the gate and asked curiously, "Are you still thinking about school?" "How can I not think about it? The days are getting closer," Qin Yofu said with frustration. "Did you ask the town yesterday if they assigned us some teachers?" Just two, he replied, which made him even more worried. They built such a big school, but only two teachers? What should they do? Only two? Guifan frowned. That's why I'm worried. Where can I find so many teachers? Qin Yofu scratched his head anxiously. If it really can't be helped, maybe one teacher can handle several classes. There's no other way, Guifan suggested. No, that's not possible. Qin Yofu firmly rejected the idea, saying, our goal in running this school is to avoid the old way of teaching, where one teacher handles everything alone. That's not good for students or teachers. Then what should we do? Guifan Annie asked, feeling stuck. Suddenly, she remembered something and exclaimed, wasn't Xinyan girl the one who gave you an idea before? Why don't you follow her suggestion? Her idea was good, to find educated people in the village to train more teachers. But the first step was a problem. There was no one suitable to find. She continued, I thought about having the teachers sent from above come to teach, but they haven't confirmed who they will send yet, so I can't find anyone. Although their village, Luoshui, wasn't very poor, few high school graduates wanted to be rural elementary school teachers. Qin Yofu guessed that the reason the list of teachers hadn't been finalized was because they couldn't find anyone willing to come. Guifan Annie thought for a moment and said, what about Old Li at the east end of the village? He used to go to a private school, and his handwriting was very nice. He used to write the village signs and slogans. Why not ask him for help? Old Li? Qin Yofu sighed. That was many years ago. He's almost 80 now, lost most of his teeth, and speaks unclearly. How can we ask him? Really? Old Li is already 80? Guifan Auntie looked a bit dazed. How did time pass so fast? Who else can we ask? She murmured. Suddenly, Guifan Auntie clapped her head and exclaimed, oh, we already have 2 high school students in the village. Why look elsewhere?
Who are they?
Qin Yofu paused, then suddenly stood up. Yes, Qin Yun and Xia's girl are already high school students. He hadn't thought about it because those 2 kids were still young.
But
they're still in school, right? Isn't winter vacation coming soon?
Why not?
Guifan Auntie said, feeling helpless. She wondered why her normally quick mind was so slow today. Is there enough time? Qin Yofu hesitated. Winter break is only a month before school starts again. In just a month, he was worried that others hadn't learned well enough, so he started pushing them to practice. Isn't that unfair to the children? Isn't this the only way now? Aunt Guifan asked. Can you think of any other solutions or anyone else to help? That's true. Qin Yofu hesitated and said, I can't make the decision alone. I need to discuss it with the team and the secretary. Without waiting, he hurriedly headed toward the village committee. At the village office, Secretary Chen Diu was already there. Seeing Qin Yofu arrive, he smiled and asked, why are you here so early today? I want to discuss something with you, Qin Yofu replied. Our village's school is short of teachers, right? I was thinking maybe we could find someone with good education here in the village to help teach others who have some basic knowledge and train a group of teachers. I think. After sharing his idea briefly, Chen Diu looked a bit surprised. Are you talking about using the 2 girls from the Su and Xia families as young teachers? He asked uncertainly. Yes, that's what I'm thinking. I just want to hear your opinion. Your opinion? Chen Diu looked at him. You know, Yofu, why didn't you tell me about this idea earlier? Qin Yofu's plan was good. It teaches both skills and knowledge, a win-win. Qin Yofu said, I didn't think about it before. Now that someone has been chosen, I'll tell you. Actually, it was the girl from the Su family who suggested this. Chen Diu's expression became even more surprised. So, why are you thinking of asking the Su and Xia girls to teach? Why not consider their mothers?
Huh?
Qin Yofu was stunned. Their mothers? Su Yata's mother, Qining, and Xia Yata's mother, Su Hanha, were among the earliest educated youths sent to the countryside. You probably know that, right? Both are high school graduates and familiar with our village's affairs. Why not ask them to teach others? Secretary Chen Diu had been working in rural areas for over 10 years. He knew more about Luo Shui village than Qin Yofu did. He remembered every big event in each family, who had a baby, who built a house, and all the details of celebrations and funerals. Chin Yofu stood still, not unaware that both of them were educated youth who had stayed here to marry and have children. But so much time had passed that they no longer seemed different from the villagers. Not only him, but perhaps many others had also forgotten about this. Actually, because of Qin Ying and Su Hanhe's status, they understood the importance of knowledge. That's why Su Qingyun and Xiaqiu became the only two girls in Luoshui village to attend high school. Yes, they are the best choices, Qin Yofu suddenly realized, excited. These two girls are well-educated and different from other educated youth. Everyone in the village also respects them, and they are popular. They are the most suitable people to be teachers. They will learn together with other middle school and elementary school graduates from the village. Plus, with winter break coming, the two little girls can help out. He didn't believe he couldn't train a group of teachers. This way, the school's teaching staff problem would be solved. Once everything was decided, Qin Yofu couldn't wait any longer and hurried to the Su family. The Su family was discussing the New Year's plans. Su Kongwen couldn't return from the army, but Su Kongwu would definitely come home for the holiday. The only issue was with Su Tsongjun. It was the first year he and Wen Cece were married. He was working in the county seat. Although he should go home for the holiday, he felt that if Wen Cece went back with him to the Su family, only his parents-in-law would be left alone. Both Su Tsongjun and Wen Cece felt sorry for this. Why not invite the in-laws over? Let's celebrate the new year together, Li Xiulian suggested. Wu Guixiang nodded. I think that's a good idea. Tsongjun has been living at his in-laws' house all along. It's not right for the young couple to just go back to our place for the holiday. Let's have the in-laws celebrate with us. Tell Tsongjun to bring his parents-in-law over. Let's make this new year lively and fun, she added. Okay, Su Aiguo agreed. Tsongjun has a holiday tomorrow. When he comes back, I'll talk to him about it. As the family was chatting, they suddenly heard the voice of the team leader, Qin Yofu. Annie, are you at home? Why is Yofu here at this time? Wu Guixiang wondered aloud, then called out loudly, We're at home, Yofu.
Come in quickly.
Qin Yofu entered and saw the family gathered around the stove, warming themselves. He smiled and said, Everyone's here. Good fortune, come and sit. Su Aigua moved a stool for Qin Yofu, and Qin Yofu sat down. What's the matter, Yofu? Wu Guixiang asked. Qin Yofu looked around, and then focused on Qining in the corner, who was silent. Aunt, I actually came to see Sister Qining about something. Looking for the third sister-in-law? Wu Guixiang was surprised. What could Yofu want with the third sister-in-law? Her wife. Su Aimin saw Qining still lost in thought, and gently nudged her. What's wrong? Qining snapped out of her thoughts, looking confused. She was still thinking about how to spend the new year with her parents far away in the new province. Brother Yofu said, He has something to discuss with you.
What?
Qining widened her eyes, looking at Qin Yofu. Brother Yofu, what's the matter? Qin Yofu smiled and said, I'm here about the school in the village. School? Sitting beside her mother, Su Qingyun was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something. Her eyes widened slightly. Could Uncle Yofu be thinking, What's the matter with the school? How could it have anything to do with me? Qining smiled, not thinking much about it.
Of course it's related.
Qin Yofu smiled and then said seriously, Qining, I want to ask you to be a teacher at the school, to teach the elementary students, and I also hope you can help train more teachers in our village. When Qin Yofu said this, the whole room fell silent. No one spoke for a long time. Su Qingyun's eyes moved slightly. As expected, it was about this. She hadn't expected Uncle Yofu to think of her mother after so long. Even she hadn't remembered that her mother's education level was top in Luo Shui village. What? Qin Ying was stunned. After reacting, she quickly waved her hands to refuse. No, I can't do that. I can't be a teacher. Why not? Qining, you are a high school graduate, Qin Yofu asked back. It's not about being a high school graduate. It's been so many years since I last studied. How can I be a teacher? Qining didn't think she was suitable to be a teacher. Your foundation is here. As long as you review the textbooks, I believe you can do it well, Qin Yofu slowly explained. And besides, there's still some time before the next semester's enrollment. Enough for you to review. This isn't just your problem. I also plan to ask Su Hanha from the Xia family to help share the teaching duties. You both can teach the children from the Chun and Wang families over the next few months. Everyone will work together to do a good job. Qin Yofu said that both of them had finished middle school in the village. When Qingyun and Qiuxia have winter vacation, they can also help. The Su family listened and looked a bit surprised. It seemed they had already thought this through. Qingyun opened her mouth, wondering why she was involved in this. However, Qining still shook her head, looking hesitant. No, I don't think I can do this well. This wasn't just any job, it was teaching. There are many children in the village. If she made mistakes, what would happen to them? Sister Qining, there's no one better suited than you and Su Hanha in the whole village. Just try it, Qin Yofu said kindly. If you have worries, just tell us. We can solve them together. He thought for a moment and added, don't worry. Being a teacher is a real job. You can earn about 10 or so yuan each month. It's not as much as city workers, but our wages can increase year by year. Hearing this, the whole Su family's eyes lit up. A teacher's salary? More than 10 yuan is quite a lot. Go ahead, Ingzi. What's there to be afraid of? This is a great opportunity, Zhang Xinlan encouraged, her eyes shining with envy. If she had more education, she would try for this chance too. Qining hesitated again. She was tempted but also afraid she might do poorly and cause trouble for the children. Su Aimin held her hand. I support you, wife. Qining wasn't feeling well. She had wanted to do lighter work for a while. This opportunity was perfect, being a teacher at the school, earning a salary, and much easier than farm work. She couldn't ask for more. Mother, just give it a try. You taught me well before, and I believe you can do it, Qingyun encouraged her. Qining hesitated again, but finally gritted her teeth and agreed. All right, I'll try it first. That's wonderful, Qin Yofu visibly relaxed. Once Qining agreed, half the work was done. He thought for a moment and said, then I will go find Su Hanha and discuss with her how to teach.
Qining nodded, okay.
Qin Yofu hurriedly left again. As soon as he left, the family at the Su house started chattering excitedly. Third sister-in-law is going to be a teacher. That means our family will have another person earning a salary. That's right. It's more than 10 yuan a month, almost the same as the soldiers pay now. And Fulu said that the salary will increase every year, right? Third sister-in-law is really impressive. She can become a teacher. From now on, should we call her Teacher Qin? Qining felt a bit shy from what her family said. Fulu just mentioned it casually. Don't make it sound like I'm about to start teaching tomorrow. When talking about teaching, Qining looked at her daughter. Yunyun, go find your elementary school textbooks and bring them to me. Although elementary school knowledge is simple, many of the contents still need to be reviewed and familiarized. Since she promised to do this, Qining wanted to do her best. Okay.
Suinjun nodded.
After dinner, Su Qingyun found her elementary school books. Qining immediately focused on reading them, staying up late into the night. Su Aimin walked behind Qining and patted her shoulder. Stop looking now. It's too dark at night. It's bad for your eyes. Su Qingyun, sitting nearby and working on her old teacher's problems, glanced at her father. She did homework every night. Why didn't her father say that doing homework hurts his eyes? Qining rubbed her tired forehead. You don't realize how serious it is until you see. Even though it's elementary school books, there are many points I can't remember. I must familiarize myself first, or I won't be able to teach others later. I remember my mom used to do the same when she taught students. No matter how familiar she was with the material, she would prepare lessons and review the content carefully before each class. Talking about her mother, Qining sighed. I've only been looking at these for an afternoon, and I already feel tired. I don't know how my mom managed to do it day after day, for so many years. Su Qingyan leaned in and rested against her mother, softening her voice. Mom, I believe you can be as good a teacher as Grandma. Yes, Su Aimin said with a smile. Now, our family has 3 people earning money. My wife is a teacher, and I secretly run a small business. Even Su Qingyan receives a bonus every now and then. If things continue like this, our family's life will definitely get better and better. All right, Qingyan chuckled. No more looking, let's go to sleep. You can't rush good things. Building the Great Wall didn't happen in a day. Patience is needed. The villagers of Luoshui didn't pay much attention to the need for teachers at the school, but a group of young people from the village had already thought about this problem. These are the young educated people from Luoshui, about 10 or so from all over the country. Many have finished high school or vocational school. Whether they came here voluntarily or not, they are all thinking about their future. Although they live in the countryside, farm work can be either easy or hard. For example, earning work points by helping out is the easiest, but they don't do that. They also don't know how to farm or raise pigs, and the team leader Qin Yofu thinks they're more of a hindrance. So, since the school was being built, these young people started to think about the teacher problem. They saw the school getting closer to completion every day, but the team leader hadn't mentioned anything yet. Some of them started to worry. What's the meaning of this village? The school will need teachers once it's finished, right? Who else in the village besides us can do the job? Exactly. There are many illiterate people here. Where would they find teachers? Isn't it said that higher authorities will send teachers here? Think about it. If they send teachers, how many can they send? They still need people, but we don't know the exact number. I think everyone shouldn't worry. When the time comes, the team leader will come to us. That will be our chance to speak. That's true. Everyone nodded happily, feeling proud. They never considered that the teacher positions might go to their family. Lin Jianfeng was the most eager among the young educated group about this matter. He was an only child and was spoiled since childhood. If not for some family troubles, he wouldn't have been willing to be sent to the countryside. He is naturally unable to do hard or tiring work. Otherwise, he wouldn't try to rely on his decent looks to trick young girls into helping him live better. After arriving in Luoshui village, he didn't do anything particularly exhausting, but he prefers to sit rather than stand, and lie down rather than sit. He spends his days scheming. His mind is quite clever, and he has long thought about how to earn a reputation as a teacher. He knows that after what happened with Su Qingyun, the villagers don't like him much. Under these circumstances, it's almost impossible for the villagers to recommend him as a teacher, which is a dream he can't achieve. So, he has to find another way. Brother Feng, what are you thinking about? Didn't you hear me talking? Pan Fongfong pouted, looking unhappy. There is a small hill near the border between Luoshui village and Zhongjia village. Even though it's winter, the grass is lush and green. Young men and women often meet there. Despite the cold, their hearts are warm. Lovers looking at each other feel special feelings. Lin Feng and Pan Fongfong often meet there. Pan Fongfong has a proud personality, and most of the time, Lin Feng has to be patient and coax her to make her happy. Today, Pan Fongfong talked for a while, but when she saw Lin Feng lost in thought, she immediately became unhappy. Fongfong, don't be mad. I was just thinking. Sorry, Lin Feng said helplessly, sighing long. Brother Feng, what's wrong? Tell me. Maybe I can help, Pan Fongfong immediately asked, forgetting her anger. She looked confident and proud, clearly thinking nothing could be too difficult for her. Indeed, Pan Fongfong has good reason to be confident. Her family is one of the wealthiest in Zhongjia village. They are considered well off in this rural area, and many family members work in town or county offices. She has a wide network of contacts, and most people wouldn't dare offend her easily. She is the youngest daughter in her family, with 2 older brothers and many cousins and relatives who spoil her. They give her whatever she wants. Lin Feng also knew this well, which is why he approached Pan Fongfong intentionally. He didn't expect that she would be easier to persuade than Su Qingyun and Xia Qiu. Just a few straightforward, passionate, sweet words were enough to make her dizzy. Although Pan Fongfong has a bit of a temper, it is very easy for Lin Jianfeng to comfort her. Once she is calmed down, she feels guilty and cares for him. He doesn't need much effort to get good things from her, and Lin Jianfeng enjoys this very much. Sigh. He pretended to be sad and let out a big sigh, looking troubled and hesitant to speak. Pan Fongfong became more anxious. What's wrong? Brother Jianfeng, tell me. You're making me nervous. Could it be that someone named Su Qingyun is bothering you again? Pan Fongfong suddenly said, looking angry.
Suingyun?
Lin Jianfeng paused. What does she have to do with that? I knew I shouldn't have let her go so easily last time. Pan Fongfong gritted her teeth, full of hatred. Last time? Lin Jianfeng frowned. What happened last time? Fongfong, what did you do? It's nothing. Pan Fongfong's eyes flickered, afraid to look directly at Lin Jianfeng. She doesn't think she did anything wrong by dealing with Su Qingyun. She just doesn't want her brother to think she is a bad person, and she's worried that Lin Jianfeng still has feelings for Su Qingyun and might be angry with her. Fongfong, didn't we agree before? We shouldn't hide things from each other. We need to be honest. Lin Jianfeng looked into her eyes seriously. Fongfong lowered her head, feeling ashamed. Sorry, Brother Jianfeng. It's okay. No matter what you did, I won't hold it against you. Lin Jianfeng gently patted her head. Really? Fongfong asked, not quite believing. Of course. Lin Jianfeng nodded confidently. Now, can you tell me what exactly happened?
Well,
it's just. Fongfong lowered her head, twirling her delicate fingers, her voice barely audible. That time, I heard you talking about Su Qingyun, and I was upset. So I asked Brother Chong to teach Su Qingyun a lesson. But I didn't expect that woman to be so fierce. She even hurt Brother Chong and the others, and they had to stay at the police station for a while. Fongfong said, her voice rising with anger and her eyes full of resentment. You say Su Qingyun hurt those men? Lin Jianfeng said, incredulous. How is that possible? He knows Su Qingyun. She's delicate and weak, unable to even carry a bucket of water. How could she fight against big men? Really, it was her who beat up Changge and the others. That cruel woman is still pretending to be pitiful at the police station, making the police not believe what Changge and the others say. Lin Jianfeng remained silent. Not only the police, but any normal person with eyes wouldn't believe her. Brother Jianfeng, you don't believe me? Or do you still have feelings for her? Are you defending her? Pan Fongfong stared at him with wide eyes, tears beginning to form. Lin Jianfeng could tell she was about to start crying again. He quickly comforted her. Of course, I believe you, Fongfong. I was just a little surprised. Besides, do you not know who I have in my heart? Lin Jianfeng carefully wiped her tears. Pan Fongfong smiled through her tears. Really? Absolutely. I knew it. Brother Jianfeng only has me in his heart. Pan Fongfong smiled happily, leaning into Lin Jianfeng's arms, showing her full dependence. He saw her from the corner of his eye, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face, but his hand still gently patted her shoulder. Wait. Suddenly, Lin Jianfeng remembered something. His hand froze. Fongfong, when did you ask someone to teach Su Qingyun a lesson? Pan Fongfong thought for a moment, about 2 or 3 weeks ago. 2 or 3 weeks ago. Lin Jianfeng's face twisted for a moment. He was sure that the person who hit him last time with a bag over his head was definitely connected to the Su family. It must have been Su Qingyun who went back and reported him.
No wonder.
The attacker was so vicious, almost trying to kill him. Knowing it was someone from the Su family made everything clearer. His suspicions about the Su family grew stronger, and he felt even more angry and anxious. What kind of people did Pan Fongfong hire? Several grown men couldn't handle a woman, and it was even known who ordered them. Most importantly, why did they come after him instead of Pan Fongfong? Thinking about the beating he received, Lin Jianfeng's body started to ache again. His anger couldn't be vented, so he tore a piece of green grass beside him. The fresh smell of grass spread out, but it only made him feel more upset. Jianfeng. Brother Jianfeng, what's wrong? Pan Fongfong turned around just in time to see the anger on Lin Jianfeng's face that he hadn't hidden. She was startled. How could Brother Jianfeng look so scary? Like a different person? It's nothing. Lin Jianfeng took a deep breath, controlling his expression. Seeing him return to normal, Pan Fongfong finally relaxed. Brother Fong, what exactly did you just want to say? Right, she almost forgot the main point. Lin Jianfeng, who was so angry he almost lost his temper, finally calmed down. He softly said to Pan Fongfong, Fongfong, you know about the new school we built in our village, right? Yes, I know. Pan Fongfong replied casually, playing with the button on Lin Jianfeng's clothes. She didn't think it had anything to do with her. Then, you must know what is the most important thing for school, right?
What?
Pan Fongfong tilted her head and thought for a moment. Students? The most important thing in a school should be students. No, teachers, Lin Jianfeng smiled. A school definitely needs teachers before it can function. I've checked, Lin Jianfeng continued. Our village needs quite a few teachers for the school, at least this many. He made a gesture with his hand showing 8 fingers. Oh, and then? Pan Fongfong still spoke casually, not really understanding what Lin Jianfeng meant. Lin Jianfeng clenched his teeth. Why was she so clueless? He looked down on her more and more. Sure enough, she was just a spoiled fool. Besides her good looks, she was completely useless. I want to become a teacher at our village school, Lin Jianfeng said straightforwardly. Talking around in circles was just asking for trouble. Brother Feng, if you want to be one, just do it, Pan Fongfong blinked and said, even complimenting him. By then, Brother Feng, you'll definitely be the best teacher in the school. Lin Jianfeng took a deep breath again, trying to stay calm. It's not just up to me. The village leader decides who becomes a teacher. You know that. Because of Su Qingyun's influence, the villagers misunderstand me. They definitely won't let me be a teacher at the school.
Then,
what should I do? Pan Fongfong finally realized the problem. Lin Jianfeng continued. Besides the teacher positions decided by the village committee, there are a few more spots. The higher authorities have allocated some funds for building the school, and they will send a few teachers to the village. I wish I could get one of those spots. He knew that both the higher-ups and the village committee didn't want young educated people to become teachers, so they probably wouldn't choose him. But after all, it's just a village school, and there is still some room for manipulation. Fongfong, right now you're the only person I can ask for help. Lin Jianfeng looked into her eyes with a pleading expression. How could Pan Fongfong bear to see someone she liked looking at her with such a sincere gaze? She immediately asked, Brother Jianfeng, tell me, how can I help you? Lin Jianfeng's eyes flickered slightly with hope. Fongfong, I remember you have an uncle who works at the county's education bureau. Do you think you could ask him for help? One spot is all we need. He didn't finish his sentence, but Fongfong understood his meaning right away. Without much thought, she agreed. Don't worry, Brother Jianfeng. I will definitely help you. Her uncle cares for her very much and would surely agree to this small request. Besides, Brother Jianfeng is a proper high school student. How could he not be qualified to be a little elementary school teacher? Lin Jianfeng immediately showed a grateful smile. Qin Youfu acted quickly. Soon, Su Hanhua from the Xia family also agreed. She and Qin Ying went to the big team office for a meeting where they discussed how to organize the teacher training class. Everyone, feel free to share your ideas, Qin Youfu said as he looked around. Chairman Qin Diyu held his teacup and said slowly, there's no need to make this too formal. Basically, this training class is meant for everyone to review their knowledge and learn some teaching methods. Qin Ying and Su Hanhua exchanged glances and nodded. We understand. When should we hold the training? We think the sooner, the better. Exactly, Qin Youfu nodded. We don't have much time left, so we need to act quickly.
All right.
We already know most of the elementary school textbooks, so we can start anytime. Good, Qin Youfu thought for a moment. Let's begin now. The teacher sent from above will arrive in a few days. When they do, we can all learn and improve together. I'll notify the village later so everyone knows about this and supports our work. Chairman Chen Dayu also agreed. The teacher training class at Luoshui Village Elementary School was thus tentatively confirmed. At noon, during mealtime, the village loudspeaker crackled to life, and Qin Youfu's voice echoed through every corner of Luoshui Village. Hello, villagers. Good afternoon. I am Qin Youfu. Recently, our village's elementary school is about to be built and will hold its first enrollment after the new year in spring. Currently, our Luoshui village urgently needs teachers. The authorities will send us 2 teachers, but this number is far from enough for our school's needs. After discussion, the village committee decided to hold a teacher training class here. The teachers for this training class will be comrades Qining and Su Hanha from our village. Other participants include Chen Yong, Wang Jingjing, and others. Qin Yofu quickly read out about 10 names. These are all the young people in the village who have finished middle school. They are quick learners and eager to gain knowledge. When choosing the candidates, Chen Deyu reminded him to include as many people as possible to prevent troublemakers from slipping in. The training will be competitive. Those who do not pass the final assessment will not become teachers at the school. After finishing, Qin Yofu repeated his announcement. His words stunned everyone in the village. What is the village leader talking about? Training teachers within their own village? And the teachers are from the families of the Su and Xia households? This is... Looking at the list, how can someone as unqualified as Chen Yong become a teacher? What kind of students can he teach? What's going on here? Many villagers wondered, exchanging confused looks. Why do we need other teachers to teach first? Will that work well? I worry it might delay the children's education. Families with children started to worry. Qining and Su Hanha. If it weren't for the village leader mentioning them, I'd have forgotten their names. We've always called them Mrs. Imean and Mrs. Xianan. How can they be teachers? You really forgot? They were among the first young people to come to our village, all from high schools in the capital. They are quite capable. Besides, Qin Ying can train children like Qin Yun. How can we not trust her with our children? Hearing this, the villagers realized the truth and quickly said, "All right, we trust them." But Chen Yong, who would trust their children with him? No way. We need to ask the village leader what's really going on. Yes, let's go together to the village office. More and more villagers are heading to the team office. For them, this news is just shocking, but for the young educated people of Luoshui village, it feels like a thunderbolt. How is that possible? The school's teachers are not us? The young educated people can't accept this news. In terms of knowledge, education, age, and outlook, the recently arrived young educated people are definitely better. Qining and Su Hanha, although both are high school graduates from the capital, graduated many years ago. They might have forgotten most of what they learned. Why should they teach students? What they don't know is that Qining and Su Hanha have stayed in Luoshui village long enough to surpass them. A group of young educated people, feeling angry, also head toward the team office. Behind them, a few people who had helped with the harvesters with Su Qingyun hesitate. One of them looks at Song Yan and hesitates. "Brother Yan, what should we do? If we go bother Qingyun's mother, isn't that bad?" Song Yan purses his lips. "Let's follow and see. Don't speak, just observe." Honestly, none of them hope to become teachers. Nobody wants to work hard and suffer. Being a teacher is easy, and the villagers' attitude toward them would change a lot. But ultimately, this is not something they can decide. Maybe the higher-ups didn't choose them either. They decide to see the situation first. Song Yan and the others stay calm, not blindly angry or blaming anyone. After catching up with the people ahead, someone slowly walks out of the accommodation. It's Lin Jianfeng, who is smiling happily. "A bunch of fools in the dark. Go ahead and fight. It's useless no matter what." Lin Jianfeng is very proud. Pan Fongfong already told him that everything was arranged, and her uncle would find a way to get him a spot. He has a place now, so he's not worried. He's a bit annoyed that Su Qingyun's mother is in charge of the training class. At the team office, things are a mess. The young educated people are furious. "Team leader, why did the village choose these people as teachers instead of us?" Yes, most of us here have only finished high school, or at least middle school. But among the people you selected, most only finished middle school, and one even only completed elementary school. How can someone like that teach students? Isn't that misleading the children? When the villagers heard this, they frowned and shouted, "Yes, how can someone who only finished elementary school teach elementary students? That's unfair to the kids. We don't agree. We don't agree." Others at least finished middle school, but what kind of qualification is elementary school? That's not right. The villagers argued and expressed their disagreement. They didn't know the full story, and thought that the educated youth had better knowledge. Deep down, they still hoped these young people would teach their children. They could accept the person chosen by the team leader, but someone only with elementary school education was just too different. It didn't seem right. The person who only finished elementary school was named Lu Cheng. He's only about 18 or 19 now, still a young man. He is the only child in his family. His parents have passed away, and he lives alone. When he was young, his aunt took care of him. He only finished elementary school because his aunt later married and left. She left some money, but it was just enough for him to live on. He couldn't continue studying, so he only finished elementary school. Lu Cheng lowered his head. Honestly, he couldn't understand why the team leader chose him. He didn't dare to believe it either. Was it because they felt sorry for him? Or because he's an only child? Hearing the doubts from everyone around, he didn't even dare to look up. Qin Yofu looked at the noisy crowd and was so worried he stood on a chair. He pressed his hands down and shouted, "Everyone be quiet. Listen to me." Qin Yofu had earned a lot of respect in the village over the years, so everyone quickly quieted down. He spoke seriously. "I know many of you have questions about the training class. I'll answer your questions slowly. Then, team leader, you should explain why Lu Cheng can join this training class, but I can't," said someone who only finished elementary school in the village. "I also finished elementary school. Why can't I join?" On the way here, he heard people mentioning that those who become school teachers earn about 10 yuan a month. Who wouldn't want such a good opportunity? Others who only finished middle or high school didn't speak, but Lu Cheng only finished elementary school just like him. He was unwilling to accept this. What right did Lu Cheng have to go? Qin Yofu looked at him, then glanced at Lu Cheng, who was lowering his head among the crowd. He loudly said, "Are you asking why, since you all only finished elementary school, I chose Lu Cheng and not you? That's because the level of education between you two is completely different.
I don't even need to tell you about him.
When he finished elementary school, it was because his family forced him. His grades were so bad, I wouldn't even mention them. But look at Lu Cheng. Although he only finished elementary school, he was accepted into the town middle school with the top score among our village. He's smart, so of course I chose him, not you." Qin Yofu made the person who was speaking fall silent, and he could only shut his mouth in frustration. It seems that's how it was. Back then, Lu Cheng was a very good student. When he stopped going to school, the town middle school teachers even came to our village to find him, wanting him to study there, and they didn't even charge him tuition. But he refused. Yes. Old Master Li also praised him for being clever. He was quite regretful when Lu Cheng decided not to continue studying. Hearing the crowd change their tone, Lu Cheng slowly raised his head. His usually dark eyes lit up. Was there still someone who believed in him? Qin Yofu's eyes showed a smile. When he went door to door to find the right person, he noticed that others eagerly agreed, but this boy, upon hearing, looked stunned and stammered for a long time without giving a definite answer. Qin Yofu knew he lacked confidence, so he deliberately brought up his past in front of so many people. When the crowd was persuaded after a few words, the young intellectuals became even more anxious. Now was not the time to compare two elementary school graduates. Instead, it was about why, when there were better options, they didn't choose them. How could any of these people compare to those mentioned on the radio? Why settle for second best? The young intellectuals simply couldn't understand this problem. "Captain, we just want to know why we young educated people can't be the teachers at the school. What exactly are we lacking compared to them?" the leader demanded. Seeing their determined looks, everyone was eager for an answer. Qin Yofu turned around, reached into his desk drawer, and pulled out a piece of paper. He held it up for everyone to see. This is an official document issued from above. It clearly states that teachers in rural primary schools should be recruited from local farmers. The goal is to help unemployed high school graduates find jobs and increase farmers' income. As for you, although the document doesn't explicitly say you can't be teachers, our rule is that we don't follow any guidelines we don't support. The young intellectual who asked the question took the paper and looked at it. His face immediately changed, turning pale. The thin paper almost slipped from his hands and fell to the ground. It turned out to be an order from higher authorities. They weren't allowed to be teachers.
But why?
Why is this happening? A group of young intellectuals looked lost and confused. Su Qingyan stood in the corner and sighed quietly. The young intellectuals of this era are truly tragic. They are well-educated and have broad views, but they can only stay in this small world, constantly being restricted. Some might have a chance to go back to the city and keep fighting, but others lose their fighting spirit and fall into silence forever. Let's go. After a long pause, seeing there was no room for change, the young intellectuals had no choice but to leave. Song Yen and the others stayed silent from start to finish. They were actually a bit better off because, besides the allowance from their families, they also had the bonus Su Qingyan gave them before. Life was somewhat okay. But what about the future? Where are they headed? Song Yen looked up at the gray sky, feeling lost and directionless.
His heart was also gray.
Lin Jianfeng, in a very good mood, watched everyone look so defeated and cracked a smile. He then slowly walked away. Su Qingyan noticed his smile and frowned. She felt that Lin Jianfeng was acting a bit strange. With his usual personality, always trying to get the most benefits, why wasn't he worried about this? Why was he even smiling? She sensed something was off but thought Lin Jianfeng probably wouldn't cause any trouble, so she didn't pay it much attention. The training class for teachers at Luoshui Village Elementary School started quickly and enthusiastically. Qin Youfu found an empty house in the village to serve as a classroom, near the grain storage. He also gathered multiple sets of elementary school books from the village, and they began formal lessons. Although Qin Ning and Su Hanha had graduated many years ago, their knowledge was still very solid. After about 2 days, they became quite familiar with the material. Coming from a big city like Beijing, they could teach not only the textbook knowledge but also many new and interesting things they had learned. Especially Qin Ning, whose mother was a teacher. Over the years, she had learned some teaching methods from her mother. Now she could share these with others. Day by day, everyone benefited a lot. They quickly absorbed familiar and unfamiliar knowledge. But no one dared to relax because only 6 or 7 people could get the final positions. Everyone around them was a competitor, and if they weren't careful, they could fall behind. No one wanted to lose this good job. Everyone studied hard. Before they knew it, the Spring Festival was approaching. As the festival neared, Su Songjun got his parents' permission to bring them back to Su's house to celebrate. The steel factory and textile factory had similar holiday schedules, so Su Songjun and his brother Su Kongwu planned to return together. 2 days before the new year, Su Qingyan still needed to go to the county town to find her teacher for lessons. She thought for a moment and said to her mother, "Mom, I want to invite Teacher Chu to come and celebrate the new year with us. What do you think?" Qin Ning was grading students' homework. She stopped writing and smiled. "I think that's a good idea. Teacher Chu lives alone in the county, and it's lonely during the new year. It would be lively if he came here. But you need to ask your grandma first." Qin Ning winked. "After all, she's the head of our family." "I'll ask her now," Su Qingyan said, and turned to find her grandma. After mentioning this, Wu Guixiang was surprised and asked after a moment, "When did you start calling him your teacher?"
I didn't know about it.
"Not long ago. When I went to the county library to borrow books, I met him. Teacher Chu is really impressive. He's a professor from Beijing," Su Qingyan patiently explained. "What's a professor?" Wu Guixiang didn't understand. "It's like a university teacher," Su Qingyan explained in a way she could understand. "Oh my goodness." Wu Guixiang was startled and exclaimed, "Your teacher teaches you, and our Bauer is also a college student now?" Su Qingyan couldn't help but smile. "I'm not really a college student yet," she replied. "But I will be in the future," she added silently. Wu Guixiang also smiled and said, "Then you should invite your teacher over for the new year. It would be a great honor for our family to have a college teacher visit during the holidays." "Thank you, Grandma." Su Qingyan was overjoyed and quickly went over to hug her grandma. This child, Wu Guixiang's eyes crinkled with a smile. The next day, Su Qingyan went to the county library and found old Chu. Their classroom was in a small lounge next to the library. Usually, Su Qingyan would first submit her homework for old Chu to grade, then learn other topics. Old Chu carefully examined the homework he assigned to Su Qingyun last time and nodded with satisfaction.
Good, he said.
It was still a very perfect assignment, and he couldn't find any faults. Today, we'll talk about the P versus NP problem, which is about polynomial algorithms versus non-polynomial algorithms, Old Chu said in a steady voice, beginning to explain today's lesson. He spoke at a moderate pace. Su Qingyun listened very carefully, not wanting to miss or mishear anything. She also quickly took notes. Although her memory was good enough to repeat the teacher's words exactly, writing more and taking notes was always helpful, beneficial with no drawbacks. Old Chu's way of thinking and his logical explanations were quite unique. His thoughts were sometimes scattered, jumping from one idea to another. Someone else might find it hard to keep up with his pace, but for Su Qingyun, it suited her well. The atmosphere between teacher and student was friendly and engaging. They talked happily, and before they knew it, time had flown by. Old Chu looked up at the sky outside the window. It was getting dark. He closed the book in his hands. It's about time. Let's stop here for today. Okay, teacher, Su Qingyun said, packing her notebook into her bag. Next time we meet will be after the new year. I wish you an early Happy New Year, Old Chu said with a smile. Happy New Year, Su Qingyun replied with a smile. Is there anything else you need? After Su Qingyun finished packing her things, she did not leave. Chu Xianming remembered something and took out a red envelope. By the way, look at my memory. This is an early New Year's gift for you. Here, take it. He was worried she wouldn't accept it, so he tried to put it into her hand. Su Qingyun shrank back a little, blinked, and said slowly, Teacher, maybe you should wait until New Year's Eve to give me this gift?
What? Chu Xianming was surprised.
I mean, our family wants to invite you to celebrate the New Year with us, Su Qingyun said seriously. Celebrate the New Year together? Chu Xianming widened his eyes.
That wouldn't be right.
No, that's not appropriate. He understood that Su Qingyun was worried he might be lonely celebrating alone, but he couldn't go to a student's house for the holiday. What kind of situation would that be? Having an outsider join the family reunion might make things a bit awkward. There was no need for him to become that uncomfortable presence. It's perfectly fine, Su Qingyun urged. Our family loves lively celebrations. Having one more person makes them even happier. My grandma is so excited thinking a university teacher will come to celebrate the New Year with us. She even asked what you like to eat. No, that's not possible. I understand your kind intentions, but I really can't go. Chu Xianming refused again. He had spent many New Years alone and didn't see anything wrong with it. For him, New Year was just another year passing, and he grew a year older. If it weren't for Su Qingyun's visit, the passing of time meant nothing to him. Every day was the same as the last, without any new surprises. Come on, please, Su Qingyun pleaded, biting her lip and acting like a little girl. I want to spend the first New Year with you. Seeing that he still refused, Su Qingyun had no choice but to use her last resort. Besides, since I became your student, my family hasn't met you yet. In the past, we would prepare a special ceremony and a banquet for the teacher. We don't need to make it so formal now, but just meeting and having a meal is fine, right?
Well.
As soon as she said that, Chu Xianming hesitated. He had accepted her as a student, so it was proper to meet her family. That way, they could be assured, and it would show he valued his students. It's just a simple meal. Don't overthink it. Su Qingyun did her best to ease his worries.
Well.
All right, I will go visit. Chu Xianming finally agreed, unable to resist her persistence. Su Qingyun was happy and secretly celebrated. On New Year's Eve, everyone in the Su family was home except Su Kongwen. Su Qingyun brought her teacher from town. Su Songjun returned from the county with one Cece.
Su Kongwu.
Su Kongwu came back alone. He was the first to arrive home, carrying the New Year gifts he bought. When Zhang Xinlan saw him, she ignored everything else and scolded him, disappointed. Why did you come back alone for the New Year? Su Kongwu was confused. If I'm not alone, then how many people could I be? Didn't you bring someone back like Songjun and Yunyan? Zhang Xinlan made exaggerated gestures, hinting strongly. Poor kid. Why is he always worse than others? He immediately understood what his mother meant. There's no one, Su Kongwu said helplessly. You've been at the factory so long, and you didn't bring anyone? Zhang Xinlan was heartbroken. You work at a textile factory, yet you can't bring back a single girl? No, Su Kongwu replied with a blank face. You're really useless. Zhang Xinlan's mood quickly changed from happy to upset. She snatched the things from Su Tsungwu's hands and ignored everyone else. If he can't bring back a girl, he might as well stay somewhere comfortable. Su Kongwu was used to his mother's mood swings and didn't mind. He sat quietly, munching on sunflower seeds, and asked his grandmother, "When did Yunyun get a teacher?" "I didn't even know." Wu Guixiang also munched on sunflower seeds. "That girl is quite independent. I don't know when she took a teacher." Suddenly, she said she wanted to invite her teacher over for the new year because she was lonely in the county. He thought for a moment and said, "It's nothing special, just an extra pair of chopsticks." I agreed. Besides, Yunyun getting a teacher isn't a small matter, Wu Guixiang continued. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day, a parent for life. We should meet the person to feel at ease. Oh, Grandma, you even know the saying, a teacher for a day, a parent for life? Su Kongwu was surprised. Wu Guixiang proudly said, "Of course I know. Let me tell you, that teacher training class your third aunt taught, that isn't just talk. I feel like I learned better than those young people. It's a pity. I'm already this old. If I were 20 or 30 years younger, I would definitely become a teacher." She boasted for a long time, but Su Kongwu looked confused. He paused his sunflower seed eating and asked, "What teacher training class? What's that about?" "It's the one in the village elementary school that needs teachers. Your lucky uncle found your third aunt and Aunt Sue from the Xia family to study with other middle school graduates from the village," Wu Guixiang explained. Su Kongwu was stunned. His third aunt became a teacher? Really? Why didn't anyone tell me about this big news? Nobody told you? Wu Guixiang looked puzzled too. She casually said, "Maybe they forgot."
Now you know, right?
Su Kongwu felt stuck, unable to say anything. He looked speechless. Did he really have no presence in this family? Such a big thing was forgotten to tell him. They really did that. Just as he was about to say something, Su Tsongjun came back with Winsisi. The young couple carried big bags and small packages, and they introduced everything to the family. "This bag of sugar and this barrel of oil are New Year gifts from the factory. As an apprentice worker now, I can only get this much. This cigarette and this bottle of wine were given by Cece's parents to Grandpa and Dad. Oh, and these few pounds of flour, they told us to bring them home first." "Wait a minute," Su Tsongjun said quickly, but Li Xiulian didn't catch the main point. She asked, "Why didn't the in-laws come? Didn't they say they would spend the new year at our house?" They will come, they will come. Mom, why are you in such a hurry?" "Let me finish first," Su Tsongjun said helplessly. "My parents will arrive a bit later. Usually, factory workers visit first to pay New Year greetings. After they leave, they'll come here." "Yes, Mom," when Cece also smiled. "My parents will arrive later. Please don't mind." Zhang Xinlan muttered unconsciously, "Really? Who has the energy to start paying New Year visits on New Year's Eve?" Li Xiulian waved her hand and said, "What's there to mind? If there's something urgent, of course, it should be done first. No big deal. We can wait. There's still plenty of time before dinner, so no rush." "Thank you, Mother," when Cece said politely with a smile. "What are you busy with? Let me help you." "No need, no need. You all sit down." "I'm not busy right now," Li Xiulian quickly declined. It was only a little after 3 in the afternoon, and they still had some time before preparing the New Year's Eve dinner, so there was no rush. When Cece looked around the room and asked curiously, "Where did Yunyun go?" "She went to town to pick up her teacher," Su Kongwu answered helpfully. Wu Guixiang checked the time and said, "She should be back soon." To show respect for teacher Su Qingyun and for the university professor, Su Qingyun's family went to town to pick her up. They had been gone for a while and should be returning soon. "Really?" When Cece said to Su Tsongjun, "If I had known earlier, we would have waited in town and come back with Yunyun and them." It's okay, they'll be back soon. Let's light the fire first, Wu Guixiang said, handing each of them a handful of sunflower seeds. The two of them sat down willingly, and everyone gathered around the fire to chat while cracking sunflower seeds. Meanwhile, Su Qingyun's family had just picked up Chu Xianming from the county by bus. Seeing him holding bags and dressed in a serious Zhongshan suit, both Su Aimin and Qingyun couldn't help but straighten their backs. Teacher, this is my dad and mom, Su Qingyun introduced. Hello, Teacher Chu, Su Aimin and Qingyun greeted warmly, smiling kindly. Hello, I am Chu Xianming, he replied, trying to smile gently and appear friendly. Since it was his first time meeting the parents of a student, Chu Xianming wanted to leave a good impression. He usually spent most of his time alone and had only exchanged a few words with people who came to borrow or return books, so he had lost some basic social skills. When he didn't smile, he looked very serious and a bit intimidating. Seeing this, Su Aimin and Qingyun became even more enthusiastic and cautious. Su Qingyun thought to herself that this scene resembled when she was called home for a parent-teacher meeting after getting into trouble. She was amused by her own thought and quickly shook it off, saying to the three of them, "Let's go back quickly. There's still someone waiting at home." Okay. Su Aimin reached out to take the bags from Teacher Chu. Teacher Chu, let me carry these. It's okay, I can handle it myself. Before Chu Xianming finished speaking, Su Aimin took the item from his hands without asking. He looked at his palm, feeling a bit confused. The Su family was so warm and welcoming that he felt a little overwhelmed. Let's go, teacher, Su Qingyun quickly said, noticing his discomfort. Su Aimin is very friendly and easy to get along with. As long as he wants to build a good relationship with someone, he can do so quickly. This time was no different. In just a few words, he made Chu Xianming relax completely. Teacher Chu, I still want to ask you about the rural economy, for example. Su Aimin wasn't just talking randomly. He really had questions. After all, Chu Xianming was a real university professor, not someone you could meet every day, so he wanted to learn from him. Although Chu Xianming is a math professor, he knows a lot about other fields too. He patiently answered Su Aimin's questions, even simple economics questions. He felt very happy inside. He didn't expect that his student's family would be so eager to learn. He liked people who loved to learn. They walked and talked happily, the atmosphere very friendly. They looked like good brothers. Su Qingyun and her mother followed behind, smiling at the serious-looking figures of the two men. Soon, they arrived at Luoshui village. As they entered the yard, they heard laughter coming from inside. Su Aimin went in curiously and asked, "What are you talking about? Why so happy? Isn't it about Jinwu?" Li Xiulian said with a smile. He was talking about some funny things that happened when he first went to the factory. It was quite amusing.
Su Sensu looked helpless.
Was that funny? It was clearly embarrassing for him. But it was nice that his family was happy, so Su Jinwu also smiled. Chu Xianming entered the house, and everyone's eyes immediately focused on him. With so many eyes on him, he felt a lot of pressure. Su Qingyun quickly introduced grandma, grandpa, uncle, aunt, second uncle and aunt, older brother and sister-in-law, third brother. This is my teacher, Professor Chu Xianming. Hello everyone, I am Chu Xianming, he said nervously. The Su family was stunned for a moment, then quickly stood up to greet him. Hello, Teacher Chu.
I am Sui Guo. I am Sui Deng.
The family introduced themselves one by one. Chu Xianming had a very good memory and quickly remembered everyone's names. Zhang Xinlan whispered, "Oh my goodness, I can't believe I get to meet a university teacher in my life. That's amazing." Li Xiulian sat beside her silently, thinking the same thing. The Su family was a bit nervous about Chu Xianming's identity. After all, he was a university teacher. Would he look down on them? Teacher Chu, please have some water. Wu Guixiang personally poured a glass for him. Thank you, Chu Xianming replied, quickly expressing his gratitude. Su Qingyun looked at the slightly nervous faces of the family and felt a bit helpless. Her family now looked like little children sitting obediently, watching the teacher. Seeing the unhidden expressions on the Su family's faces, Chu Xianming's initial nervousness eased. People who can show their feelings openly are genuine. Interacting with such people is not tiring, so he didn't need to hold back. Without that mental burden, Chu Xianming became more talkative. He started chatting with the men of the Su family. His broad knowledge and rich experience amazed them, making their eyes widen and leaving them stunned. Su Qingyan saw this and smiled happily, covering her mouth. It was already 5 o'clock. Zhang Xinlan, the head chef, along with Li Xiulian and Qining helping out, began preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. Since the ingredients and seasonings had been prepared earlier, they worked quickly. Zhang Xinlan's spatula moved swiftly, and dishes with a fresh, hot aroma were served to the table. Today's dishes were even more abundant than on New Year's Day. There was chicken, duck, fish, and meat, top-quality ingredients for this era. While cooking, Wu Guixiang asked people to close the door tightly. Although it was New Year's Eve and they were having a special dinner, their family's food was too good. If it spread to the neighbors, they might get jealous. It wouldn't cause any real trouble, just some gossip, but Wu Guixiang didn't want to hear any jealous remarks. As the dishes were served, when Cici's parents hadn't arrived yet, Li Xiulian frowned and said, "June, go to the village entrance and see why your father-in-law and mother-in-law haven't arrived yet. Go and pick them up." As Su Songjun just stood up, a cheerful voice came from behind, saying, "No need, we've arrived." It was Wen Keifu and his mother. Wen's mother smiled kindly and apologized. "Sorry for the delay. We have many guests at home, so we just arrived. Please forgive us for making you wait." Many workers go back home during the New Year to visit family and friends, so some of them arrived early on New Year's Eve to visit the Wen family. "It's okay, just in time for dinner," Li Xiulian said happily. Wen Keifu smiled warmly. "That's perfect. We just finished our journey and can eat now." "Exactly. Come, dear mother-in-law, please sit," Li Xiulian said, pointing to the empty seats for them. There were 2 brand-new wooden stools. This year, the Su family had many guests for the New Year, and there weren't enough chairs. These stools were specially bought by Wu Guixiang before the New Year from the town. All right, when Keifu and his mother sat down. Seeing the delicious food on the table, they looked surprised. The dishes and the living standards were quite high, rare even in the county. It was clear that the Wen family was living comfortably. Wen's mother's face showed a smile. If the Su family was doing well, it meant her daughter would have a good life too. She felt happy inside. "Uncle, Auntie, this is my teacher. Like you too, he's here visiting us for the New Year," Su Qingyun introduced Chu Xianming. When they heard Chu Xianming's background, Wen Keifu and his mother widened their eyes in surprise. "Wow, a university professor. Such a person celebrating the New Year with us makes us feel honored," they thought. "Go ahead and eat," Wu Guixiang said. "There's no need for formalities here. Just help yourselves." Su Kongwu glanced at his grandmother. Usually, no one would dare to eat before her, but today was different. If it had been any other day, anyone who dared to start eating before her would surely get scolded. Everyone started eating together. With so much delicious food, no one wanted to talk much. They just wanted to fill their mouths. Even Chu Xianming, who wasn't usually interested in food, ate a little more than usual. "Auntie, your cooking is really amazing," Su Qingyan praised, giving a thumbs up. In her past life, she had tried many private restaurants. Some dishes might have been better than Zhang Xinlan's, but they lacked the warmth of home cooking. The beautifully plated dishes couldn't compare to the simple stir-fried choy sum in front of her now. Zhang Xinlan proudly watched everyone gobbling down their food. Indeed, her cooking was the best in the Su family. The meal lasted about an hour. After eating, the family gathered around the fireplace to stay up late for the New Year. As usual, they gave children lucky money. Wu Guixiang repeated what she had said to Su Songjun and his wife on New Year's Day. The young couple blushed again from embarrassment. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, Zhang Xinlan secretly looked around with bright eyes. Her eyes sparkled even more than last time. She had 8 yuan in lucky money. She happily tucked it away. The words to say on New Year's Day had already been spoken. Now, everyone was chatting and waiting for the New Year to arrive. "Hey, Dad, didn't you buy firecrackers to bring home?" Su Qingyun suddenly asked. Firecrackers were quite rare in rural areas back then and not cheap. Only her father could afford them. When he brought them home, her grandmother scolded him for being wasteful. He explained that it was for celebrating the new year and that many city folks set off firecrackers during Spring Festival. Yes, I forgot about that, Su Aimin said, patting his head. I'll go get them. His firecrackers were locked in a cabinet by Wu Guixiang, who considered them dangerous. Excited, Su Aimin took out his firecrackers, several rolls. Besides firecrackers, he also bought some toys kids liked, like small fireworks, sparklers, and skyrockets. Su Qingyun glanced at the pile. It was quite expensive. No wonder her grandmother scolded him. Kids can only play with these, Su Aimin said, handing her the small fireworks and sparklers. These were the least dangerous and safe for children to play with. Even with just these two types, Su Qingyun was happy. Nowadays, cities mostly ban fireworks and firecrackers, so it was rare to hear the lively crackling sounds. She struck a match and lit a sparkler. It immediately burst into dazzling sparks, flickering like a dream, beautiful and enchanting. Su Qingyun played happily. Meanwhile, Su Songjun was fiddling with a skyrocket. It could shoot very high and made loud noises, startling several nearby families with a sudden bang. The adults chatted and laughed. A few young people played in the yard. Time flew quickly. As midnight approached, Su Aimin stood up, ready to light the big rolls of firecrackers. Dad, hurry up. It's almost time, Su Qingyun urged. Su Aimin lit the fuse of the firecracker. The gunpowder exploded with a loud bang, and the cracking sound quickly filled the entire Luoshui village. Nowadays, it is customary to stay awake on New Year's Eve, so everyone was awake, but they still got startled by the loud noise. What's going on here? That sounds like firecrackers. Who bought firecrackers? It seems to be coming from the Su family side. During the New Year, it's so loud it scares people. Exactly, they must be rich and just wasting money. Wu Guixiang was right. When you have a good life, some people will still say unkind things. Even if you do nothing wrong, others will find reasons to complain. This is a bad habit in human nature, driven by jealousy, and it's hard to change. The Su family didn't hear the gossip. They only saw the bright flames and heard the deafening noise of the firecrackers. It felt like all the setbacks and bad luck from the past year disappeared with these loud sounds. Su Qingyun's eyes moved with emotion. This was her first New Year's celebration here. It was truly a fresh start. She believed that the new year would be better. Happy New Year! She suddenly smiled and said to everyone. The whole family smiled and replied together, Happy New Year! When the firecrackers finished, it marked the end of staying awake. Everyone was tired. Li Xiulian arranged accommodations for the Wen family's parents and Chu Xianming. The Su family wasn't very big, but they could still fit everyone, just a little crowded. Before going to sleep, Chu Xianming quietly said thank you to Su Qingyun. Thank you for making this new year different and lively, unlike previous years. Chu Xianming couldn't deny that celebrating the new year with the Su family made him feel happy and relaxed. You're welcome, teacher. I hope we can celebrate the next new year together, Su Qingyun said with a smile. Chu Xianming was momentarily stunned and then softly replied, Okay. May every year be like this. The next day, since everyone stayed up late, they woke up late. After sending off the Wen family's parents and Chu Xianming, everyone went about their own tasks. Su Qingyun, with nothing to do, followed her mother Qin Ying to the classroom of the teacher training class to pass the time by listening to the lesson. There were about 10 people in the classroom. She sat at the back, next to a young man who was carefully taking notes. Qingyun Su looked around curiously. The man's handwriting was neat, not very beautiful, but it was clear he had practiced hard. Feeling her gaze, Lu Qing looked up and met her curious eyes. His face turned slightly red. He had a fair complexion, so his blush was very noticeable. What's wrong? Lu Qing asked hesitantly. He knew her well, or rather, no one in the village didn't know her. He had heard many things about her. In fact, he had heard that the idea to start this teacher training class was hers, suggested to the village leader. So, Lu Qing felt very grateful to her. Lu Qing covered his notebook with his hand. He knew she was smart. He felt a bit shy that his notebook was exposed in front of her. He thought that what he had written must look very silly to her. Your notes are very good, Qingyan-su praised. They were clear and organized, with each point written out carefully. It was an excellent set of notes. Really? Lu Qing couldn't believe it. Of course, Qingyan-su nodded confidently. From how he took notes, she could tell he was very smart. She had heard he only finished elementary school, and she felt a little sorry for him. She thought for a moment and asked, "Do you want to learn middle school knowledge?" She believed this young man shouldn't stay at this level. He should aim higher and go deeper. Lu Qing was stunned. Of course he wanted to learn middle school subjects, but could he do it? He had only finished elementary school.
Can I do it?
He asked uncertainly. Qingyan-su looked at him encouragingly. As long as you want to learn and are willing, there's nothing you can't do. Actually, Lu Qing felt a bit shy. I have borrowed some middle school books to read. That's great, Qingyan-su said with a smile. It showed he was eager to improve. Can you understand them? Some I can understand, some I can't, Lu Qing whispered. Qingyan-su didn't show any surprise. She knew that self-taught geniuses were very rare. Most people needed to work hard. Without her past experiences, she thought she might not catch the teacher's eye either. In the end, she was just an ordinary person. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask my mother or ask me. Su Qingyun was very eager to help.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lu Qing still blushed as he quietly expressed his gratitude. Seeing her mother glance over several times, Su Qingyun stopped speaking, worried she might be scolded for disturbing the class. She quietly watched her mother finish a few lessons, then couldn't help but yawn. Her mother taught very well, but because she explained everything in too much detail, the elementary school knowledge made her feel sleepy. Just as Su Qingyun was about to leave the classroom during break, her mother called her. Yunyun, please go to the team office and ask about Uncle Fu. Didn't they say the teachers sent from above would arrive today? Why haven't we seen anyone yet? Please check what's going on, Qining asked, giving Su Qingyun a task. The teachers sent from above were supposed to arrive the morning after the holiday, and it was already late. Why was there no sign of them? Okay, Su Qingyun replied and headed toward the team office. At the team office, the atmosphere was tense. Qin Youfu held a list with a serious face, his jaw tight, looking at the names over and over. Youfu, are you sure there's no mistake? How could his name be on the list? Chun Diyu asked, also looking surprised. Today was the day the teachers sent from above were supposed to arrive, but before they even saw the teachers, they received the list. When they opened it, they all froze because there was a name nobody expected.
How could there be a mistake?
Qin Youfu pressed his finger the name on the list. The name and address matched perfectly. How could it be wrong? It's impossible for him to be one of the teachers. Chun Diyu sighed deeply. If he really was a teacher, things would be chaotic, and we'd have a hard time explaining. Explain what? Qin Youfu gritted his teeth angrily. Lin Jianfeng is really impressive. We underestimated him. Indeed, there were only 2 names on the list. One was Zhang Yun, a young girl who just graduated high school this year, and the other, which shocked them both, was Lin Jianfeng. He had graduated high school 3 years ago, spent 2 years in the countryside, and was now in their Luo Shui village. This wasn't a case of a common name. This Lin Jianfeng was definitely the Lin Jianfeng from their Luo Shui village. Qin Youfu and Chen Diyu had no choice but to believe it. Qin Youfu looked unhappy. He could guess with just a thought that Lin Jianfeng must have done something inside to get the spot. Otherwise, why would his name appear without reason? But now the problem is that Lin Jianfeng is also a young intellectual from Luo Shui village. They once firmly believed that the higher authorities said young intellectuals couldn't be teachers. Now Lin Jianfeng has been assigned as a teacher by the authorities. What kind of situation is this? Isn't it a slap in their face? If the villagers found out, especially those young intellectuals who already felt resentful, there would definitely be a big fuss. Qin Youfu frowned, feeling very upset. After thinking for a long time, Chun Diyu said, how about this? Let's hold on to this list for now. We go to the town to ask what's really going on and see if there's any room to turn things around. What do you think? That's all we can do now. Qin Yofu nodded helplessly. He clenched his teeth, recalling some things Lin Jianfeng had done before, and felt even more dislike for him. He thought to himself that this person was scheming. He definitely needed to find a way to get rid of him soon. Keeping him in Luo Shui village was just asking for trouble. Also, a girl named Zhang Yun should be arriving soon. Fu, you go to the village entrance and see if she's lost or can't find her way, Chindayu added. Okay, I'll go right now. Qin Yofu hurried out of the office to look for her. At the village entrance of Luo Shui village, a young girl carrying a bundle was standing a short distance away. She wore a red-flowered black jacket, black corduroy pants, cotton shoes, and had shiny braids. Her bright eyes looked around confused. Where should she go now? She had come from the town, asking along the way. What should have taken about an hour had turned into nearly 2 hours because she was walking slowly, wasting her time just now. She looked around and saw a young, pretty girl walking past. When she finally saw someone, she immediately called out, "Hey, hello, comrade." The girl called Su Qingyan stopped and looked back. Seeing it was a stranger, she immediately thought of the teacher assigned today. Su Qingyan walked over a few steps, smiling, and said, "Hello, comrade. Are you the new teacher at our village primary school?" The girl is Zhang Yun. She looked at Su Qingyan with surprise and said, "I am the teacher assigned from above. Sorry for arriving late." She hurriedly apologized. "Why are you apologizing to me?"
Suin-yun chuckled.
"It's okay. It's not time for class yet." She looked like a young girl just out of school, innocent and pure. Zhang Yun was momentarily stunned. She didn't quite understand why she needed to apologize to a young girl, maybe because she seemed very confident. "Where are you going now?" "I can take you there," Su Qingyan offered kindly. Zhang Yun hesitated. She didn't know where she should go now. "Why don't you go meet the other teachers first?"
Suin-yun suggested.
"My mother is also a teacher at our village primary school. Soon you'll be colleagues. She just asked me to check why the assigned teacher hasn't arrived yet. Other teachers are already in class over there." "What does reserve teacher mean?" Zhang Yun asked, not understanding the term. Su Qingyan explained their village's situation. Zhang Yun's eyes sparkled with interest. "That's great. I want to see for myself. Your village's method is really good, training teachers independently." "That's wonderful. Let's go," Zhang Yun said eagerly. This system is similar to what normal universities do. Teachers teach students, and students can become teachers later. Su Qingyan led her back toward the teacher training class. "Yun, why are you back so soon?" Qining asked when she saw her daughter return shortly after leaving, bringing along a stranger girl. Su Qingyun pointed to Zhang Yun. "Mom, this is the teacher assigned from above. I just met her at the village entrance, so I brought her here." "Such coincidence?" Qining was surprised. "Hello, Teacher Qin. I'm Zhang Yun," she greeted shyly. On the way here, Su Qingyun had already introduced her to the training class members. The class was jointly led by Su Qingyun's mother, Teacher Qin, and another teacher, Teacher Su. They stood at the classroom door chatting. Curious students inside looked over and saw the new teacher was a young, pretty girl, which made them excited. Hello, Teacher Qin said with a big smile. "You're finally here. We've been waiting for you." The teacher from the higher level arrived, and she and Su Hanha felt more relaxed. The teaching pressure also eased a bit. "Oh, wait. Why is there only one teacher? I thought there were supposed to be two." Qining looked at Zhang Yun, who was alone, and suddenly realized. "Teacher Zhang, why is there only you here? I remember there should be 2 teachers assigned from above. Why didn't the other come with you?" Qining asked her question. Zhang Yun nodded and said, "Yes, there are 2 teachers, but the other one is from your village, right? Why didn't she come with me?" She looked at everyone with confusion. Hearing this, Qining and the others were stunned. "Our village? That can't be true," Qining immediately denied. "Our village wouldn't have a teacher assigned from above. If we did, we wouldn't be holding this training class. Besides, even our own village doesn't know about this. Who could the teacher from their village be?" Su Qingyan frowned and started to recall the whole situation. Suddenly, a figure flashed through her mind, the strange, proud smile of Lin Jianfeng that day.
Could it be
Teacher Zhang? Do you know the name of that teacher? Su Qingyan quickly asked. I do. Zhang Yan nodded. She had seen the assignment list and even remembered the names of the teachers assigned to the same place as her. When she saw the other person was from her own village, she was quite surprised. His name is Lin Jianfeng, Zhang Yan said.
what?
No way. Absolutely impossible. As soon as Zhang Yan finished speaking, everyone immediately shouted back firmly. They couldn't believe it. Even the people in the classroom looked shocked. How could the newly assigned teacher be Lin Jianfeng? There must be some mistake.